While these reflections were passing through Caldu's head, there was silence in the room, broken only by the clock on the mantelpiece ticking loudly, with pert indifference to human affairs. Merrington, after dragging the hidden and forgotten tragedy to light, remained quiet, watchfully noting the effect on mother and daughter. The mother stood without a word or gesture, her hands stiffened in arrested protest, like a woman frozen into silence. The girl's look was directed towards her mother with the fixity of gaze of a sleeper awakened in the horror of a bad dream. At least in their stillness they were both in accord. Then Hazel glanced wonderingly at the faces of the others in the room, with the fatigued indifference of a returning consciousness seeking to regain its bearings. This phase passed, and in the sudden wild burst of tears which followed was the belated realization of the meaning of her mother's exposure, the shame, the agony, the disgrace which it implied. With a quick movement she rose from her seat, walked across to her mother, and caught hold of her hand. "Mother," she said. But her mother turned away from her, and, sinking in her chair, covered her face in her hands with a shamed gesture, like a woman cast forth naked in the light of day. "Never mind your mother just now," said Merrington, as the girl bent over as though to soothe her. "Please return to your seat and answer my questions." Hazel turned round at the sound of his voice, but stood where she was, regarding him anxiously. "You stayed here last night with your mother, I understand," Merrington continued. "Yes. When did you arrive here?" "Yesterday afternoon." "Where from?" "From Stadding, by train. I had an afternoon off, and I came to see my mother." "How long is it since you visited her previously?" "It must be about 3 months, said Hazel, after a short reflection. "Do you always allow 3 months to elapse between your visits?" "No." There was a trace of hesitation in the response. "You used to come oftener?" "Yes." "How often?" "Nearly every week." This time the hesitation before the reply was plainly apparent. "Why did you allow so long a time to elapse between this visit and the last one when you had previously been in the habit of seeing your mother nearly every week?" Hazel again hesitated, as though at a loss for a reply. "I have been so busy," she murmured at length. "Is this your first visit to the moat house since Mrs. Heredith came here to live?" "Yes." The response was so low as to be almost inaudible. Caldew, who was the only person in the room with the deeper knowledge to divine the drift of these questions, realized with something of a shock that Merrington, with fewer facts to guide him, had reached his absolute conclusion about the events of the last half-hour while he had wandered perplexedly in a cloud of suspicions. The mental jump had been too great for him, but Merrington had not hesitated to take it. Caldew waited eagerly for the next question. It was some time in coming, and when it did come it was not what Caldew expected. As though satisfied with the previous answers he had received, Merrington branched off on another track. "How did you spend last night?" he asked abruptly. "I do not understand you." There was the shadow of fear in the girl's dark eyes as she answered. "I will put it more plainly then. How did you occupy the time between your arrival at the moat house and bedtime?" "I spent it with my mother in her rooms." "Were you there all the time?" It seemed to Caldew that the elder woman's attitude was that of a listener. Though she still kept her face buried in her hands, her frame slightly moved, as though she were listening to catch the reply. "Yes." The word was spoken hurriedly, almost defiantly, but the girl's eyes wavered and fell under Merrington's direct glance. "May I take it, then, that you were in your mother's room at the time Mrs. Heredith was murdered?" This time Hazel did not reply audibly, but a faint movement of her head indicated an affirmative. "What would you say if your mother admits that you left her room before the murder was committed, and that she did not see you until afterwards?" It was a clever trap, Caldew reluctantly conceded, this idea of playing off the mother and daughter against each other, but one that he would have hesitated to use. The effect was instantaneous. Before the girl could frame her frightened lips in reply, her mother lifted her head sharply. "I didn't say so. Don't answer him, Hazel, don't tell him." Oh, too late the wretched woman realized that she had betrayed her daughter, and she sank into a stupefied silence. "Your mother has let the cat out of the bag," said Merrington to the girl, in a bantering tone. "Come, now," he added, changing swiftly into his most truculent mood. "We may as well have the truth, first as last. You were seen last night going up the hall in the direction of the left wing just before the murder was committed. Do you admit it?" "I do." The admission was made in a low but calm tone. "Then your last answer was untrue. What were you doing in the hall at that time?" Hazel, staring straight in front of her, did not reply, but her quickly moving breast betrayed her agitation. "Did you hear me? I asked what were you doing in the hall last night." "I shall not tell you." Did you go upstairs? I shall not tell you. These replies were given with a firm readiness which was in striking contrast to her previous hesitation. She was like a person who had been forced onto a dangerous path she feared to tread, and had summoned fortitude to walk it bravely to the end. Of course you realize the position in which you place yourself by your silence. The quiet gravity with which Merrington put this question was, similarly, in the strangest contrast to his former hectoring style. It is my duty to warn you that you are placing yourself in a grave situation. Once more, will you answer my questions? I will not. The answer was accompanied by a gesture which contained something of the carelessness of despair. Then you must abide the consequences. He turned to Captain Stanhill and called you. It will be necessary to search the housekeeper's rooms. Lum, you remain here and take charge of these 2 women. Do not allow either of them to leave the room on any pretext. You had better keep the door locked until we return. He strode out of the room followed by Captain Stanhill and called you, to the manifest trepidation of 2 maidservants outside, who had plainly no business there. It was apparent that Millie Saker had been talking, and that strange rumors were agitating the Moathouse underworld. Where are the housekeeper's rooms? Said Merrington, abruptly accosting one of the fluttered girls. Come now, don't stand gaping at me like a fool, but take us there directly. The terrified girl went quickly ahead along a corridor leading from the main hall. Turning down a narrower passage near the end she paused outside a closed door and said, This is the housekeeper's room, sir. Stop a minute, said Merrington. Does the housekeeper occupy only 1 room? No, sir, there are 2. A sitting room, with a bedroom opening off it. She has no other room in any other part of the house. Oh, no, sir. That will do. You may go. The maid needed no second bidding, but scuttled back towards the corridor like a scared hen making for cover. Merrington flung open the door in front of him and entered. The room was well and simply furnished in the style of the house, but the personal belongings and the bindings of some books suggested a mind not out of harmony with the refinement of its surroundings. Merrington, with a swift and comprehensive glance around him, began to upset the neat arrangement and feminine order of the apartment with a thorough and systematic search. Caldew watched him for a moment, and then walked across to the door of the inner room and entered it. The bedroom was large and airy, and the appointment struck the note of dainty simplicity. Caldew was quick to notice a girl's hat, with a veil attached, cast carelessly on the toilet table. He made a circuit round the bed and approached the table to look at the hat. A tight knot and a slight tear in the gossamer indicated that it had been discarded very hastily, and Caldew wondered whether Hazel had it on, waiting for an opportunity to slip away from the moat house, when he had knocked at the door to summon her to the library. As he put the hat down his eye fell on a pincushion by the mirror, and he gave a start of surprise. In the midst of hatpins at various angles he saw the little brooch which had disappeared from the death chamber. The stone with the greenish reflection shone clearly against the blue and gold shot silk of the pincushion. The portion of the clasp which was visible revealed the beginning of the scratched inscription at Semper Fidelis. The absence of any attempt to conceal the brooch was proof that its owner was under the delusion that nobody had seen it lying in the death chamber. Caldew felt a thrill of professional vanity at the success of his ruse. His own name uttered in a peremptory shout from the next room caused him to pick up the brooch and hasten thither. The first sight that met his eye was the flushed triumphant face of Merrington bending over some articles on the table. Caldew's view of the objects was obscured by Captain Stanhill, who was also examining them, but he guessed by the attitude of both men that a valuable find had been made. He advanced eagerly to the table and saw, lying between them, a small revolver and a handkerchief. The white cambric of the handkerchief was stained crimson with blood. The room was in great disorder. Superintendent Merrington, in the impetuosity of his search, had reduced the previous order to chaos in the course of a few minutes. Drawers had been opened and their contents strewn about the floor, rugs and cushions had been flung into a corner of the room, and the doors of a cabinet had been forced. Even the pictures on the wall had been disarranged, and some of the chairs were knocked over. "Where did you find these things?" asked Caldew, picking up the revolver and examining it. "In that gimcrack thing over there." Merrington pointed to a slight, elegant writing table standing in a corner of the room. "Isn't it a typical female hiding place? About as safe as burying your head in the sand." The drawer had been locked and the key taken away, but it was quite easy to open. The lock is a trumpery kind of thing, with the bolt shooting into the softwood. "I see that the revolver is still loaded in 5 chambers," said Caldew, as he put down the weapon. "Yes, and the 6th has been recently discharged. We don't require much clearer evidence than that. And look at this handkerchief. The blood on it is hardly dry yet. Caldue took the handkerchief in his hand. As Merrington remarked, the blood on it was hardly dry. It was a small linen square, destitute of feminine adornment except for a dainty, HR, worked in silk in one corner. The letters were barely visible in the blood with which the whole handkerchief was saturated. I wonder how she got the blood on the handkerchief, said Caldue. Did she try to stop the bleeding after shooting Mrs. Heredith? It would be just like a woman to do so, grunted Merrington. Women are fond of crying over spilt milk, especially when they have spilt it themselves. However, that's neither here nor there. The point is that this is the girl's handkerchief, and this is the revolver with which she shot Mrs. Heredith. But what was her motive for committing such an atrocious crime? Asked Captain Stanhill in bewilderment. Jealousy, responded Merrington promptly. I saw the possibility of that motive as soon as I heard Millie Saker's story, and learned that Hazel Rath had lived for some years in the moat house. Young Heredith and she must have been thrown together a lot before the war, and there was doubtless a flirtation between them which probably developed into an intrigue. There are all the materials at hand for it: a well-born idle young man, a girl educated above her station, a lonely country house, and plenty of opportunity. I know the type of girl well. These half-educated protégées of great ladies grow up with all the whims and caprices of fine females, and their silly little heads are easily turned. Probably this girl imagined that young Heredith was so captivated by her pretty face that he would marry her. When she learned that she had been dropped for somebody else, she brooded in secret until her unbalanced nature led her to commit this terrible crime. Moreover, she is the daughter of a woman with a queer past, who has been living under an assumed name for the past 15 years. Do you think mother and daughter have acted in collusion in this murder? Caldue asked. That is a question I would not care to answer offhand, responded Merrington thoughtfully. Undoubtedly the mother shielded the daughter and lied to save her, and she obviously knew that the girl was absent from her room at the time the murder was committed. How far this implies guilty knowledge, or the acts of an accomplice, we are not yet in a position to say. We will arrest the daughter, and detain the mother, for the present, at all events. Whether we charge the mother as well as the daughter will depend on our subsequent investigations. It will be no novelty for the mother to be charged as accessory in a murder case, concluded Merrington, with a grim smile. We have no direct evidence that the girl went upstairs last night, said Caldue, with a reflective air. Millie Saker did not see her going upstairs, and apparently nobody saw her coming away. No direct evidence, it is true. But the presumptive evidence is so strong that it is hardly needed. In the first place, Millie Saker saw her going down the hall in the direction of the left wing just before the murder was committed. Next day, this morning, the housekeeper sent Millie Saker out of the way before she could be questioned by the police. That act suggests two inferences. First, Mrs. Rath, as she calls herself, had some inkling that Millie Saker saw her daughter in the hall on the previous night, and secondly, that Mrs. Rath feared, in the light of subsequent events, to let it be known that her daughter was seen walking down the hall before the murder was committed. From these inferences we may conclude that, even if the mother had no actual knowledge of the crime, she believed that her daughter was guilty. Her subsequent actions today confirm that theory in every respect. And, of course, the recovery of this revolver and the girl's handkerchief in her mother's rooms, where she slept last night, is the strongest possible proof that the girl shot Mrs. Heredith. Of course there can be no doubt of that. It would be impossible to find a stronger case of circumstantial evidence, said Caldue earnestly. But here is a piece of direct evidence. Look here. He produced the little brooch from his pocket and placed it on the table beside the revolver and the handkerchief. This is the brooch I told you about. It is the brooch I saw in Mrs. Heredith's room which disappeared while I was downstairs. I found it stuck in a pincushion in the next room, beside the girl's hat. She must have realized that she dropped it in the murdered woman's bedroom, and seized the opportunity to return for it while I was out of the room. That is a piece of direct evidence that she was in Mrs. Heredith's bedroom. So you were right about the brooch. I owe you an apology for that, Caldue, said Merrington. He placed the little trinket in his big hand, and turned it over with his finger. The inscription on the back caught his eye, and he held it closer to read it. Semper Fidelis, he exclaimed. The words are typical of the girl. The wishy-washy sentiment would appeal to her, and she's of that partly educated type which thinks a Latin tag imposing. I wonder who gave it to her. Oh, I have it. It was probably a gift from young Heredith, and she added the inscription on her own account so as to enhance the value of the gift and keep her faithful always. Once more Caldew reluctantly admitted to himself that Merrington's deductions were more swift and vigorous than his own, but he was secretly annoyed to think that the other had gained partly by guesswork the solution of a clue which had caused him so much thought and perplexity. The brooch is no more direct evidence than the revolver and handkerchief, continued Merrington. The girl, unless she is a born fool, is not likely to admit ownership of any one of them. She would be putting the rope round her own neck to do so. I realize that, replied Caldew. But I think that she might be trapped into giving away that she owns the brooch. Women are very impulsive where the loss of ornaments is concerned, and then their actions are instinctive. I have frequently noticed it. And how do you propose to find out? Asked Merrington. By asking her. You'll get nothing out of this girl for the asking, replied Merrington. She runs deeper than that, or I am very much mistaken. However, ask your own questions, by all means, after I have questioned her about the revolver and the handkerchief. Let us get back to the library. They returned to the library. Sergeant Lum opened the door in response to their knock, his face furrowed with the responsibilities of office. Mother and daughter were sitting where they had left them, but the elder woman had regained some measure of composure, and was staring drearily in front of her. She did not look at the police officials as they entered, but Hazel glanced towards them, and her eyes fell on the revolver and handkerchief which Merrington carried in his hand. It seemed to Caldew that her face remained unmoved. Merrington walked over to her. You must consider yourself under arrest on a charge of murdering Mrs. Heredith, he said, in quiet, almost conversational tones. This revolver and this handkerchief were found in your mother's sitting room. If you have any explanation to make you may do so, but it is my duty to warn you that any statement you make now may be used in evidence against you later on. I have nothing to say, replied the girl simply. You decline to say how this revolver came into your possession, or make any explanation about the bloodstains on this handkerchief. Yes. Do you also refuse to tell us what you have done with the brooch you were wearing last night? Added Caldew. The girl, with an impulsive instinctive gesture, hastily put her hand to the neck of her blouse, then, realizing that she had unconsciously betrayed herself, she let it fall slowly to her side. Chapter 14. The popular fallacy which likens circumstantial evidence to a chain naturally found no acceptance in the mind of Superintendent Merrington. If a link in a chain snaps, the captive springs free, but if he is bound by a rope it is necessary for all the strands to be severed before liberty can be regained. Merrington remained at Heredith to weave additional strands for the rope of circumstantial evidence by which Hazel Rath was held for the murder of Violet Heredith. It was a good strong case as it stood, but Merrington had seen too many strong ropes nibbled through by sharp legal teeth to leave anything to chance. If the circumstances against Hazel Rath remained open to an alternative explanation, if, for example, the defense suggested that the mother was implicated in the crime and the daughter was silent in order to shield her, it might be difficult to obtain a conviction. Merrington knew by wide experience how alternative theories weakened the case of circumstantial evidence, no matter how strong the presumption from the known facts appeared to be. A useful strand in circumstantial evidence is motive, and it was motive that Merrington sought to prove against Hazel Rath. His own inference about the crime, swiftly and boldly reached shortly before he arrested her, was that the girl was in love with Phil Heredith, and had murdered his young wife through jealousy. Hazel's silence in the face of accusation supported that theory, in his opinion. She was ashamed to confess, not the crime, but the hopeless love which had inspired it. Women were like that, Merrington reflected. A woman who dared to commit murder would blush to admit, even to herself, that she had given her love to a man who was out of her reach. But it is one thing to hold a theory, and another thing to prove it in the eyes of the law. As Hazel Rath was not likely to help the Crown establish motive by confessing her love for Philip Heredith, it was left to Superintendent Merrington to establish his theory, by all the independent facts and inferences he was able to bring to light. This proved more difficult than he anticipated. He had visualized the situation with excellent insight up to a certain point, and he had imagined that it would not be a difficult matter to obtain proofs of the existence of an early flirtation or intrigue between Phil Heredith and the pretty girl who had occupied an anomalous position in the moat house. But a further examination of the inmates of the household failed to furnish any proofs in support of that supposition. Merrington could readily understand Miss Heredith and her brother denying such a suggestion, but the fact that none of the servants had seen anything of the kind was fairly convincing proof that no such relation existed. No class have a keener instinct for scandal than the servants of a country house. They have opportunities of seeing hidden things which nobody else is likely to suspect. And the Moat House servants asserted, with complete unanimity, that there had been nothing between Phil Heredith and Hazel Rath during the time the girl had lived at the Moat House. Their relations had been friendly, but nothing more. There was no record of secret looks, stolen kisses, or surprised meetings to support the theory of a mutual flirtation or furtive love. It was impossible to doubt that Phil Heredith's attitude to the girl who had occupied a dependent position in his home had been actuated by no warmer feeling than a sort of brotherly regard. Merrington, versed by long experience in forming an estimate of character from second-hand opinion, was forced to the conclusion that Phil Heredith was not the type of young man to betray the innocence or trifle with the feelings of a young and unsophisticated girl. The servant's testimony revealed him as gentle and courteous, but shy and reserved, not fond of company, and immersed in his natural history pursuits. Merrington, however, had less difficulty in proving to his own satisfaction that Hazel Rath had been secretly in love with Phil Heredith almost since the days of her childhood. There was, to begin with, the greenstone brooch which Caldew had picked up in the bedroom after Mrs. Heredith had been murdered. The members of the household were in the custom of making the girl little presents on her birthday anniversary, and Phil had given her the piece of greenstone, set in a brooch, on her birthday 6 years before. There was no secret about it. The gift had been chosen on the suggestion of Miss Heredith, who told Merrington the facts. What was unknown was the addition of the inscription, Semper Fidelis, which must have been scratched on the brooch subsequently by the girl herself as a girlish vow of love and fidelity of the giver. Detective Caldew might have ascertained these facts and shortened the police investigations by the simple process of asking Miss Heredith about the brooch in the first instance. But it is easy to be wise after the event, and Superintendent Merrington was the last man to quarrel with his subordinate for excessive caution in the initial stage of the investigations, when it was his duty to doubt everybody and confide in nobody. Moreover, Merrington could not forget that he himself had completely underestimated the importance of that clue when Caldew had drawn his attention to it. A search of Hazel's bedroom at Stadding brought to light additional testimony of the love which was likely to destroy her. Merrington and Caldew, ruthlessly turning over the feminine appointments of this dainty little nest, had unearthed from the bottom of the girl's box a square parcel tied with ribbon. The packet contained letters and postcards from Phil, principally picture postcards from different continental places he had visited after leaving Cambridge. There were 3 letters, 2 schoolboy epistles, asking the girl to look after the pets he had left at home, and 1 short note from the university announcing the dispatch of a volume of poems as a birthday gift. There was also a Christmas card, dated some years before, inscribed, "To Dear Phil, with love, from Hazel." The girl had kept it, perhaps, because she was too shy to bestow it on the intended recipient, but its chief value in Merrington's eyes was the similarity between the written capital F and the same letter in the scratched inscription on the greenstone brooch. With these discoveries Merrington was satisfied. In Hazel Rath's secret love for Phil Heredith the Crown was supplied with the motive for the murder of Phil Heredith's wife. In Merrington's opinion, the supposition of motive was strengthened by the fact that the murder was committed during Hazel's first visit to the Moat House since the arrival of the young bride, because until Phil's marriage it had been the girl's custom to visit the Moat House once a week. Miss Heredith informed Merrington that she had questioned the girl on the afternoon of the murder about the sudden cessation of her visits, and Hazel had replied rather evasively. Merrington formed the opinion that she had stayed away because she could not bear to see the woman whom Phil had made his wife. Then, realizing that her prolonged absence was likely to be remarked upon, she went across on the day of the murder to see her mother. Merrington did not think that the murder was premeditated. His belief was that when the girl found herself back in the surroundings where she had spent such a happy girlhood in association with Phil Heredith, she was seized with a mad fit of jealousy against her successful rival, and under its influence had rushed upstairs and murdered her. Merrington had also come to the conclusion that her mother knew nothing about the crime until afterwards, and then she had endeavored to shield her daughter by lying to the police and sending Millie Saker out of the way. Merrington was unable to account for Hazel's possession of the revolver with which Mrs. Heredith had been killed. The girl maintained her stubborn silence after her arrest, and refused to answer any questions about the weapon or anything connected with the crime. The police assumption was that she had obtained the revolver from the gun room of the Moat House shortly before the murder was committed. The gun room was underground. It had originally been the crypt of the Saxon castle which had once stood on the site where the Moat House was built, and was entered by a short flight of steps not far from the passage which led to the housekeeper's rooms. It was rectangular in shape, and, like the majority of gun rooms in Old English country mansions, contained a large assortment of ancient and modern weapons. Neither Sir Philip Heredith nor Miss Heredith was able to state whether the revolver found in the housekeeper's room belonged to the moat house or was the property of one of the guests, and Phil Heredith was too ill to be asked. As expert evidence at the inquest definitely determined that the bullet extracted from the murdered woman had been fired from the revolver, Merrington did not attach very much importance to the question of ownership, but before his departure for London he arranged that Caldew should return to the moat house later with the revolver for Phil's inspection, in the hope of settling the point before the trial. Miss Heredith had undertaken to let the detectives know when her nephew was well enough to be seen, but as time went on she doubted whether he would ever recover. Although the delirium which had followed his seizure had passed away, he was slow in regaining health, and remained in bed, listless and indifferent to everything, sometimes reading a little, but often lying still, staring at the wall. He was passive and quiet, and obedient as a child. He seemed to have no recollection of the events of the night of the murder, and his aunt did not dare to recall them to his mind. It was for Phil's sake, and for him only, that she was able to preserve her own courage and calmness through the sordid ordeal of the lengthy inquest and the empty pomp of the funeral of the young wife. Her own heart was bruised and numb within her with the horrors which had been heaped upon her. She was like one who had seen a pit open suddenly at her feet, revealing terrible human obscenities and abominations wallowing nakedly in the depths. It was a poignant shock to her that human nature was capable of such infamy. Her startled virgin eyes saw for the first time in the monstrous passion of sex a force which was stronger than her own most cherished beliefs. If a sweet and gentle girl like Hazel Rath, who had been brought up under her own eye to walk uprightly, could be swept away in the surge of tempestuous passion to commit murder, where did faith and religion stand? Almost as much as the effect of the murder did she fear the result of this second revelation on her nephew. The knowledge that the person accused of killing his wife was a girl who had lived in his own home for years was bound to have an additionally injurious effect on his strange and sensitive temperament. Nobody knew that temperament better than Miss Heredith. It was not the Heredith temperament. It had been the heritage of his mother, a strange, elfin, wayward creature, who had died bringing Phil into the world. Like all sisters, Miss Heredith had wondered what her brother had seen in his wife to marry her. Phil had all along been a disappointment to his father. He had come into the world with a lame foot and a frail frame, and the Herediths had always been noted for masculine strength and grace. Instead of growing up with a scorn for books and an absorbing love of sport, like a true Heredith, Phil had early revealed symptoms of a bookish, studious disposition, reserved and shy, with little liking for other boys or boyish games. His one hobby was an interest in natural history. He devoted his pocket money to the purchase of strange pets, which he kept in cages while they lived and stuffed when they died. Miss Heredith had disapproved of this hobby, but had suffered it in silence, on the principle that a Heredith could do no wrong, until one winter's morning she had been frightened into her first and only fit of hysterics by discovering a large spotted snake coiled snugly on some flannel garments she was making for the wife of the curate, in anticipation of that unfortunate lady's fifth lying-in. Investigation brought to light the fact that the snake had been surreptitiously purchased by Master Phil from a Covent Garden dealer. He had kept it in a box in the stables, but, finding it torpid with cold one night, he had put it in his aunt's work-basket for the sake of the warmth. When Miss Heredith recovered from her hysterics she had seen to it that Phil was packed off to school almost as quickly as the snake was packed off to the zoological gardens. After Phil's college days his father's influence had obtained for him a government post which was to be the forerunner of a diplomatic career, if Phil cared for it. That was before the war, which upset so many plans. In his capacity of assistant departmental secretary, Phil had nothing particular to do, and an ample allowance from his father to spend in his leisure time. Many young men in these circumstances, thrown on their own resources in London with plenty of money to spend, would have lost no time in going wrong, but Phil's temperament preserved him from those temptations which so many young well-born men find irresistible. He had a disdain for the stage, he did not care for chorus girls, he disliked horse racing, and he did not drink. He sought distractions in another way, and rumors of those distractions filtered in due course down to his family home in Sussex. It was whispered that Phil was queer, that his old passion for petting reptiles and lower animal forms had merely been diverted into another channel. He had become a socialist, and had been seen consorting with the lower orders at East End meetings with other people sufficiently respectable to have known better. It was even stated that he had supported an Irish revolutionary countess, who had discovered the first socialist in Jesus Christ, and wanted to disestablish the Church of England by taking the chair for her when she announced these tenets to the rabble in Hyde Park one fine Sunday afternoon. A Heredith, a socialist and nonconformist. These were bitter blows to Miss Heredith, a woman soaked in family and church tradition, but she bore the shock with uncompromising front, and was able to make the shortcomings of Phil's mother a vicarious sacrifice for the misdeeds of the son. But the bitterest blow to Miss Heredith's family pride was the news of Phil's marriage. Till then she had pinned her faith, like a wise woman, in the reformative influence of a good marriage. Although a spinster herself, she was aware that there was no better method of reducing the showy nettlesome paces of youth to the sober jog-trot of middle age than the restraining influence of the right kind of yokefellow. The qualities Phil most needed in a wife were those possessed by a sober-minded, unimaginative, placid girl of conventional mold. Such maidens are not unknown in rural England, and Miss Heredith had not much difficulty in picking upon one in the county sufficiently well-born to mate with the Herediths. Miss Heredith perfected her plan in detail, and had even gone to the length of drafting the letter which was to bring Phil down from London to be matrimonially snared, when the news came that he had snared himself in London without his aunt's assistance. She did not like his wife from the first, and it was equally certain that Phil's wife did not like her. It was a marvelous thing to Miss Heredith that a shallow worldly girl like Violet should have captured the heart of a young man like her nephew so completely as to cause him to alter his ways of life for her. Phil loved nature, and books, and solitary ways. His wife detested such things. Phil, in his eagerness to please her, and banish her apparent boredom with country life, had suggested asking some people from London with whom, at one time, he would have had very little in common. Perhaps his London life had changed him, but if so, it was a change for the worse for a young man, and a Heredith, to be so much under the thumb of his wife as to give up his own habits of life at her behest. But Phil was so much in love that he had done so, cheerfully and willingly. Violet's lightest wish was his law. These thoughts, and others like them, passed and repassed through Miss Heredith's mind as she sat, day after day, in her nephew's sick room. It was her custom to take her needlework there of an afternoon, and relieve the nurse for 2 or 3 hours. But her sewing frequently lay idle in her lap, and she leaned back in her chair, absorbed in thought, glancing from time to time at Phil's worn face on the pillow, where he lay like one exhausted and weary, reluctant to return to the turmoil of life. He took his food and medicine with the docility of a child, and occasionally smiled at his aunt when she ministered to him. Gradually he mended and increased in bodily strength until he was able to sit up, and smoke an occasional cigarette. Sometimes he talked a little with his aunt, but always on indifferent subjects. He never asked about his wife, or spoke of the murder, as he had done in his delirium. It was apparent to those about him that his recollection of the events which had brought about his illness had not yet returned. Nature had, for the time being, soothed his stricken brain with temporary oblivion. Then one day the change that Miss Heredith anticipated and feared came on him as swiftly as a dream. She entered the room to find him up and dressed, walking up and down with a quick and hurried stride. One glance from his quick dark eyes conveyed to her that his wandering senses had recrossed the border line of consciousness, and entered into the horror and agony of remembrance. "Phil, dear," she said, hastening to his side, "is this wise? How long have I been lying here?" he demanded impatiently, as though he had not heard her speak. "It is 10 days since you were taken ill," she replied, in a low voice. 10 days. He repeated in a stupefied tone, as though unable to realize the import of the lapse of time. "It is incredible. It seems to me as though it was only a few hours. What has happened? What has been done by the police? Has the murderer been arrested?" It came to Miss Heredith with a shock that his dormant brain had awakened to leap back to the thing which had paralyzed it, and with that knowledge came the realization that the dreaded moment for the revelation she had to make had arrived. And, like a woman, she sought to postpone it. "Phil," she said weakly, "do not talk about it, until you are stronger." "I am strong enough not to be treated as a child," he rejoined fretfully, turning on her a sallow face, with a bright spot in each cheek. "Is the funeral over?" "Some days ago," she murmured, and there was a thankful feeling in her heart that it was so. Before he had time to speak again there was a tap at the door, and a maidservant entered. "Mr. Musard would like to speak to you for a moment, ma'am," she said to Miss Heredith. Miss Heredith caught eagerly at the respite. "Tell him I will come at once. Phil," she added, turning to her nephew, "I will send Vincent to you. He can tell you better than I. He has been here all through your illness, and has looked after everything." She hurried from the room without waiting for his reply. She saw the tall form of Musard standing in the hall, and went rapidly to him. "Phil has come to his senses, Vincent," she exclaimed, in an agitated voice. "He wants to know everything that has happened since he was taken ill. What shall we do? He must be told, of course, replied Musard, with masculine decision. It is better that he should know than be kept in suspense. How is he? He seems quite normal and rational. Will you see him and tell him? Yes. As a matter of fact, it is advisable that he should know everything without delay. I sent for you to tell you that Detective Koldewey has just arrived to ascertain if Phil can identify the revolver. I told him Phil was still ill, but he is persistent, and thinks that he ought to be allowed to see him. It would be better if Phil could see him, and settle the point. Oh, Vincent, do you think it is wise? Yes. Phil has had a shock, but it is not going to kill him, and the sooner he takes up his ordinary life again the better it will be for him. Come, now, everything will be all right. He smiled at her anxious face reassuringly. Leave it to me. I will see that nothing is done to agitate Phil if I do not think him strong enough to bear it. Now, let us go to him. The bedroom door was open and Phil was standing near it as though awaiting their appearance. He held out his hand to Musard, who was surprised by the strength of his grip. He eyed the young man critically, and thought he looked fairly well considering the ordeal he had passed through. I am glad to see you better, Phil, he said. How do you feel? Not very fit yet. I am all right, responded Phil quickly. Now, Musard, I want you to tell me all that has happened since I have been lying here. I am completely in the dark. Has anybody been arrested for the murder of my wife? He spoke in a dry impersonal tone as though of some occurrence in which he had but a remote interest, but Musard was too keen a judge of men to be deceived by his apparent calmness. He thought that it was better for him to learn the truth at once. Yes, Phil, he said quietly, there has been an arrest. Hazel Rath has been arrested for the murder of Violet. Who? The tone of detachment disappeared. The interrogation was flung at Musard's head with a world of incredulity and amazement. Hazel Rath, the housekeeper's daughter. In the name of God, why? Gently, laddie. Sit down, and take it quietly. I'll tell you all. Phil controlled himself with a painful effort, and took a chair near the bedside. Go on, he said hoarsely. Musard seated himself on the edge of the bed at his side, and entered upon a narration of the circumstances which had led to the arrest of Hazel Rath. Phil listened attentively, but the expression of amazement never left his face. When Musard finished he was silent for a moment, and then impetuously broke out. I feel sure Hazel Rath did not commit this crime. Musard was silent. That was a question upon which he did not feel called upon to advance an opinion. Miss Heredith was too moved to speak. Why do you not say something? Exclaimed Phil, turning on her angrily. Surely you do not think Hazel guilty? Oh, Phil, responded his aunt piteously, it seems hard to believe, but what else can we think? There was the revolver and the handkerchief found in her mother's room, and the little greenstone brooch you gave her was picked up in Violet's bedroom. Why do they think she has killed her? Tell me that. Musard, in his narration of the facts, had omitted mention of the supposed motive, but he now made a gesture to Miss Heredith to indicate that she had better tell Phil. It was because the police believe that Hazel was in love with you, Phil, she falteringly said. They think she murdered Violet in a fit of jealousy. Hazel in love with me. He echoed the phrase in mingled scorn and amazement. That is preposterous. If the police have nothing better than that to go on. They have, interrupted Musard. They are going on the clues I have mentioned, the brooch, the handkerchief, and the revolver. Where did Hazel get the revolver? It is thought she got it from the gun room. There are no revolvers in the gun room, rejoined Phil quickly. We have no revolvers, unless father bought one recently. What make is it? The ownership of the revolver is a point the police have not yet been able to settle, returned Musard. It is only an assumption on their part that Hazel got it from the gunroom. They thought it either belonged to the house or was left behind by one of the guests. Neither your aunt nor I knew, and Sir Philip was unable to settle the point. The police thought you might know. As a matter of fact, one of the detectives engaged in the investigations has just arrived from London and brought the revolver with him to see if you can identify it. I should like to see him. Where is he? In the library. I will bring him in. Musard left the room and quickly returned with Koldewey, who entered with a businesslike air. This is Mr. Heredith, said Musard. I trust you are better, Mr. Heredith, said the detective smoothly. I am sorry to trouble you so soon after your illness, but there is a point we would like to settle before the trial of the woman who is charged with murdering your wife. We want, if possible, to establish the ownership of the weapon with which the murder was committed. He produced a revolver from the pocket of his light overcoat as he spoke. In view of the evidence, the identification of the weapon does not matter much one way or another, but it is as well to fix the point, if we can. The girl refuses to say where she obtained the revolver. Indeed, she remains stubbornly silent about the crime, and refuses to say anything about it. That doesn't matter very much either, because the evidence against her is so strong that she is bound to be convicted. Can you tell me anything about the revolver, Mr. Heredith? Do you recognize it? Phil was turning the revolver over in his hands, examining it closely. Yes, he said. I recognize it. It belongs to Captain Nepcote. Captain Nepcote. Who is he? He is a friend of my nephew's who was staying here, but left the afternoon of the day the murder was committed, said Miss Heredith. He was recalled to the front, I understand. I gave his name to Superintendent Merrington as one of the guests who had been staying here. How do you identify the revolver as his property? Asked Caldew, turning to Phil. By the bullet mark in the handle. The day before my wife was killed it was raining, and some of the guests were down in the gun room shooting at a target with Nepcote's revolver. He showed us this mark in the handle, and said that it had saved his life in France. He was leading his men in a night raid on the German lines, and a German officer fired at him at close range, but the bullet glanced off the handle of the revolver. Then there can be no doubt Hazel Rath got it from the gun room, said Caldew, returning the weapon to his pocket. Captain Nepcote must have left it behind him there, and that is where Hazel Rath found it. No, that seems impossible, said Phil. Well, I think it is quite possible, replied Caldew. Is it your opinion, then, that Miss Rath is guilty? Demanded Phil, with a note of sharp anger in his voice. Phil, said Miss Heredith, you must not excite yourself. But the young man took no notice of his aunt's gentle remonstrance. His eyes were fixed on the detective. I have not the least doubt of it, was the detective's cold response. I must say I think you have made a terrible mistake, Phil said, striding about the room in a state of great agitation. Hazel would not, she could not, have done this thing. He wheeled sharply around, as though struck by a sudden thought. Are the jewels safe? He added. Yes, said Miss Heredith. We found Violet's jewel case locked, so I put it away in the library safe. The question of robbery does not enter into the crime, remarked Caldew. The motive, as we have established it, is quite different. I have been told of the motive you allege against this unhappy girl, said Phil indignantly. That idea is utterly preposterous. Again, I say, I believe that you have made a blunder. I do not think Hazel would handle a revolver. She was always very nervous of firearms. That is quite true, murmured Miss Heredith. A jealous woman forgets her fears, said the detective rather maliciously. She didn't stop to think of that when she wanted to use the revolver. And where did she get it from? Asked Phil quickly. Caldew shrugged his shoulders, but remained silent. You still persist in thinking that she obtained the revolver from the gun room? Phil continued. Yes, I do. Do you not intend to make any further inquiries? You had better see Nepcote about the revolver. I will give you his address. Captain Nepcote left here to go to the front, and we have not heard from him since, Miss Heredith explained to the detective. In a calmer moment Caldew might have realized the expediency of Phil's suggestion, but his professional dignity was affronted at what he considered the young man's attempt to interfere in the case and direct the course of the police investigations. It was the desire to snub what he regarded as a meddlesome interposition in his own business which prompted him to reply. It is a matter of small importance, one way or the other. It is sufficient for the Crown case to know the owner of the revolver. The point is that the murder was committed with it, and it was subsequently found in the girl's possession. I have nothing more to say to you, said Phil. Are you convinced now, Phil? Asked Miss Heredith sadly, when Caldew had taken his departure. It was hard for me to believe at first, but everything seems so certain. I am not at all convinced, was the stern reply. On the contrary, I feel sure that some terrible mistake has been made. I would stake my life on the innocence of Hazel Rath. How can you, who have known her so long, believe she would do a deed like this? The detective who has just left us is obviously a fool, and I am not satisfied that all the facts about Violet's death have been brought to light. I am going to London at once to bring another detective to inquire into the case. You know more about these things than me, Musard. Can you tell me of a good man? If you are determined to bring in another detective, you cannot do better than get Colwyn, replied Musard. Colwyn, the famous private detective. He is the very man I should like. Where is he to be found? He has rooms somewhere near Ludgate Circus. I will write down the address. I think he will come, if he is not otherwise engaged. Why should he refuse? Demanded Phil haughtily. I will pay him well. It is not a question of money with a man like Colwyn, and I advise you not to use that tone with him if you want his help. Very well, said Phil, pocketing the address Musard had written down. I will catch the 6:30 evening train up. Aunt, you might tell them to give me something to eat in the small breakfast room. I do not want to be bothered getting dinner in town. Phil, dear, you mustn't dream of going to London in your present state of health, expostulated Miss Heredith tearfully. Why not leave it until you are stronger? Vincent, try and persuade him not to go. Phil is the best judge of his own actions in a matter like this, replied Musard gravely. At least let Vincent go with you, Phil, urged his aunt. I want nobody to accompany me, replied Phil, speaking in a tone he had never used to his aunt before. I will go and get ready. Tell Linton to have the small car ready to drive me to the station. Chapter 15. Colwyn had rooms in the upper part of a block of buildings on Ludgate Hill, looking down on the circus, above the rookery of passages which burrowed tortuously under the railway arches to Water Lane, Printing House Square, and Blackfriars. It was a strange locality to live in, but it suited Colwyn. It was in the thick of things. From his windows, high up above the roar of the traffic, he could watch the ceaseless flow of life eastward and westward all day long, and far into the night. No other part of London offered such variety and scope in the study of humanity. The city was stodgy, the Strand too uniform, Piccadilly too fashionable, and the select areas for bachelor chambers, such as the Temple and Half Moon Street, were backwaters as remote from the roaring turbulent stream of London life as the Sussex Downs or the Yorkshire moors. In addition to these things, the spot offered a fine contrast in walks to suit different moods. There was that avenue of wizardry, Fleet Street, whose high priests and slaves juggled with the news of the world. There was the glitter of plate glass fronts between the Circus and St. Paul's, the twilight stillness of the archway passages and their little squeezed shops, the isolation of Playhouse Yard and Printing House Square, the bustle of Bridge Street, and the Embankment. From his window Colwyn could see the city shop girls feeding the pigeons of St. Paul's around the statue of Queen Anne. To Colwyn, London was the place of adventures. He had lived in New York and Paris, but neither of these cities had for him the same fascination as the sprawling giant of the Thames. Paris was as stimulating and provocative as a paid mistress, but palled as quickly. In New York mysteries beckoned at every street corner, but too importunately. Neither city was sufficiently discreet for Colwyn's reticent mind. But London was like a woman who hid a secret life beneath an austere face and sober garments. Underneath her air of prim propriety and calm indifference were to be found more enthralling secrets than any other city of the world could reveal. It was emblematic of London that her mysteries, in their strangest aspects and phases, preserved the air of ordinary events. Colwyn saw nothing extraordinary in this. To him life seemed so perpetually inconsistent that there could be nothing inconsistent in any of its events. It was to his faith in this axiom, expressed after his own paradoxical fashion, that he partly owed some of those brilliant successes which had stamped him as one of the foremost criminal investigators of his day. He never rejected a story on the score of its improbability. He had seen so many unusual things in his career that he once declared that it was the unforeseen, and not the expected, which occurs most frequently in this strange world of ours. That was, perhaps, partly due to the wide gulf between human ideals and actions, but, whatever the reason, Colwyn never lost sight of the fact that the incredible, once it happened, became as commonplace as the meals we eat or the clothes we wear. It seemed to Colwyn that the unexpected happened too frequently to call forth the astonishment with which it was invariably greeted by most people. In his experience, life was almost too prodigal of its surprises, so much so, indeed, as to be in danger of reaching the limit of its own resources. But he consoled himself, whimsically enough, with the belief that such an event was too probable ever to happen. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and Colwyn, getting up from a table where he had been busily writing, walked to the window and looked down on the deserted street beneath. It was a nightly custom of his. He lived, as he worked, alone, attended only by a taciturn manservant who had been with him for many years. He accepted with characteristic philosophy the view that a man who spent his time unveiling shameful human secrets had no right to share his life with anybody. Even the articles of furniture of his lonely rooms, if endowed with any sort of entity, might have worn a furtive air in their consciousness of the secrets they had heard whispered in their owners' ears by those who had sought his counsel and assistance in their trouble and despair. There had been many such secrets poured forth in those lonely rooms, perched up high above the roar of the London traffic. It was the confessional of the incredible. As Colwyn stood at the window, the electric bell of the front door rang sharply through the empty building. Looking down into the street, he saw the figure of a man in the doorway beneath. He glanced at his watch. It was late for a visitor. He walked to the lift at the end of the passage and descended. As he did so, the bell in his rooms once more pealed forth beneath the pressure of an impatient hand. The visitor, revealed by the light in the hall, was a young man muffled in a thick overcoat for protection against the sharp autumn wind which was blowing along the rain-splashed street. He stepped inside the door as Colwyn opened it, and, glancing at the detective from a pair of dark eyes just visible beneath the flap of his soft felt hat, said, "Are you Mr. Colwyn?" "Yes. What can I do for you?" "I am afraid it is a very late hour for a visit," said the other, brushing the raindrops off his coat as he spoke, "but I should be very glad if you could spare me a little time, late as it is. I have come from the country to see you." Colwyn nodded without speaking. Strange adventures had come to him at stranger hours. He showed the way to the lift, switched off the electric light he had turned on in the passage, and ascended with his visitor to his rooms. There his companion, with an impulsiveness which contrasted with the detective's quiet composure, again spoke. "I want your assistance, Mr. Colwyn." "Will you not be seated?" said the detective, as with a swift glance he took in the external attributes of his young and well-dressed visitor. "Thank you. I regret to disturb you at such a late hour, but the train I traveled by was greatly delayed by an accident. I thought at first of postponing my visit till the morning, but it is so urgent, to me, at all events, that I determined to try and see you tonight." "It was just as well that you did. I may be called out of London in the morning." "Then I am glad that I came. My name is Heredith, Philip Heredith." Colwyn looked at his visitor with a keener interest. The London newspapers were full of the particulars of the Moat House crime, and had published intimate accounts of the Heredith family, their wealth, social position, and standing in the county. Colwyn, as he glanced at Philip Heredith, came to the conclusion that the London picture papers had been once more guilty of deceiving their credulous readers. The portraits they had published of him in no wise resembled the young man who was now seated opposite him, regarding him with a sad and troubled look. "I have heard of your great skill and cleverness in criminal investigation, Mr. Colwyn," continued Phil earnestly, "and wish to avail myself of your help. That is the object of my visit." Colwyn waited for his visitor to disclose the reasons which had brought him, seeking advice. He had followed the newspaper accounts of the murder and police investigations with keen interest. The special correspondents had done full justice to the arrest of Hazel Rath. There is no room for reticence or delicacy in modern journalism, and no reserves except those dictated by fear of the law for libel. Colwyn was therefore aware that Hazel Rath figured as the woman in the case, and was supposed to have shot the young wife in a fit of jealousy. The newspapers, in publishing these disclosures, had hinted at the existence of previous tender relations between the young husband and the arrested girl, in order to whet the public appetite for the remarkable revelations which it was hoped would be brought forward at the trial. "I have come to consult you about the murder of my wife," continued Phil, speaking with an evident effort. "I should like you to make some investigations." Colwyn was sufficiently false to his own philosophy of life to experience a feeling which he would have been the first to admit with surprise. "The police have already made an arrest in the case," he said. "I believe they have arrested an innocent girl." As the young man sat there, he looked so worn and ill that Colwyn felt his sympathy go out to him. He seemed too boyish and frail to bear such a weight of tragedy on his shoulders at the outset of his life. His face wore an aspect of despair. "If you think that a mistake has been made, you had better go to Scotland Yard," said Colwyn. "I have already spoken to Detective Caldew, but his attitude convinced me that it was hopeless to expect any assistance from Scotland Yard, so I decided to come to you." "In that case you had better tell me all that you know, if you wish me to help you," said the detective. "In the first place, I wish to hear all the facts of the murder itself. I have read the newspaper accounts, but they necessarily lack those more intimate details which may mean so much. I should like to hear everything from beginning to end." In a voice which was still weak from illness, Phil did as he was requested, and related the strange sequence of events which had happened at the Moat House on the night of his wife's murder. Those events, as he described them, took on a new complexion to his listener, suggesting a deeper and more complex mystery than the newspaper accounts of the crime. From the first the Moat House murder had appealed to Colwyn's imagination and stimulated his intellectual curiosity. There was the pathos of the youth and sex of the victim, murdered in a peaceful country home. The terrible primality of murder accords more easily with the elemental gregariousness of slum existence. Its horror is accentuated, by force of contrast, in the tender simplicity of an English sylvan setting. Colwyn's chief interest lay in the fact that, although the case against Hazel Rath was as strong as circumstantial evidence could make it, the supposed motive for the crime was weak. But he reflected that there did not exist in human life any motive sufficiently strong to warrant the commission of a crime like murder. Probably no great murder had ever been justified by motive, in the sense that incitement is vindication, though human nature, ever on the alert in defense of itself, was prone to accept such excuses as passion and revenge as adequate motives for destruction. The point which perplexed Colwyn in this particular case was whether the incitement of jealousy was sufficient to impel a young girl, brought up in good social environment, which is ever a conventional deterrent to violent crime, to murder her rival in a sudden gust of passion. Now, let me hear your reasons for thinking that the police have made a mistake in arresting Hazel Rath, the detective said, when Phil had concluded his narration of the events of the night of the murder. The case against her seems very strong. Nevertheless, I feel sure she did not do it, said Phil emphatically. I understand her nature and disposition too well to believe her guilty. I have known her since childhood. She has a sweet and gentle nature. I am afraid your personal opinion will count for very little against the weight of evidence, replied Colwyn. It is impossible to generalize in a crime like murder. My experience is that the most unlikely people commit violent crimes under sudden stress. Unless you have something more to go upon than that, your protestations will count for very little at the trial. Criminal judges know too well that human nature is capable of almost anything except sustained goodness. It was the same point of view, only differently expressed, that Superintendent Merrington had advanced to Captain Stanhill at the moat house the evening after the murder. I have other reasons for thinking Hazel Rath innocent, replied Phil. If she had murdered my wife we would have seen her as we rushed upstairs after hearing the scream and shot. She hadn't time to escape. What about the window of your wife's room? It is nearly 20 feet from the ground, so that would be impossible. How do you account for the brooch being found in your wife's bedroom? Is there any doubt that it belongs to Hazel Rath? It is quite true that the brooch is hers. I gave it to her on her birthday, some years ago. The police think that Hazel is in love with me, and murdered my wife through jealousy. But that is not true. I have known her since she was a little girl, and regarded her as a sister. Phil uttered these words with a ringing sincerity which it was impossible to doubt. But that statement, Colwyn reflected, did not carry them very far. The speaker might honestly believe that the feeling existing between himself and Hazel Rath was like the affection of brother and sister, but he was speaking for himself, and not for the girl. Who could read the secret of a woman's heart? The real question was, did Hazel Rath love Philip Heredith? There lay a motive for the murder, if she did. Does Hazel Rath still refuse to explain how her brooch came to be found in Mrs. Heredith's bedroom and subsequently disappeared? Inquired Colwyn after a short pause. I understand that she persists in remaining silent, returned the young man. Oh, I admit the case seems suspicious against her, he continued passionately, as though in answer to a slight shrug of the detective's shoulders. It is for that reason I have come to you. I believe her innocent, and I want you to try and establish her innocence. I am afraid I must decline, Mr. Heredith. A sympathetic glance of Colwyn's eyes softened the firm tone of the refusal. Apart from your own belief in Miss Rath's innocence, you have very little to go upon. There is more than that to go upon, said Phil. There is the question of the identity of the revolver. Hazel is supposed to have obtained it from the gun room. I know that from the newspaper reports. Yes, but you do not know that the detectives have not been able to establish the ownership of the weapon until today. They were under the impression that it belonged to the moat house, but neither my father nor aunt was able to settle the point. Detective Caldue visited the moat house today to see if I could identify it. I immediately recognized it as the property of Captain Nepcote. Who is Captain Nepcote? He is a friend of mine. I knew him in London before I was married. He was a friend of my wife's also. He was one of our guests at the moat house until the day of the murder. Did he leave before the murder was committed? Yes, some hours before. Then how did Hazel Rath obtain possession of his revolver? That is what I do not know. I must tell you that the day before the murder some of our guests spent a wet afternoon amusing themselves shooting at a target in the gun room. They were using Captain Nepcote's revolver. When I told Detective Caldue this, he came to the conclusion that Nepcote must have left it there after the shooting, and Hazel Rath found it when she went to look for a weapon. I see. And what is your own opinion? I do not believe it for one moment. Why not? For one thing, it strikes me as unlikely that Nepcote would forget his revolver when leaving the gun room. In any case, the police are taking too much for granted in assuming, without inquiry, that he did. Caldue told me that the question of the ownership of the revolver did not affect the case against Hazel Rath in the slightest degree. Do you know whether the revolver was seen by anybody between the time of Captain Nepcote's departure and its discovery in Hazel Rath's possession? I understand that it was not. Do you know whether Captain Nepcote took it from the gun room after the target shooting? That I cannot say. I left the gun room before the shooting was finished. Let me see if I thoroughly understand the position, said Colwyn. In your narrative of the events of the murder you stated that all the members of the household and the guests were in the dining room when the murder was committed. Nepcote was not there because he had returned to London during the afternoon. Nevertheless, it was with his revolver that your wife was shot. That is correct, said Phil. If Nepcote did not leave his revolver in the gun room, the police theory would be upset on an important point, and the case would take on a new aspect. Have you any suspicions that you have not confided to me? I cannot say that I have any particular suspicions, the young man replied. I do not know what to think, but I should like to have this terrible mystery cleared up. I have not seen Nepcote since the day of the murder to ask him about the revolver. He said goodbye to me before he left, and I understood that he had received a wire from the War Office recalling him to the front. After the murder I was taken ill, as I have told you, and it was not until today that I was informed of what happened during my illness. I am inclined to agree with you that the case wants further investigation, said Colwyn. Then will you undertake it? Asked Phil. The feeling that he was face to face with one of the deepest mysteries of his career acted as an irresistible call to Colwyn's intellect. He consulted the leaves of his engagement book. Yes, I will come, he said. Phil glanced at his watch. I am afraid we can hardly catch the last train to Heredith, he said. We will drive down in my car, said Colwyn. Please excuse me for a few moments. He left the room, and returned in a few moments fully equipped for the journey. Let us start, he said. His tone was decided and imperative, his movements quick and full of energy. That was wholly like him, once he had decided on his course. Chapter 16. It was so late that Ludgate Circus was deserted except for a ramshackle cab with a drunken driver pouring forth a hoarse story of a mean fare to a sleepy policeman leaning against a lamp-post. The sight of two gentlemen on foot when all buses had stopped running for the night raised fleeting hopes in the cabman's pessimistic breast, and changed the flow of his narrative into a strident appeal for hire, based on the plea, which he called on the policeman to support, that he hadn't turned a wheel that night, and amplified with a profanity which only the friendliest understanding with the policeman could have permitted him to pour forth without fear of consequences. He intimated his readiness to drive them anywhere between the Angel on one side of London and the Elephant on the other for 3 bob, or, being a bit of a sport, would toss them to make it 5 bob or nothing. The boundaries, he explained in a husky parenthesis, were fixed not so much by his own refusal to travel farther afield as by his horse's unwillingness to go into the blasted suburbs. As his importunities passed unregarded he damned them both with the terrible earnestness of his class, and rumbled back into his dislocated story with a languid policeman. Colwyn kept his car in a garage off the Bridge Street archway. Thither they proceeded, and waited while the car was got ready for the roads by a shock-headed man who broke the stillness of the night with prodigious yawns, and then stood blinking like an owl as he leaned against the yard gates watching the detective backing the car down the declivity of the passage into Bridge Street. Before they had reached it, he banged the gates behind him with another tremendous yawn, and went back to his interrupted slumber in the interior of a limousine. It was a fine night for motoring. There was a late moon, and the earlier rain had laid the dust and left the roads in good condition. Colwyn cautiously threaded the crooked tangle of narrow streets and sharp corners between Blackfriars and Victoria, but as the narrow streets opened into broader ways he increased the speed of his high-powered car, and by the time London was left behind for the quiet meadows and autumn-scented woods they were racing along the white country roads at a pace which caused the roadside avenues of trees to slide past them like twin files of soldiers on the double. Mile after mile slipped away in silence. Beyond an occasional direction of route by Phil there was no conversation between the two men in the car. Phil sat back looking straight in front of him, apparently absorbed in thought, and the car occupied Colwyn's attention. When they reached the heights above Heredith, Phil pointed to the green flats beneath and the old house in a shroud of mist. "That is the moat house," he said. "The carriage drive is from the village side." And with that brief indication that they were nearing their journey's end, he once more settled back into silence. Colwyn brought the car down from the rise into the sleeping village, and a few minutes later he was driving up the winding carriageway between the rows of drooping trees. On the other side of the woods the moat house came into view. The moonlight gleamed on the high-pitched red roof, and drenched the garden in whiteness, but the mist which rose from the waters of the moat swathed the walls of the house like a cerement. The moon, crouching behind the umbrageous trees of the park, cast a heavy shadow on the lawn, like a giant's hand menacing the home of murder. Late as the hour was, Tufnell was up awaiting their arrival, with a light supper and wine set ready in a small room off the library. Phil had telephoned from Colwyn's rooms to say that he was returning with the detective, and the butler, as he helped them off with their coats, said that rumors of a railway accident had reached the moat house, causing Miss Heredith much anxiety until she received the telephone message. Colwyn and Phil sat down to supper, with the butler in assiduous attendance. The meal was a slight and silent one. Phil kept a host's courteous eye on his guests' needs, but showed no inclination for conversation, and Colwyn was not the man to talk for talking's sake. When they had finished, Phil asked the butler which room Mr. Colwyn was to occupy. "Miss Heredith has had the room next to Sir Philip's prepared, sir." "No doubt you are tired, Mr. Colwyn, and would like to retire," Phil said. "Thank you, I should. I travelled from Scotland last night, and had very little sleep." "In that case you will be glad to go to bed at once." "I will show you to your room," said the young man, rising from the table. "Please do not bother," replied Colwyn, noting the worn air and white face of the other. "You look done up yourself." "Miss Heredith was anxious that you should retire as soon as you could, sir, so as to get as much rest as possible after your journey," put in the butler, with the officious solicitude of an old servant. "Then I shall leave you in Tufnell's care," said Phil, holding out his hand as he said good night. He went out of the room, and Colwyn was left with the old butler. "Is it your wish to retire now?" the latter inquired. "I shall be glad to do so, if you will show me to my bedroom." The butler bowed gravely, and escorted Colwyn upstairs to his bedroom. "This is your room, sir. I hope you will be comfortable." "I feel sure that I shall," replied Colwyn, with a glance round the large handsome apartment. "Your dressing room opens off it, sir." "Thank you. Good night." "Good night, sir." The butler turned hesitatingly towards the door, as though he wished for some excuse to linger, but could think of nothing to justify such a course. He walked out of the room into the passage, and then turned suddenly, the light through the open doorway falling on his sharpened old features and watchful eyes. "What is it? Do you wish to speak to me?" said Colwyn, with his pleasant smile. A look of perplexity and doubt passed over the butler's face as he paused irresolutely in the doorway. "I merely wished to ask, sir, if there is anything else I can get for you before I go." His face had resumed its wonted impassivity, and the words came promptly, but Colwyn knew it was not the answer he had intended to make. "I want nothing further," he said. The butler bowed, and hurried away. Colwyn stood for a few moments pondering over the incident. Then he went to bed and slept soundly. He was awakened in the morning by the twittering of birds in the ivy outside his window. The mist from the moat crept up the glass like steam, but through it he caught glimpses of a dappled autumn sky, and in the distance a bright green hill, with a trail of white clouds floating over the feathery trees on the summit. As he watched the rapid play of light and shade on the hill, he wondered why the moat house had been built on the damp unwholesome flat lands instead of on the breezy height. When he descended later, he found Tufnell awaiting him in the hall to conduct him to the breakfast table. In the breakfast room Sir Philip, Miss Heredith, and Vincent Musard were assembled. The baronet greeted Colwyn with his gentle unfailing courtesy, and Musard shook hands with him heartily. The fact that Phil had brought him to the moat house was in itself sufficient to ensure a gracious reception from Miss Heredith, but as soon as she saw Colwyn she felt impelled to like him on his own account. It was not the repose and simplicity of his manners, or his freedom from the professional airs of ostentatious notoriety which attracted her, though these things had their weight with a woman like Miss Heredith, by conveying the comforting assurance that her guest was at least a gentleman. There was more than that. She was immediately conscious of that charm of personality which drew the liking of most people who came in contact with Colwyn. In the strong clear-cut face of the great criminologist, there was the abiding quality of sympathy with the sufferings which spring from human passions and the tragedy of life. But, if his serenity of expression suggested that he had not allowed his own disillusionment with life to embitter his outlook or narrow his vision, his glance also suggested a clear penetration of human motives which it would be unwise to try to blind. Miss Heredith instinctively realized that Colwyn was one of those rare human beings who were to be both feared and trusted. "You will not see my nephew until later," she explained to him as they sat down to breakfast. "He is far from strong yet, and he has had so little sleep since his illness that I am always glad when he is able to rest quietly. I looked in his room a few minutes ago and he was sleeping soundly, so I darkened the room and left him to sleep on." Colwyn expressed his sympathy. His quick intelligence, gauging his new surroundings and the members of the household, had instantly divined the sterling qualities, the oddities, and class prejudices which made up the strong individuality of the mistress of the moat house. He saw, for all her dignified front, that she was suffering from a shock which had shaken her to her inmost being, and he respected her for bearing herself so bravely under it. The breakfast progressed in the leisurely way of the English morning meal. The tragedy which had darkened the peaceful life of the household nearly a fortnight before was not mentioned. Colwyn appreciated the tact of his hostess in keeping the conversation to conventional channels, leaving it for him to introduce the object of his visit in his own time. Only at the conclusion of the meal, as Miss Heredith was leaving the apartment, did she tell him that she hoped he would let her know if there was anything he required or wished her to do. He thanked her, and said there was nothing just then. Later, it would be necessary for him to go over the house, under her guidance, if she could spare the time. She replied that she could do so after lunch if that would be suitable, and went away. Sir Philip followed her, and Colwyn and Musard were left alone. "Shall we have a cigar in the garden?" said Musard. He wished to know more of the man of whom he had heard so much by repute, and he believed that tobacco promoted sociability. He also desired to find out whether Colwyn's presence at the moat house meant that Phil had succeeded in impressing him with his own belief in the innocence of Hazel Rath. Colwyn willingly agreed. He realized the difficulties of the task ahead of him, and he welcomed the opportunity of hearing all he could about the murder from somebody who knew all the circumstances. Phil's personal knowledge of the facts did not extend beyond the point where he had fallen unconscious in the bedroom, and a talk with Musard offered the best available substitute for his own lack of first-hand impressions. The garden basked in the warmth of a mellow autumn sunshine which had dispersed the morning mist. In the air was the scent of late flowers and the murmurs of bees, the bright eyes of blackbirds and robins peeped out from the ornamental yews, and the peacocks trailed their plumes over the sparkling emerald lawns. But Colwyn and Musard had no thought of the beauty of the morning or the charm of the old-world garden as they paced across the lawn. It was Musard who broached the subject which was engrossing their minds. "It was very good of you to come down here, Mr. Colwyn. Your visit is a great relief to Miss Heredith. Does Miss Heredith share her nephew's belief in Miss Rath's innocence?" "I would not go so far as to say that, though I think his own earnestness has impressed her with the hope that some mistake has been made. But her chief concern is her nephew's health, and she is anxious, above all things, to remove his mental worry and unrest. The mere fact that you have undertaken to make further inquiries into the case will do much to ease his mind." "I will do what I can. My principal difficulty is to pick up the threads of the case. It is some time since the murder was committed, and the attendant circumstances which might have helped me in the beginning no longer exist. It is like groping for the entrance to a maze which has been covered over by the growths of time." "Do you yourself believe it possible that Hazel Rath is innocent?" "I have come here to investigate the case. The police account for the girl's possession of Captain Nepcote's revolver, with which Mrs. Heredith was shot, by the theory that she obtained it from the gun room of the moat house shortly before the murder. There is work for me to do both here and in London, in clearing up this point. It is so important that I cannot understand the attitude a detective called you in dismissing it as a matter of no consequence. If Hazel Rath were convicted with that question unsettled, she would be condemned on insufficient evidence. It is for this reason I have taken her interests into my hands. But, apart from this point, I am bound to say that the case against her strikes me as a very strong one." "Yet it is quite certain that Phil Heredith believes her innocent," remarked Musard thoughtfully. "Belief is an intangible thing. In any case, his belief is not shared by you. How do you know that?" "You would have said so." "Well, I will go so far as to say that Hazel Rath is a most unlikely person to commit murder. Murder is an unlikely crime. There is no brand of Cain to reveal the modern murderer. Fingerprints are a surer means of identification. This unhappy girl may be the victim of one of those combinations of sinister events which sometimes occur in crime, but I do not intend to form an opinion about that until I know more about the case. For that reason I shall be glad if you will give me your account of everything that happened on the night of the murder. Philip Heredith's story is incomplete, and I wish to hear all the facts. Musard nodded, and related the particulars with an attention to detail which left little to be desired. His version filled in the gaps of Phil's imperfect narrative, and enabled the detective to visualize the murder with greater mental distinctness. The two stories agreed in their essential particulars, but they varied in some degree in detail. Colwyn, however, was well aware that different witnesses never exactly agree in their impressions of the same event. Phil had made only an incidental reference to the dinner-table conversation about jewels, and Colwyn was not previously aware that the story of the ruby ring had occupied 20 minutes in the telling. "How did you come to tell the story?" he asked. Some of the ladies were admiring my ring, and Phil suggested that they should hear the story of its discovery. I had just finished when the scream rang out from upstairs, followed by the shot. How long was the interval between the scream and the shot? Only a few seconds, replied Musard. Some of us started to go upstairs as soon as we heard it, but the shot followed before we reached the door of the dining room. Colwyn reflected that this estimate differed from Phil Heredith's, who had thought that nearly half a minute elapsed between the scream and the shot. But he knew that a correct estimate of the lapse of time is even rarer than an accurate computation of distance. Musard knew nothing about two aspects of the case on which Colwyn desired to gain light. He had seen nothing of the target shooting in the gun room the day before the murder, but he thought it quite possible that Captain Nepcote's revolver might have lain there unnoticed until the following night, because the men of the house party were a poor shooting lot who were not likely to use the gun room much. He had heard the head gamekeeper say that there had been no shooting parties, and Tufnell had told him that only one or two of the men had brought guns with them. Neither was Musard aware whether there existed the motive of wronged virtue or slighted affection to arouse a girl like Hazel Rath to commit such a terrible crime. He had always thought her a sweet and modest girl, but he had seen too much of the world to place much reliance on externals, and he had had very few opportunities of observing whether there had been anything in the nature of a love affair between her and Philip. His own view was that whatever feeling existed was on the girl's side only. If there had been love passages between them, Phil's conscience would not have allowed him to be quite so certain of her innocence, added Musard. I told him of her arrest, and there can be no doubt that he thinks the police have made a hideous mistake in arresting her. Detective Caldew refused to admit the possibility of mistake, but Phil shuts his eyes to everything that tells against the girl, including her mother's unpleasant past. Did Miss Heredith know anything of her housekeeper's past? No, Mrs. Rath, as she calls herself, came to Heredith many years ago, took a small cottage, and tried to support her daughter and herself by giving lessons in music and French. She would have starved if it had not been for Miss Heredith, who helped her and her little girl, tried to get the mother some pupils, and finally took her into the moat house as housekeeper. Mrs. Rath disappeared from the place after her daughter's arrest, when the police had decided that it was not necessary to detain her, leaving a note behind her for Miss Heredith to say that she couldn't face her after all that had happened. Colwyn did not speak immediately. He was examining the row of upper windows which looked down on the garden in which they were standing. Is that the window of the room in which Mrs. Heredith was murdered? He asked, pointing to the first one. Yes. It is high for a first-floor window, but there is a fall in the ground on this side of the house. Colwyn tested the strength of the Virginia creeper which grew up the wall almost to the window, and then bent down to examine the grass and earth underneath. Caldew thought at first that the murderer escaped from the window, but Merrington did not agree with him, said Musard. If the remark was intended to extract an expression of opinion from Colwyn, it failed in effect, for he remained silent. He had regained his feet, and was looking up at the window again. Where is the door which opens on the back staircase of this wing? He said, at length. At the extreme end. You cannot see it from here. It opens on the back of the house. According to the newspaper reports of the case, the door is always kept locked. Is that correct? As a general rule it is. But it was found unlocked before dinner on the night the murder was committed. I was not informed of this before. Phil was not aware of it, and Detective Caldew attached so little importance to it when I told him after the murder that I should not have thought it worth mentioning if you had not asked me. Caldew's point of view was that the door had been left unlocked, accidentally, by one of the servants, which is quite possible. I understand both detectives agree that it had nothing to do with the murder, because the door was locked by the butler, who discovered it unlocked, fully an hour before the murder was committed. If Hazel Rath had attempted to escape that way, she would have been caught in a cul-de-sac, for we rushed upstairs from the dining room immediately we heard the scream. Did you search the back staircase? Almost immediately. It was empty. And there is no doubt that the door at the bottom was locked. None whatever. One of the young men tried it. What time did the butler make his discovery? Shortly before dinner. I do not know the exact time. Thank you. Now, if you will excuse me, I should like to see the room Mrs. Heredith occupied. Is it empty? Yes. The wing has been unoccupied since the night of the murder. Shall I show you the way up? It will not be necessary. I know the way, and I shall be there some time. In that case I will leave you till lunchtime, responded Musard, as he walked away. Colwyn did not go upstairs immediately. He took a solitary walk in the woods, thinking over everything that Musard had told him. Then he returned to the house and mounted the staircase to the left wing. His first act was to make a thorough examination of the unused back staircase at the end of the corridor. Then he entered the bedroom Mrs. Heredith had occupied. The room had the forlorn appearance of disuse. The bed had been partly stripped, and the tall backed chairs, in prim linen covers, looked like seated ghosts with arms akimbo. Colwyn's first act was to draw the heavy window curtains and open the window. He then commenced an examination of the room in the morning sunlight. His examination was long and thorough, but it brought nothing to light which added to his knowledge of the events of the murder. The time went on, and he was still engrossed in his scrutiny when the door opened and Phil entered the room. Chapter 17. Lunch is waiting, said the young man. My aunt thought that you did not hear the gong, so I came up to tell you. Miss Heredith was right, I did not hear it. I am sorry if I have kept you waiting. I have been so busy that I forgot the passing of time. If Phil felt any curiosity as to the matters which had engaged Colwyn's attention in the room where his wife had been murdered, he did not express it in words. My aunt will show you over the moat house after lunch, if you wish, was what he said. I should be glad, returned Colwyn. But I am reluctant to put Miss Heredith to the trouble. Do not think of that, responded Phil. My aunt desires nothing better than to show the old place to anybody she likes. And she has taken a liking to you. It is very good of her. I shall be pleased to accept her offer, for I wish to see over the house as soon as possible. They had started to descend the stairs. Colwyn, happening to glance over the balusters, saw the motionless figure of Tufnell standing at the bottom of the staircase, partly concealed by the group of ornamental shrubs in the hall. His face was turned upwards with an aspect of strained curiosity, but it was immediately withdrawn as his eyes encountered Colwyn's downward gaze. A moment later Colwyn saw him enter the dining room. When they reached the foot of the staircase, Colwyn, with an explanatory glance at his soiled hands and dusty clothes, promised to join the luncheon party in a few minutes. He went to his own room for a hasty toilet, and when he descended a few minutes later he again saw Tufnell in the hall. The butler, who was giving a direction to a servant, met his eye calmly, and hastened to open the dining room door for him. There was more conversation at luncheon than at the morning meal. The weight of senility relaxed from Sir Philip sufficiently to permit him to talk to his guest with some brightness. He told Colwyn a story of a seagoing ancestor of his who had entertained the royal family in his own frigate at Portsmouth in honor of Sir Horatio Nelson's victory of the Nile, and how the occasion had tempted the cupidity of his own fellow to make a nefarious penny by permitting the rabble of the town to take peeps at the guests through one of the portholes. It happened that one Jack Tar, eager to gaze on his idol Nelson, got his head jammed in the porthole, and broke up the party with a volley of terrible oaths and roars for assistance. The servant's name was Dick Egg, but he was a bad egg, chuckled Sir Philip, as he concluded the narrative. He repeated the poor joke several times in manifest appreciation. Miss Heredith did not smile at the story. She deprecated anything which had the slightest tendency to cast ridicule on the family name. That was made abundantly clear after the meal, when Sir Philip had retired to his room for his afternoon nap, and the others went over the old house. She took Colwyn under her special charge, and, forgetful of the real object of the detective's visit, discoursed impressively to him on the past glories of the Heredith line. She lingered long in each room, all rich in memories of the past, pointing out the objects of interest with loving pride. It would have been a disappointment to her if she had known that the guest who walked beside her, listening to her stories and legends of each antique relic and ancient picture, had his thoughts fixed on far different matters. Colwyn's reasons for seeing the moat house had little to do with ancient oak, carved ceilings, paneled walls, and old family portraits. It was not until they descended to the gun room that Colwyn's keen professional scrutiny suggested, by force of contrast, that his former air of interest had been largely feigned. There were several underground rooms, entered by a short flight of stone steps, with an oak door at the top and bottom. The two principal rooms were the armory, full of armor, spears, lances and bows, and the gun room adjoining. What arrested Colwyn's attention in the latter room was the display of guns on the walls. There were many varieties of them: rifled harquebuses, obsolete carbines, flintlock muskets, and modern rifles. In fact, the whole evolution of explosive weapons, from the first rude beginnings down to the breech loader of the present day. "The Herediths have ever been a family of great warriors, Mr. Colwyn," said Miss Heredith, following his glance along the walls. "Each of those weapons has some story of bravery, I might almost say heroism, attached to it. That sword you are looking at belonged to my grand-uncle, who commanded the British Army in the Peninsula. He was originally a major in the 14th Foot. I was under the impression that Wellington commanded in Portugal," said Musard. "My grand-uncle was Sir Arthur Wellesley's senior officer, Vincent," responded Miss Heredith. "He arrived in Portugal in 1809 to take command, but Sir Arthur most culpably failed to have horses ready to carry him to the field of battle. In consequence of Sir Arthur's neglect, my grand-uncle was compelled to take the next boat back to England. There was a question asked in the Commons of the day about Sir Arthur's conduct. I do not know what the question was, but the answer was in the negative, though I am not quite sure what that means. In any case, my grand-uncle was a greater soldier than Wellington. My mother often heard my grand-aunt say so." "I notice that there are no revolvers or pistols among the weapons on the walls," said Colwyn. "We never had a revolver," replied Phil. "There are a pair of horse pistols in that case," said Musard, pointing to an oblong mahogany box with brass corners, resting on a stand in a niche of the wall. He crossed over to the box and fumbled with the brass snibs, but was unable to open it. "The case is locked," he said. "Perhaps it is only jammed," suggested Phil. "Oh, no, it is locked fast enough. Do you understand anything about locks, Mr. Colwyn?" "You will have to break it open if you have lost the key," said Colwyn, after glancing at the box. "It is an obsolete type of lock." "I should have liked to show you those pistols," said Musard. "They carry as true as a rifle up to 50 yards. Their only drawback is that they are a bit clumsy, and have a heavy recoil." "I wonder where the key is," remarked Miss Heredith. "I must ask Tufnell about it." "Will you tell me where the revolver practice took place that afternoon?" said Colwyn, turning to Phil. "They were firing from behind the bagatelle board at a target fixed over there," said Phil, pointing to the far wall. "Who proposed the game?" "Nepcote. It was a very wet afternoon, and everybody had to stay indoors. He suggested after tea that it would be a good way of killing the time before dinner. Several of the men and 2 or 3 of the girls thought it a capital idea, and a sweepstake was arranged. They asked me for a revolver, but I told them we had not one. One of the officers offered his army revolver, but that was objected to as too heavy and dangerous for indoor shooting. Then Nepcote said that he had a light revolver in his bag, and he went upstairs to get it. He came downstairs with it in his hand, and those who were taking part in the sport went downstairs to the gun room. I went with them for a while, but I did not stay long." "Captain Nepcote's revolver is not an army weapon." "Oh, no. It is a very small and slight weapon, nickel-plated, with 6 chambers. It is so light as to resemble a toy. With a correspondingly light report, I presume. The sound of the target practice would not be heard upstairs. It would be an exceedingly loud report that penetrated to the upper regions through that door," interjected Musard, pointing to the oak door with iron clamps which gave entrance to the gun room. "Besides, there is another door at the top of the steps. If they were both shut you might fire off every weapon in the place without anybody upstairs hearing a sound." Colwyn had listened to Phil's account of the target shooting with the closest attention. He remained silent for some moments, as though he were pondering over every point in it. Then he said, "What makes you feel so sure that Nepcote did not leave his revolver in this room after the shooting?" "He could only have left it on the bagatelle board or one of the chairs," replied Phil earnestly. "If he had done so it would have been seen by somebody." "Provided anybody entered the gun room," put in Musard. "Of course there must have been somebody here," rejoined Phil with some warmth. "The detectives think that Hazel did not find it until the following evening. Do you suppose nobody visited the gun room for 24 hours? I think it quite likely with such a poor shooting lot, Musard commenced, but broke off as he caught Miss Heredith's warning glance. All right, laddie, he added soothingly, perhaps you are right, after all. I have no doubt I am right, exclaimed Phil excitedly. Do you not think I am right, Mr. Colwyn? I think that what you have said about the likelihood of the revolver having been seen is quite feasible, responded the detective. But there is nothing to be gained by discussing that possibility at the present moment. Shall we go upstairs again, Miss Heredith? He added, turning to her. She turned on him a grateful glance for his tact and forbearance, and hastened to lead the way from the gun room. The few words between Phil and Musard had not only brought sharply back to her all the past horror and agony of the murder, but had caused a poignant renewal of her apprehensions about her nephew's health. She realized that he was a changed being, moody and irritable, and liable to sudden fits of excitement on slight provocation. She felt that Musard had been rather inconsiderate to forget Phil's illness and cause him to get excited by differing from him. Her concern was not lessened by intercepting a strange glance which Phil cast at Musard when they reached the library. Before she had time to reflect on what it meant, Phil turned to her and asked her where she had put Violet's jewel case. I told you yesterday, Phil, that I brought it downstairs and locked it up, replied Miss Heredith, with a glance at the safe in the corner of the room. I have been keeping the keys until you got better. Then you might let me have them now, said the young man. I should like to see if the jewels are all right. Why, Phil, of course they are all right, his aunt replied. We found the jewel case locked, and not tampered with in any way. Was Mrs. Heredith's jewel case in her bedroom the night she was murdered? Asked Colwyn. Yes, responded Miss Heredith. We found it on her toilet table, where she usually kept it. Did it contain valuable jewels? It contained a necklace of pearls which was given to poor Violet by Sir Philip, was the reply. It is an old family necklace. Then I agree with Mr. Heredith that the jewel case should be opened. Very well, as you think it necessary, I will go to my room for the keys. Miss Heredith left the library and returned in a few moments with a small bunch of keys in her hand. She went to the safe, unlocked it, and returned to the table bearing an oblong silver box of quaint design, with the portrait of a stout simpering lady in enamel on the cover. Miss Heredith directed Colwyn's attention to the portrait, remarking that it was a likeness of a princess of the reigning house, who had given it and the box to her great-uncle, Captain Sir Philip Heredith. Her Royal Highness held my great-uncle in much esteem, Mr. Colwyn, she added, as she proceeded to fit one of the keys into the box. He was one of the most famous of Nelson's captains. When he died, the residents of his native town erected a memorial to him. It was inscribed with testimony to his worth in a civic, military, and Christian capacity, together with a text stating that he caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. Beneath the text was commemorated his feat in sinking the French frigate L'Equille, with every soul on board. That hardly seems like causing the widow's heart to sing for joy, commented Musard. The reference was to English widows, Vincent, replied Miss Heredith, proceeding to open the box with loving care. At that period of our history we had not discovered the good qualities of the French people, which have endeared them to, oh. Miss Heredith broke off with a startled exclamation as the lid of the silver box fell back, revealing an empty interior. It is only in moments of complete surprise that the human face fails to keep up some semblance of guard over the inmost feelings. At the discovery that the jewel case was empty, Miss Heredith's dignity dropped from her like a falling garment, and she stared at the velvet interior with half-open mouth and an air of consternation on her face. Oh, she cried again, finding voice after a moment's tense silence. The necklace is gone. By heaven, this is amazing, muttered Musard. I thought you said it was safe. The speaker was Phil. He did not look at his aunt as he uttered this reproach, but gazed at the empty box with glowing eyes under drawn brows. Phil, I thought it was safe, oh, I thought it was safe, cried Miss Heredith almost hysterically. Where is it gone? Who could have taken it? The box was locked when we saw it upstairs, and the day after the funeral I found Violet's keys at the back of the drawer where she always kept them. The box may have been locked when you found it, but it seems equally certain that it was also empty, said Colwyn. He alone of the excited group was cool enough to estimate the awkward possibilities of this discovery. How was it that the detectives did not open the jewel case on the night of the murder, so as to make quite sure that the necklace had not been stolen? I took the necklace downstairs and locked it away before the police arrived, said Miss Heredith tearfully. When Detective Koldewey came, he asked me if anything was missing from Violet's bedroom, and I told him no. Of course, I did not dream of anything like this. Oh, how I wish now that I had opened the jewel case at the time. But I never thought. I tried the case and found it locked, so I thought it had not been touched. Really, I am more to blame than Miss Heredith, interposed Musard hurriedly. I saw the jewel case first, and I should have thought of having it opened. It is a pity you did not inform the detectives about the case, said Colwyn. His face was grave as he realized how completely the police had been led astray in their original investigations by the misunderstanding which had concealed an important fact. But first let us make sure that the jewel case was empty when it was brought downstairs. How many people have access to this safe, Miss Heredith? Is there more than one key? There is only one key, she replied. And that has been in my possession since the night of the murder. That disposes of that possibility, then. What about Mrs. Heredith's bunch of keys? Have they also been in your possession since she was killed? Yes, I kept them in an upstairs drawer, which was locked. Can you tell me when you last saw the necklace? Miss Heredith reflected for a moment. Not for some time, she said. Violet did not care for it, and rarely wore it. The necklace was of pink pearls, Musard explained. Their value was more historical than intrinsic, for they had become tarnished with age, and the setting was old-fashioned. It was for that reason Mrs. Heredith did not like it. I was going to take the pearls to London the following day to arrange to have them skinned and reset. When I went into poor Violet's room that night to see if she felt well enough to go to the Waynes, I asked her for the necklace, said Miss Heredith. She replied that she would give it to me in the morning. If she had only given it to me then, she might have been alive today. I should like to hear more about this, said Colwyn. Please tell me everything. In response, Miss Heredith related to the detective all that had passed between the young wife and herself in the bedroom before dinner on the night of the murder. Colwyn listened attentively, with a growing sense of hidden complexities in the crime revealed at the 11th hour. He saw that the case took on a new and deeper aspect when considered in conjunction with the facts which had been so innocently ignored. When Miss Heredith had finished, he asked her when it was first decided to send the necklace to London for resetting. It was the night before the murder, Miss Heredith replied. Sir Philip suggested that Violet should wear the necklace to the dance on the following night, but Violet said that the pearls were really too dull to be worn. Mr. Musard agreed with her, and offered to take it to London and have it cleaned and reset by an expert of his acquaintance. Mr. Musard had to return to London on the morning after the dance, so that was the reason why I went into Violet's room before dinner on the night of the party to ask her for the necklace. Colwyn considered this reply in all its bearings before he spoke. The best thing I can do is to return to London without delay and bring these additional facts before Scotland Yard, he said. They have been misled, unwittingly but gravely misled, and it is only right that they should be informed at once. I know Merrington, and I will make a point of seeing him personally and telling him about the discovery of the missing necklace. The little group heard his decision in a silence which suggested more than words were able to convey. It was Phil who finally uttered the thought which was in all their minds. Are you satisfied that Hazel Rath is innocent? I cannot say that, responded the detective quickly. The loss of the necklace does nothing to lessen the suspicion against her unless it can be proved that she had nothing to do with its disappearance, perhaps not even then. But all the facts must be investigated anew. The necklace must be traced, and the point about the revolver cleared up. But there is nothing more to be done here at present. The field of the investigation now shifts to London. I will get ready for the journey, if you will excuse me. I hope you will continue your own investigations, Mr. Colwyn, said Phil earnestly. I am more than ever convinced of Hazel Rath's innocence, but I have small faith that the police are likely to establish it, even if they attempt to do so. I was not impressed with the skill of Detective Koldewey, or his attitude when I told him that I believed Hazel Rath to be innocent. I will continue my investigations in conjunction with Scotland Yard, if it is your wish, the detective replied. Chapter 18. Colwyn was upstairs in his bedroom preparing for his return journey to London when a meek knock and an apologetic cough reached his ears. He turned and saw Tufnell standing at the half-open door. The face of the old butler wore a look of mingled determination and nervousness, the expression of a timid man who had braced himself to a bold course of action after much irresolute deliberation. I beg your pardon, sir, he said, and his trepidation was apparent in his voice. But might I, that is to say, could you spare me a few minutes' conversation? Certainly, replied the detective. Come inside, Tufnell. What is it? The butler entered the room and carefully closed the door. behind him. "I am sorry to interrupt you, sir," he said. "But I have just heard Miss Heredith give orders for your car to be got ready for your return to London, and I knew there was no time to be lost. It's about the murder, sir." He brought out the last words with an effort. "Go on," said Colwyn, wondering what further surprise was in store for him. "It's about something that happened on that night. I wanted to tell you before, but I didn't like to. After the murder was discovered, I was sent over to the village to fetch the police and the doctor, and while I was hurrying through the woods near the moat house, I thought I saw a man crouching behind one of the trees near the carriage drive. He seemed to be looking towards me. When I looked again, he was gone." "And what did you do?" "I called out, but received no answer, so I hurried on." Colwyn scrutinized the butler with a thoughtful, penetrating glance. The butler bore the look with the meek air of a domestic animal who knows that he is being appraised. "Am I the first person to whom you have told this story?" the detective asked after a pause. "Yes, sir. Why did you not inform the police officers when they were investigating the case?" "For several reasons, sir. It seemed to me, when I came to think it over, that it must have been my fancy, and then it passed out of my mind in the worry and excitement of the house. Then, when I did think of it again, I didn't like to mention it to Superintendent Merrington, because he was such a bullying sort of gentleman that I felt quite nervous of him. Really, for a gentleman who has traveled with royal highnesses, as I've heard tell, and might be supposed to know how gentlemen behave, the way he treated the servants while he was here was almost too much for flesh and blood to bear." The butler's withered cheeks flushed faintly at the recollection. "I couldn't bring myself to tell him, sir." Colwyn smiled slightly. He was not unacquainted with Merrington's methods of cross-examination. "You could have spoken to Detective Caldew, the other officer engaged in the case," he said. "Young Tom Caldew!" exclaimed the butler, in manifest surprise. "You know him then?" "I know him, but I cannot say I know any good of him," rejoined the butler severely. "Young Tom Caldew was born and bred in this village, and an idle young vagabond he was. Many a time have I dusted his jacket for stealing chestnuts in our park. The place was well rid of him, I take it, when he ran away to London and joined the police force. No, sir, I really couldn't see myself confiding in young Tom Caldew." "And why have you confided in me now?" "Well, sir, it was the arrest of the young woman that set me thinking, and caused me to wonder whether I'd done right in keeping this back. What I thought I saw that night may have been merely fancy on my part, but it took on an added importance in my mind when Miss Rath was arrested for murdering Mrs. Heredith. It seemed to me as though I might be doing some sort of injustice to her by not telling about it, and I wouldn't like to have that on my conscience after the way things turned out. But I thought it was too late to say anything after they had arrested Miss Rath and taken her away. Then Mr. Philip got better from his illness and went to London to fetch you. The same evening I heard Miss Heredith and Mr. Musard talking at the dinner table about the murder, and I gathered from what they said that Mr. Philip thought the detectives had made a mistake in arresting Miss Rath. Then I decided to tell you when you arrived, but I couldn't summon up my courage to do so until now," concluded the butler simply. "I hope I have done right, sir." "You have certainly done right in not keeping the story to yourself any longer," said Colwyn. "Before I leave here you had better show me the place in the woods where you thought you saw this man." "I shall be happy to do so, sir. I should like to thank you for listening to me. It is a weight off my mind." "I shall be going almost immediately," continued Colwyn. "I think the best plan will be for you to meet me in the carriage drive, near the spot. Can you manage that?" "Quite easily, sir." "Excellent. And now, as you go downstairs, I should be glad if you would tell Mr. Musard that I should like to see him in my room before I go." "Very well, sir. Afterwards you will find me waiting at the bend of the carriage drive where it winds round the lake." Colwyn nodded his comprehension, and Tufnell left the room with a relieved countenance. A few moments later there was another knock at the door. In response to Colwyn's invitation the door opened, and Musard appeared. "Tufnell said you wished to see me," he said, with an inquiring glance from beneath his dark brows. "Yes. I should be glad if you would give me a description of the missing necklace. It will be useful in tracing it." "It is not difficult to describe," replied Musard, seating himself on the edge of the bed. "It consisted of a single row of pink pearls, none of them very large. The biggest is about 40 grains, and the others between 20 and 30. It has a diamond clasp, set in antique gold, which is the most valuable part of the necklace." "Do you know anything about jewels?" "A little." "Then you are aware that blue and red diamonds are the most valuable of stones." This diamond is a blue one, not very large, but a particularly fine stone. Of course the necklace is well known to jewel experts. As well known as any piece of jewelry in Europe. Some of the pearls in it are hundreds of years old. It would be almost impossible for the thief to dispose of the necklace. It might be taken to pieces, suggested Colwyn. In order to hide its identity. Well, yes, but the selling value would be greatly reduced. The pearls have been strung. What about the diamond? Could not that be sold by the thief without risk of discovery? Only by sending it to Amsterdam to get it cut into 2 or 3 smaller stones, so as to lessen the risk of detection. The Heredith blue diamond is known to many connoisseurs. It is cut in an unusual form, a kind of irregular rosette, in order to display its fire and optical properties to the best advantage. If it were cut it would lose a great deal of its value. The money value of one large diamond of first quality is very much greater than the same stone cut into 3. But it would be difficult to sell the diamond in its present form. The chances are that it would be recognized in Hatton Garden, if it were offered for sale there. But if the diamond fell into the hands of somebody with a knowledge of precious stones he might keep it close for a while and then dispose of it abroad, in America, for instance, returned Colwyn. That trick has been performed with better known stones than the Heredith diamond. In fact, it strikes me as possible to sell the whole necklace that way. The disposal of the necklace depends largely upon who stole it, upon whether it has fallen into experienced or inexperienced hands. There are jewel dealers who ask no awkward questions if they can get things at their own price. Quite so, assented Musard, casting a quick glance at his companion's face. It would be a risk, though, the thief might pick the wrong man. I can give you the addresses of 2 or 3 men in Hatton Garden who should be able to tell you if the necklace has been offered there. They know everything that is going on in the trade. I shall be glad to have them. Musard scribbled several names and addresses on a leaf of his pocketbook, tore it out, and handed it to the detective. There is a curious coincidence about the loss of this necklace, he remarked casually, as he rose to go. It is another example of the misfortune which attaches to the possession of a blue diamond. Are you thinking of the Hope blue diamond? That certainly has a sinister history. That is the most notorious instance. But all blue diamonds are unlucky. I could tell you some gruesome stories connected with them. The previous wearer of the Heredith necklace, Philip's mother, died in giving birth to him. Incidentally, there is a curious legend attached to the moat house in the form of a curse laid on it by the original builder, who was burnt alive in the old house. He prophesied that as the house of the Herediths was founded in horror it should end in horror. These old family curses sometimes come home to roost after a long lapse of time, though modern cynicism affects to sneer at such fancies. Of course, there may be nothing in it, but we have had more than enough horror in the moat house recently, and poor Mrs. Heredith had a blue diamond in her room when she was murdered. But I must not keep you any longer, Mr. Colwyn. If there has been any miscarriage of justice in this terrible case I trust that you will be successful in bringing it to light. He lingered after shaking hands, as though he would have liked to continue the conversation. Apparently not finding sufficient encouragement in the detective's face to do so, he turned and left the room, and Colwyn resumed his preparations for departure. When they were completed he, too, went downstairs, carrying his bag. Miss Heredith and Phil were waiting to bid farewell to him. As Miss Heredith said goodbye, she looked into his face with the perplexed expression of a simple soul seeking reassurance from a stronger mind in the deep vortex of extraordinary events into which she had been plunged beyond her depth. Phil looked white and ill, and the hand which he gave into the detective's cool firm grasp was hot and feverish. While his aunt murmured those conventional phrases under which women seek to cover the realities of life as they bedeck corpses with flowers, Phil stood aside with the impatient air of one scornful of the futility of such things. As Miss Heredith ceased speaking he took a step forward, his dark eyes fixed eagerly and searchingly on Colwyn. "You will lose no time," he said. "You will find out everything." "I have already promised you that I will continue my investigations," replied Colwyn. The quiet sincerity of his words was the indication of a mind which despised the weakness of mere verbal emphasis. "Lose no time. Spare no money," said Phil rapidly. His words and utterance contrasted forcibly with the stillness and composure of the man he was addressing. "Think what it means. Let me know everything that happens. Send me telegrams. Follow this thing out night and day. I depend on you." Phil, remonstrated Miss Heredith. "Mr. Colwyn has already promised to do all he can. You must be patient." "Patience. My God, don't talk to me of patience," retorted her nephew fiercely. I shall have no patience nor peace till this thing is settled." Miss Heredith looked at him sadly. His breach of good manners in uttering an oath in her presence hurt her worse than a blow, but her heart sickened with the realization that it was but another manifestation of the complete change in him which had been brought about by his wife's murder. Colwyn brought the scene to a close. "Of course I shall communicate with you," he said to Phil, as he took his departure. Phil accompanied him to his car, and stood under the portico watching him as he drove away. Colwyn glanced back as he crossed the moat house bridge. The young man was still standing in the open doorway, looking after him. The next moment the bend of the carriageway hid him from view. Colwyn encountered Tufnell at the next bend of the drive, waiting for him on the path under the trees which bordered the edge. The detective pulled up his car and stepped out. "It was just off here, sir, that I thought I saw the figure that night," said the butler. He plunged into a leafy avenue which led off the path at right angles, and followed it into the wood until he reached the mossy trunk of a great oak, which flung a gnarled arm horizontally across the narrow walk as though barring further intrusion into its domain. Tufnell stopped, and turned to the detective. "It seemed to me as though a man was crouching just about here, sir," he said in a whisper, as if he feared that the intruder might still be hiding there and overhear his words. Colwyn carefully examined the spot. The moss and grass where he stood grew fresh underfoot, with no marks to suggest that they had been trodden on recently. But close by, behind the horizontal branch of the great oak, was a tangled patch of undergrowth and brambles, broken and pressed down in places, as though it had been entered by a human being. As Colwyn was looking at this place, his eye was attracted by a yellow speck in the background of green. It was a tiny fragment of khaki, caught on one of the bramble bushes. Chapter 19. Superintendent Merrington sat in his office at Scotland Yard, irascible with the exertions of a trying day which had made heavy inroads upon his temper and patience. He had several big cases on his hands, his time had been broken into by a series of visitors with grievances, and he had been called upon to adjust a vexatious claim of a woman attacked in the street by a police dog, while the animal was supposed to be on duty tracking a sacrilegious thief who had felled a priest in an oratory and bolted with the silver candlesticks from the altar. The woman had gone mad from the shock and had been placed in a public asylum, where she had imagined herself to be a horse, and in that guise had neighed harmlessly, for some years, until cured by autosuggestion by a rising young brain doctor who had devoted much time and study to her peculiar case. Her first act of returned reason was to bring a heavy claim for damages against Scotland Yard, and Merrington had fought it out that day with an avaricious lawyer who had taken up the case on the promise of an equal division of the spoils. Merrington had preferred to pay rather than contest the suit in law, and he was exceedingly wroth in consequence. He was angry with the old woman for presuming to get cured, and angry with the brain doctor for curing her. He considered that the brain doctor had been guilty of a piece of meddlesome interference in restoring the old lady to so-called sanity in a world of fools, without achieving any object except robbery from the public funds by a rascally lawyer. To use Merrington's own words, expressed with intense exasperation to an astonished subordinate, the old woman was quite all right as a horse, comfortable and well fed, and had probably got more out of life in that guise than she ever had as a human being, compelled to all sorts of shifts and contrivances and mean scrapings before her betters for a scanty living, with nothing but the workhouse ahead of her. He concluded in a sort of grumbling epilogue that some people never knew when to leave well alone. It was in no very amiable frame of mind, therefore, that he received Colwyn's card with a penciled request for an immediate interview. Merrington disapproved of all private detectives as an unwarrantable usurpation of the functions of Scotland Yard, but he particularly disapproved of a private detective like Colwyn, whose popular renown was far greater than his own. But there were politic reasons for the extension of courtesy to him. The famous private detective was such a powerful rival that it was best to conciliate him with a little politeness, which cost nothing, and he had done Scotland Yard several good turns which at least demanded an outward show of gratitude. He had influence in the right quarter, too, and, altogether, was not a person to be lightly affronted. The consideration of these factors impelled Merrington to inform the waiting janitor that he would see Mr. Colwyn at once, and even caused him to crease his fat red features into a smile of welcome as he awaited his entrance. When Colwyn appeared in the doorway, the big man he had called to see got up from his swing chair to shake hands with him. When his visitor was seated, Merrington leaned back in his own chair and remarked, in his great rolling voice, "What can I do for you, Mr. Colwyn?" "Nothing personally. I have called to have a talk with you about the Heredith case." The veneer of welcome disappeared from Merrington's face at this opening, though a large framed photograph of himself on the wall behind his chair continued to smile down at the private detective with unwanted amiability. "Ah, yes, the Heredith case," he responded. "A strange affair, that. I investigated it personally. It was a pity you were not in it. There were points about that murder, distinct points. You would have enjoyed it." Merrington's professional commiseration of Colwyn's ill luck in missing an enjoyable murder was intended to convey a distinct rebuke to the other's presumption in discussing a case in which he had not been engaged. But Colwyn's next words startled Merrington out of his attitude of censorious dignity. "I was not in the case at first, but I was called into it subsequently by the husband of the murdered woman. He is dissatisfied with the outcome. He thinks a mistake has been made in arresting the girl Hazel Rath." The silence with which Merrington received this information was an involuntary tribute to his visitor, implying, as it did, that he knew Colwyn would not have come to see him without weighty reason for the support of what sounded like the repetition of a mere expression of opinion. "I was reluctant to interfere until Mr. Heredith told me something which suggested that one of your men was in danger of underestimating an important clue," continued Colwyn. "That decided me. I went back with Mr. Heredith in my car the night before last. After my arrival at the moat house I made an interesting discovery, quite by accident. I discovered that a pearl necklace which had been given to Mrs. Heredith by Sir Philip Heredith was missing from the jewel case in which it had been locked. That jewel case was in Mrs. Heredith's bedroom on the night she was murdered." This piece of news was so unexpected that it caught Merrington off his guard. "A jewel robbery as well as murder," he ejaculated, in something like dismay. "It looks like it. You will be able to form a better judgment when I have told you all the circumstances of the discovery." Merrington had long ago convinced himself that the case he had worked up against Hazel Rath did not admit of the slightest possibility of doubt, and, like all obstinate men, he adhered to his convictions with additional strength in the face of anything tending to weaken them. As he recovered from his surprise at the private detective's piece of news, he listened to his account of the opening of the jewel case with the wary air of one seeking a loophole in an unexpected obstacle. Before Colwyn had finished he had found it in the belief that Hazel Rath, and nobody else, had stolen the missing jewels. "This girl is a thief as well as a murderer," was the manner in which he expressed his opinion when Colwyn had ceased speaking. "She has stolen the necklace." "She may have done so, but it is too great an assumption to make without proof," returned Colwyn. "You must be perfectly well aware, Mr. Merrington, that this belated discovery is of the utmost importance to the Crown case, one way or the other. If you can prove that Hazel Rath stole the necklace, it gives you an unassailable case against her. If the necklace was stolen by somebody else, you are confronted with a new and strange aspect of this murder." "Not to the extent of lessening the strength of the case against this girl," replied Merrington doggedly. "She was seen going to the staircase leading to Mrs. Heredith's room just before the murder, her brooch was found upstairs in the room, and the revolver and her handkerchief were found concealed in her mother's rooms. Add to that, her silence under accusation, and it is impossible to get away from the belief that she, and nobody else, murdered Mrs. Heredith." "I am not attempting to controvert your theory or contradict your facts," rejoined Colwyn coldly. "My visit is to bring under your notice a fresh fact in the case which needs investigation. Whether that fact squares with your own theory or not, it is too important to be disregarded or overlooked. That is why I left the moat house immediately I discovered it. I felt that you had been ignorantly misled, and that it was only right you should be told without delay." Merrington was conscious of that evanescent feeling which men call gratitude. His impulse of thankfulness towards the man opposite him was all the keener for the realization that he would not have acted so generously if he had been in Colwyn's place. But his gratitude was speedily swallowed up by the knowledge that he had been led astray, and his anger was mingled with the determination to find a scapegoat. "I am obliged to you for your information, although I do not attach quite so much importance to it as you do," was his careful rejoinder. "But I certainly blame Detective Caldew for not finding it out before you did. He made the original inquiries at the moat house, and he seems to have made them very carelessly. He said nothing to the Chief Constable of Sussex or myself, when we arrived, about a jewel case, locked or open. He didn't know himself. It was his duty to inquire. When he assured us, on the authority of Miss Heredith, that nothing was missing, I naturally assumed that he had made the proper inquiries. But I thank you for letting me know, and I shall, of course, have investigations made. But I should like to know why young Heredith interfered and brought you into the case. For one thing, he has a strong belief in Hazel Rath's innocence. Mere sentiment, replied Merrington contemptuously. Perhaps he's still sweet on the girl. There is more than that in it. There's the question of the revolver. Of course you are aware that he identified the revolver with which his wife was shot as the property of Captain Nepcote, a guest at the moat house who left on the afternoon of the day on which Mrs. Heredith was murdered. Heredith does not accept your theory of the way in which Hazel Rath is supposed to have obtained the revolver. He does not think that Nepcote left the revolver behind him at the moat house. He told Caldew this, but Caldew said the ownership of the revolver was a matter of no consequence. Caldew's a fool if he said that, and I wish I'd never allowed him to meddle in the case, replied Merrington forcibly. I've had the police court proceedings against the girl put back for a week till the question of the ownership of the revolver could be settled. Now that it is decided, I shall have Nepcote interviewed and questioned without delay. Before you try to trace the missing necklace. The faint inflection of surprise in Colwyn's voice might have escaped a quicker ear than Merrington's. Scotland Yard will trace the necklace fast enough, he confidently declared. I like to take things in their proper order. The next thing to do is to ascertain whether Nepcote left his revolver behind him at the moat house, though I have not the least doubt that he did. The necklace is really a minor consideration. It merely provides another motive for the murder, cupidity as well as jealousy. Is that the way you regard it? A less thick-skinned man than Merrington would this time have caught something more than surprise in the other's tone. Is there any other way of looking at it? I would not like to venture an opinion in this case without more knowledge than I have at present, returned Colwyn in sober accents. But so far as I have gone into it, I should say that there are several things which seem to require more explanation. Nepcote's own actions seem to call for some investigation. You are surely not suggesting that Nepcote had anything to do with the murder or the robbery of the pearls? Said Merrington in an astonished voice. That is quite impossible. He left the moat house in the afternoon before the murder was committed, and went over to France that night. He didn't go to France that night. He stayed in London, and did not return to France until the following day. Merrington was obviously startled at this unexpected information. This is news to me, he said gravely. Where did you learn it? From the War Office this morning. There is no possibility of mistake. Nepcote was in London on the night of the murder. He probably has an explanation, but what you have just told me is an additional reason for seeing and questioning Nepcote without delay, even if I have to send a man to France for the job. It will not be necessary for you to do that. Nepcote returned to London 2 days ago, sent over on some special mission. I ascertained that fact also from my friend at the War Office. Merrington glanced at a small clock which stood on the desk in front of him. I will go immediately and see him myself, he said. I should like to accompany you. I shall be delighted to have you, replied Merrington with complete untruth. I have Nepcote's address included in the list of guests who were at the moat house at the time of the murder, he added, opening his pocketbook and hastily scanning it. Ah, here it is, 10 Sherryman Street. I'll send for a taxi cab. Is there anything I can do for you in return for your kindness in bringing me this information? I should be obliged if you would lend me a copy of the coroner's depositions in the Heredith case. With pleasure. Merrington touched a bell, and instructed the policeman who answered it to bring a typescript of the Heredith murder depositions and the revolver which figured as an exhibit in the case. And tell somebody to call a taxi, Johnson, he added. When Merrington and Colwyn emerged from the swing doors of the entrance a few moments later, a taxicab was waiting at the bottom of the stone steps, with a pockmarked driver leaning against the door of the vehicle, gazing moodily over the Thames embankment. He received Merrington's instructions morosely, cranked his cab wearily, and was soon threading his way through the mazes of Trafalgar Square and Piccadilly Circus with a contemptuous disregard for traffic regulations, due to his prompt recognition of the fact that he was carrying a high official of Scotland Yard who was above rules of the road regulated by mere police constables. He skimmed in a hazardous way along Regent Street, dipped into the network of narrower streets which lay between that haunt of the Fox and the Geese and Baker Street, and finally stopped abruptly outside a tall house which was one of a row in a quiet street which led into the highly fashionable locality of Sherryman Square. Sherryman Street, in which the taxi-cab had stopped, was an offshoot and snobbish mean relation of Sherryman Square, which housed a duke, an ex-prime minister, and a fugitive king, to say nothing of several lesser notabilities, such as a high court judge or two, several baronets, and a wartime profiteer whose brand new peerage had descended in the last heavy downpour of kingly honors. Because of their proximity to these great ones of the earth, the inhabitants of Sherryman Street assumed all the airs of exclusiveness which distinguished the residents of the superior neighborhood, and parasitical house agents spoke of it with great respect because one end opened into the rarefied atmosphere of the square. It was true that the other end was close to a slum, and there was a mews across the way, but these were small drawbacks compared to the social advantages. Sherryman Street was full of gaunt, narrow houses, with prim fronts and narrow-railed windows, let in segments, flats, and bachelor apartments. Number 10 was as like its fellows as one drab soul resembles another. Superintendent Merrington's ring at the doorbell brought forth an elderly woman with an expressionless face surmounted by a frilled white cap. She informed them in an expressionless voice that Captain Nepcote's apartments were on the second floor. Having said this much, she disappeared into a small lobby room off the entrance hall, leaving him free to enter. A knock at the entrance door of the second-floor flat brought forth a manservant whose smart bearing and precision of manner suggested military training. He cautiously informed Superintendent Merrington, in reply to his question, that he was not sure if Captain Nepcote was at home, but he would go and see. "Who shall I say, sir?" he asked, in unconscious contradiction of his statement. Merrington stopped further parleying by impatiently pushing past the servant into the room. "Go and tell your master I want to see him," he said, seating himself. The servant looked angrily at the burly figure on the slender chair, and then, as though realizing his inability to eject him, he left the room without further speech. The room they had entered was furnished in a style which suggested that its occupier had sufficient means or credit to gratify his tastes, which obviously soared no higher than racehorses and chorus girls. Pictures of the former adorned the wall in oak, the latter smirked at the beholder from silver frames on small tables. The room was handsomely furnished in a masculine way, although there was the suggestion of a feminine touch in the vases on the mantelpiece and some clusters of flowers in a bowl. The door opened to admit a young man, who advanced towards his visitors with a questioning glance. His appearance, though military, was far from suggesting the sordid warfare of the trenches. He was well-groomed and handsome, and wore his spotless uniform with that touch of distinction which khaki lends to some men. "Good afternoon," he said, and waited for them to announce the object of their visit. "Are you Captain Nepcote?" Merrington asked. "My name is Nepcote," was the response. "May I ask who you are?" His glance included both his visitors. "My name is Merrington," responded that officer, answering for himself. "Superintendent Merrington, of Scotland Yard. This is Mr. Colwyn, a private detective," he added, as an afterthought. "I wish to ask you a few questions. I understand you were staying at the residence of Sir Philip Heredith when young Mrs. Heredith was murdered." "That is not quite accurate," replied the young man. "I left the Moat House on the afternoon of the day that the murder was committed, and returned to London." "What is it you wish to ask me?" "I am afraid I cannot enlighten you about the crime in any way, for I know nothing whatever about it. It came as a great shock to me when I heard of it." "Is this your revolver?" said Merrington, producing the weapon and laying it on the table. "Why, yes, it is," said the young man, picking it up and looking at it in unmistakable surprise. "Where did you get it? Where did you have it last?" was Merrington's cautious rejoinder. "Let me think," returned Nepcote thoughtfully. "Oh, I remember. The last time I saw it was at the Moat House on the day before my departure. We were using it for a little target practice in the gun room downstairs." "And what did you do with it afterwards?" "That I cannot tell you," responded Nepcote. "I have no recollection of seeing it since. I have never thought about it. Nor missed it. No, it is no use to me, it is not an army revolver. But it seems to me that I must have left it in the Moat House gun room after the target shooting. After we finished shooting, some of us had a game of bagatelle on a table in the gun room. I must have put the revolver down and forgotten all about it afterward. I have no recollection of taking it upstairs, and I have certainly never seen it since." "Was it found in the gun room?" "It was found at the Moat House, at any rate. It was the weapon with which Mrs. Heredith was killed." "What?" His exclamation rang out in horror and incredulity. "Why, it is impossible. The thing is a mere toy." "A pretty dangerous toy, as it turned out," was the grim comment of Merrington. "It seems incredible to me," persisted the young man. "It's very old, and you have to be very strong with the finger and thumb to make it revolve. And the cartridges are very small, only 7 millimeters, about a quarter of an inch. I've had the old thing for years, but I never regarded it as a real firearm. I'd never have let the girls use it in the gun room if I'd thought it was a dangerous weapon." Perhaps there is some mistake. There is no mistake, replied Merrington. Mrs. Heredith was killed with that revolver, and no other. We were unable to establish the identity of the weapon until a day or two ago, and that is one of my reasons for calling on you today, to make quite sure of the identity and see if you could tell me where you left it. I have no doubt now that I must have left it behind me at the moat house, responded Nepcote. I was recalled to France and went away in a hurry. God forgive me for my carelessness. To think that it resulted in this terrible murder. His face had gone suddenly white. Did you return to France that night? Asked Merrington carelessly. As a matter of fact, I did not. When I returned to London from Sussex I found another telegram here from the War Office extending my leave until the following day. I returned to France the next afternoon. Thank you, Captain Nepcote. Merrington, as he rose to go, held out his hand. It was evident that the statement about the telegram had cleared his mind of any suspicions he may have felt about the young man. As Nepcote shook hands he added, "You had better hold yourself in readiness to attend the police court inquiry, which will be held a week from today. I will send you a proper notification of time and place. All we need from you is the formal identification of the revolver." "Is it essential that I should attend?" asked the young man anxiously. "I'd rather not be mixed up in the case at all, you know. Besides, I may have to return to France." "Perhaps we shall be able to dispense with your evidence now that we have the facts," replied Merrington, after a moment's consideration. "I will see what can be done, and let you know. You had better give me your address in France, in case you have left England. It is necessary for me to know that, because the case has to some extent taken a new turn by the discovery that robbery as well as murder has been committed. A valuable necklace belonging to the murdered woman is missing." Captain Nepcote had taken out his pocketbook while Merrington was speaking, in order to extract a card. As the other uttered the last sentence, the pocketbook half slipped from his fingers, and several other cards fluttered onto the table. Nepcote picked them up hastily, but not before Colwyn's quick glance had taken in their contents. It seemed to him something more than a coincidence that the name and address displayed in neat black lettering on one of the cards should be identical with one of the Hatton Garden addresses given him by Musard at the moat house the previous day. Chapter 20. Colwyn spent a couple of hours that night reading the depositions he had obtained from Merrington, and next morning he studied them afresh with a concentration which the incessant hum of London traffic outside was powerless to disturb. He was well aware that a report was a poor substitute for original impressions, but in the typewritten document before him lay the facts of the Heredith case so far as they were known. It was a clear and colorless transcription of the narrative of the witnesses, set down with a painstaking regard for the value of departmental records, and chiefly valuable to Colwyn because it contained the expert evidence which sometimes reveals, with the pitiless accuracy of science, what human nature endeavors to hide. In the balance of the scales of justice it is the ascertained truth which weighs heavier than faith, reason, or revealed religion. When he had finished his study of the depositions, he sat a while pondering over his own discoveries since he had been called into the case by the husband of the dead woman. These discoveries, due apparently to chance, invested the murder with a complexity which stimulated all the penetrative and analytical powers of his fine mind, because they brought with them the realization that he was face to face with one of those rare crimes where the solution has to be unraveled from a tangle of false circumstances, which, by their seeming plausibility, make the task of reaching the truth one of peculiar difficulty. As Colwyn sat motionless, with his chin resting on his hand, brooding over the sullen secretive surface of this dark mystery, the feeling grew upon him that the murder had been preconceived with the utmost cunning and caution, and that the facts so far brought to light, including his own discoveries, did not penetrate to the real design. The one conviction in his mind at that moment was that the man he and Merrington had interviewed on the previous afternoon had some connection with the mystery, and that an investigation of Nepcote's actions was the first step towards the solution of the murder. Colwyn based that belief on the apparently detached facts of the revolver, the patch of khaki he had found in the woods near the moat house, and the accident which disclosed that Nepcote was carrying the address of a Hatton Garden jeweller in his pocketbook. These things, taken apart, had perhaps but slight significance, but, considered as links in a chain of events which started in Philip Heredith's statement that he had first met his wife at a friend's house where Nepcote was also a guest, and finishing with the knowledge that Nepcote had not returned to France on the night of the murder, they assumed a significance which at least warranted the closest investigation. Colwyn was not affected by the fact that Superintendent Merrington looked at the case from an entirely different point of view. He did not want the help of Scotland Yard in solving the crime. He had too much contempt for the official mind in any capacity to think that assistance from such a source could be of value to him. He always preferred to work alone and unaided. It was the Anglo-Saxon instinct of fair play which had prompted him to tell Merrington about the missing necklace, so that there might be no unfair advantage between them. Merrington had received the information with the imperviable dogmatism of the official mind, strong in the belief in its own infallibility, resentful of advice or suggestion as an attempt to weaken its dignity. It seemed to Colwyn that not only had Merrington's ruffled dignity led his judgment astray in an attempt to fit the discovery of the missing necklace into his own theory of the case, but it had caused him to commit a grave mistake in putting Nepcote on his guard at a moment when the utmost circumspection of investigation was necessary. To Colwyn, at all events, the discovery of the missing necklace was of the utmost importance because it substituted another motive for the murder, and a motive which carried with it the additional complication that the thief had some motive in trying to keep its disappearance secret as long as possible by locking the jewel case after the jewels had been abstracted. If Hazel Rath had not stolen the necklace, the whole of the facts took on new values. It was quite true that the mystery of Hazel Rath's actions on the night of the murder, her subsequent silence after the recovery of the brooch and the handkerchief and the revolver in her mother's rooms, remained as suspicious as before, but the changed motive caused these points to assume a different complexion, even to the extent of suggesting that she might be a lesser participant in the crime, perhaps keeping silence in order to shield the greater criminal. Merrington, stiff-necked in his officialism, had been unable to see this changed aspect of the case, and, strong in his presumption of the girl's guilt, had acted with impulsive indiscretion in going to see Nepcote before attempting to trace the missing necklace. Colwyn's reflections were interrupted by the appearance of the porter from downstairs to announce a visitor. The visitor, partly obscured behind the burly frame of the porter in the doorway, was Detective Caldew, of Scotland Yard. Colwyn had met him at various times, and invited him to enter. As Colwyn had once said, his feelings towards all the members of the regular detective force were invariably friendly. It was not their fault, but the fault of human nature, that they were sometimes jealous of him. So he made Caldew welcome, and offered him a cigar. Caldew accepted the cigar and the proffered seat a little nervously. His was the type of temperament which is overawed in the presence of a more successful practitioner in the same line of business. He had long envied Colwyn his dazzling successes, but at the same time he had sufficient intelligence to understand that many of those successes stood in a class which he could never hope to attain. At the present moment, Caldew's feelings were divided between resentment at Colwyn's action in conveying information to Scotland Yard which had earned him a reprimand from Superintendent Merrington, and the anxious desire to ascertain what the famous private detective thought of the Heredith case. "Merrington has sent me round for the copy of the depositions he lent you yesterday." It was thus he announced the object of his visit. "Have you finished with it?" It was apparent from this statement that Superintendent Merrington's gratitude for information received might now be considered as past history. Colwyn, reflecting that it had lasted as long as that feeling usually does, congratulated himself on his forethought in having made a copy of the report. He handed the copy before him to his visitor. "I am obliged for the loan of it," he said. "It makes interesting reading. Your own share in the original investigations has some excellent touches, if you'll permit me to say so. That trap for the owner of the brooch was a neat idea." Caldew's resentment waned under this compliment to his professional skill. "The trick would have worked, too, if I hadn't been called downstairs," he said. "The girl was quick enough to get into the room while I was out of it. Not that it mattered much, as things turned out, but it is a strange thing about this necklace, isn't it?" "Very. Has Merrington told you all about it?" "Yes, and he gave me a rare wigging for not discovering the loss. Between ourselves, I do not think that I was treated quite fairly about it. Miss Heredith never said a word to me about a jewel case being in the room. She took it downstairs before I arrived, and never mentioned it when I asked her if anything had been stolen. If she had told me I should have had the case opened. But that didn't weigh with Merrington. He's beastly unfair, and never loses a chance to put the blame onto somebody else when anything goes wrong." "I am sorry if you got into trouble through my action in informing him," said Colwyn. "But of course you must realize that a discovery of such importance could not be kept secret." "That's quite true," replied Caldew, in a softened voice. "Fortunately, it does not affect the issue, one way or another. Mr. Heredith believes that Hazel Rath is innocent, and I suppose that is why he has called you into the case. But she is guilty, right enough. I tried to make that clear to Mr. Heredith, but he appears to be a man of fixed ideas. The question is, what has become of the necklace? My own impression is that she has hidden it somewhere. She had no opportunity to dispose of it before she was arrested. That means that you think she has stolen it. Why, of course. Caldew's confident tone died away at the expression of his companion's face. Don't you? I do not. Why not? For one thing, the jewel case was locked. How did the girl know where the key was kept? She might have got the knowledge from her mother. Mrs. Rath, as the housekeeper, would probably know all about the keys of the household. Of the ordinary keys, yes. But that knowledge was hardly likely to extend to Mrs. Heredith's private keys, unless Miss Heredith told her. Even if Hazel Rath did know where the key was kept, it is difficult to believe that she searched for it after committing the murder, and then restored it to the drawer where it was kept. That argues too much cold-blooded deliberation even in a murderer, and more especially when the murderer is supposed to be a young girl. I am not so sure of that, responded Caldew, with a shake of the head. Murder is a cold-blooded crime. On the contrary, murders are almost invariably committed under the influence of the strongest excitement, even when the incentive is gain, and the murder has been deeply premeditated. That is a remarkable truth in the psychology of murder. But the important fact about the theft of the necklace is that even if Hazel Rath knew where the key of the jewel case was kept, she had not time to obtain it from the drawer on the other side of the bed, steal the necklace, restore the key to its place, and escape from the room before the guests from downstairs entered the bedroom. If Hazel Rath was indeed the murderess, time was of paramount importance to her. She must have realized that the scream of her victim would alarm the household downstairs, and that some of the men must have started upstairs before the subsequent shot was fired. Caldew was silent for a space, cogitating over these points with a troubled look which contrasted with his previous confident expressions of opinion about the case. His inward perturbation was made manifest in the question. Do you also share Mr. Heredith's view that Hazel Rath is innocent? I cannot say. The facts against her are very strong. Of course they are strong, exclaimed Caldew eagerly, as though clutching this guarded expression of opinion as a boy for his own sinking conviction. They are so strong that it is quite certain she committed the murder. Colwyn remained silent. A statement which was merely an expression of opinion did not call for words. Caldew, always impressionable, became uneasy under his companion's silence, and that uneasiness was tinctured in his mind with such a dread of the possibility of mistake that it flowed forth in impulsive words. I wish you would tell me what you really think of the case, Mr. Colwyn. I have been waiting for years for the chance of handling a big murder like this, and now that it has come my way I should like to pull it off. It means a lot to me, he added simply. Colwyn reflected that he had already given away more information about the Heredith case than his judgment approved or his conscience dictated. But his kindly nature prompted him to help the anxious young man seated in front of him, who had so much more than he to gain by success. I think there is more in this case than you and Merrington have yet brought to light, he said. I suppose there is, if it is proved that Hazel Rath did not steal the necklace. But have you found out anything else besides the loss of the necklace? Colwyn did not directly reply. He was glancing over the depositions again. There are one or two curious points here, he remarked, as he turned over the leaves. In the first place, the ammunition expert who was called at the inquest to give evidence about the bullet extracted from the body testified that in weight and in length it corresponded with the 7mm bullet made for a pinfire revolver. The bullet had undoubtedly been fired from the revolver which you found in Mrs. Rath's rooms. Bullets for English revolvers are not graded in millimeters, but there appears to be sufficient demand for this size to cause British firms to manufacture them. The nearest size in central fire cartridge to 7mm is called the 300, which is 0.3 of an inch. 7mm is 0.276 of an inch. The point to which I want to draw your attention is the extreme slightness and smallness of the revolver with which Mrs. Heredith was killed. As Captain Nebcote told Merrington yesterday, it is little more than a toy. That struck me as soon as I saw it, said Caldew. But I do not see what bearing the fact has on the case, one way or another. Nevertheless, it is a point not without importance, when it is considered in conjunction with the other circumstances of the case. The evidence of the government pathologist is also of interest. After stating the cause of death to be heart failure due to hemorrhage consequent upon the passage of the bullet through the lung, he mentions that there was a large scorched hole through the rest gown and undergarment which Mrs. Heredith was wearing at the time she was murdered. I noticed that when I was examining the body. Was the dress stuff smoldering when you saw the body? No, but there was a smell of a burning fabric in the room. The government pathologist says that the burnt hole was nearly 2 inches across, but he also states that the punctured wound made by the bullet was about the size of a threepenny piece. The disparity suggests two facts. In the first place, the shot must have been fired at very close range, very close indeed, considering the smallness of the revolver and the largeness of the burnt hole. In the next place, somebody must have extinguished the burning fabric before you arrived, otherwise it would have smoldered in an ever-widening ring until the whole of the dead woman's garments were destroyed. Mrs. Heredith may have extinguished it herself in her dying moments, said Caldew, who had been following his companion's deductions with the closest attention. That is unlikely, in view of the nature of her injuries. The bullet, after traversing the left lung, lodged in the spinal column. After such a wound, Mrs. Heredith was not likely to be conscious of her actions. It may have been extinguished by Musard, who tried to stop the flow of blood while Mrs. Heredith was dying. He would have mentioned it to you. It is my intention to ask him, but my own opinion is that we are faced with a different explanation. What is that? The presence of another person in the room. Somebody who escaped through the window, exclaimed Caldew, placing his own interpretation on the deduction. Do you suspect anybody? Not exactly, but I intend to investigate Captain Nepcote's actions on the night of the murder. Caldew, who lacked some of the information possessed by his companion, found this jump too great for his mind to follow. For what purpose? He asked. Nepcote returned to France before the murder was committed. He did not. He stayed in London that night, and did not return to France until the following day. He explained that yesterday by stating that when he reached London after leaving the moat house he found another telegram from the War Office extending his leave for 24 hours. Merrington said nothing of this to me. All he told me was that you and he had seen Nepcote, who identified the revolver as his property, and said that he had left it behind at the moat house by accident. Merrington is a man of fixed ideas, to use your phrase. He insisted on trying to fit in the loss of the necklace with his own theory of Hazel Rath's guilt. It was his obstinacy which led him to commit the folly of going to see Captain Nepcote before endeavoring to trace the missing necklace. It is only fair to Nepcote to add that he volunteered the information that he did not return to France on the night of the murder. That does not seem like the action of a man with anything to hide, commented Caldew thoughtfully. Unless he was facing a dangerous situation. In that case, frankness would be his best course to remove Merrington's suspicions. The fact that the murder was committed with his revolver is in itself a suspicious circumstance, in spite of the apparently plausible explanation. I have realized that all along. I had also previously acquainted Merrington with the fact that Nepcote did not return to France on the night of the murder, as was supposed. Merrington led up to that point skillfully enough, but it struck me that Nepcote saw the trap, and took the boldest course. It gave him time, at all events. Time for what? Time to profit by Merrington's folly in putting him on his guard. Time to permit him to make his escape, if he is actually implicated in the crime. Surely you are reading too much into this, exclaimed Caldew in a protesting voice. Nepcote's story seems to me quite consistent with what we know of his movements. Miss Heredith, when giving us the names of the guests who had been staying at the moat house, mentioned that Captain Nepcote had been recalled to France on the afternoon of the murder by a telegram from the War Office. Nepcote tells you that when he reached London he found another telegram awaiting him extending his leave. Surely that is consistent. Is it consistent that the two telegrams were sent to different addresses? They would have been either both sent to the moat house, or both sent to his London flat, that is, if they were sent by the War Office. Only a relative or a personal friend would take the trouble to send to different addresses. There lies the weak point of Nepcote's statement. By Jove, there is a point in that, said Caldew, in a startled tone. But these are facts which can be ascertained, he added, as though seeking to reassure himself. They can be ascertained too late. I have already set inquiries on foot, but it takes some time to gain any information about official telegrams. Nepcote has plenty of time to take advantage of Merrington's blunder, if there is any occasion for him to do so. No matter what his explanation is, the fact remains that he was in England, and not in France, on the night the murder was committed, and I propose to find out how he spent the time. But it is of the first importance to find out what has become of the missing necklace, which is the really important clue. Is Scotland Yard making any investigations about it? Yes. Merrington has put me on to that because I let you score the point over him at discovering that it was missing. I am sure that he hopes I will fall down over the job of tracing it. I shouldn't be surprised if I did, too. It's no easy thing to get on the track of missing jewelry, especially if it has been hidden. I have not even got a description of the necklace to help me. I can give you a description, and perhaps help you in the work of tracing it. Can you? That's awfully good of you. Koldew's face showed that he meant his words. Have you any idea where it is? I have at least something to guide me in commencing the search, something, which, curiously enough, I owe to Merrington's blunder in visiting Nepcote before he looked for the necklace. We will go across to Hatton Garden, and I will put my idea to the test. Chapter 21. On reaching the street, they crossed Ludgate Circus, and directed their steps towards Hatton Garden by way of St. Bride Street. A few minutes later, they emerged in that portion of Holborn which is graced by the mounted statue of a dead German prince acknowledging his lifelong obligations to British hospitality by raising his plumed hat to the London City and Midland Bank on the Viaduct corner. Hatton Garden, as every Londoner knows, begins on the other side of this improving spectacle, a short broad street which disdains to indicate by external opulence the wealth hidden within its walls, though, to an eye practiced in London ways, there is a comforting suggestion of prosperity in its wide flagged pavements, comfortable brick buildings, and Jewish names which appear in gilt lettering on plate glass windows. Colwyn walked quickly along, glancing at the displayed names. He had almost reached the Clerkenwell end of the garden when his eye was caught by the name of Austin Wendover, dealer in Oriental stones, gleaming in white letters on the blackboard indicator of a set of offices hived in a building on the corner of a side street. It was the name of the man he was searching for. He turned into the passage, and mounted the stairs. Koldewey followed him. On the landing of the first floor another and smaller board gave the names of those tenants whose offices were at the back of the building. Mr. Wendover's was amongst them, and a pointing hand opposite it revealed that he conducted his business at the end of a long passage with a bend in the middle. When this passage was traversed, Mr. Wendover's name was once more seen, this time on a door, with a notice underneath inviting the visitor to enter without knocking. Within, a young Jew with a sensual face was busily writing at a desk in the corner, with his back to the door. He ceased and turned around at the sound of the opening door, and, thrusting his fountain pen behind an ear already burdened with a cigarette, waited to be informed what the visitors wanted. "Is Mr. Wendover in?" Colwyn inquired. "Yes, he is. What name, please?" The young Jew scrambled down from his stool preparatory to carrying a message. In answer Colwyn tendered Musard's card of introduction. The young Jew scanned it, shot an appraising glance at the two detectives, and vanished into an inner room. He reappeared swiftly in the doorway, and beckoned them to enter. The inner room was furnished with leather chairs, a good carpet, and a large walnut table. Mining maps and framed photographs of famous diamonds hung on the walls, but there was nothing about the man seated at the table to suggest association with precious stones except the gleam of his small grey eyes, which were as hard and glistening as the specimen gems in the showcase at his elbow. His face was long, thin and yellow, of a bilious appearance. His gaunt frame was clothed in black, and his low white collar ended in front in two linen tags, fastened with a penny-bone stud instead of the diamond which might have been expected. This device, besides dispensing with a necktie, revealed the base of a long scraggy neck, with a tuft of grey hair pushing its way up from below and falling over the interstice of the collar, matching a similar tuft which dangled pendulously from the diamond merchant's nether lip. Altogether, as Mr. Austin Wendover sat at his table with his long yellow hands clasped in front of him waiting for his visitors to announce their business, he looked not unlike a Methodist pastor about to say grace, or a Garden City apostle of culture for the masses preparing to receive a vote of thanks for a lecture on English prose at a Workers' Mutual Improvement Society. Even his name suggested, to the serious mind, the compiler of an anthology of British war poets or the writer of a book of nature studies, rather than the material wealth, female folly, late suppers, green rooms, frivolity and immorality brought before a vivid imagination by the mere mention of the word diamonds. "My name is Colwyn, my friend is Detective Koldewey, of Scotland Yard," said Colwyn, in response to Mr. Wendover's glance of interrogation. "We are in search of a little information, which we trust you will give us." "That depends upon what you want to know." This reply, delivered in an abrupt and uncouth manner, suggested that the diamond merchant's disposition was anything but a cut and polished one. "Quite so. You have heard of the Heredith murder, I presume?" The diamond merchant nodded his head without speaking, and waited to hear more. "The Heredith necklace of pink pearls was stolen from Mrs. Heredith's room on the night that she was murdered, and we are endeavoring to trace it." "And what has that got to do with me?" "I have reason to think that the necklace may have been offered or sold in Hatton Garden. It may have been submitted to you." What do ye mean by coming to me with such a question? What does Mr. Musard mean by sending ye here? Does he think I've turned receiver of stolen property at my time of life? I'm surprised at him. My dear Mr. Wendover, Mr. Musard had no such thought in his mind. We simply come to you for information. Mr. Musard gave me your address as a reputable dealer of stones who would be likely to know if this necklace had been offered for sale in Hatton Garden. Well, it has not been offered to me. I've handled no pearls for 12 months. Would you know the Heredith necklace if it were offered to you? I would not, and I've already told ye it was not offered to me. Colwyn was nonplussed and disappointed, but the recollection of Nepcote's furtive glance and hasty concealment of the diamond merchant's card on the previous night prompted him to a further effort. It is possible the necklace may have been broken up and the stones offered separately, he said. The clasp contained a large and valuable blue diamond. I tell ye I know nothing about it. I very rarely buy from private persons. It's not my way of doing business. We have reason to suspect that the necklace was offered for sale by a young military officer, tall and good-looking, with blue eyes and brown hair, slightly tinged with grey at the temples. That description would apply to thousands of young officers. They're a harum-scarum lot, and dissipation soon turns a man's hair grey. I have had some of them here, trying to sell family jewels for money to throw away on painted women. There was one who called some days ago in a half-intoxicated condition. He clapped me on the back as impudent as you please, and calling me a thing, a dear old thing, which is one of their slang phrases, asked me what he could screw out of me for a good diamond. I sent him and his diamond off with a flea in the ear. Mr. Wendover's gummy lips curved in a grim smile at the recollection. Can you describe him more particularly? Asked Colwyn, with sudden interest. I paid no particular attention to him, and I wouldn't know him again if he were to walk in the door. It was almost dark when he came, and my eyes are not young. But he was not the man you're after. It was days before the murder. Did he give you his name? He did not, and I wouldn't tell ye if he did. What's it to do with the object of your visit? You're a persistent sort of young fellow, but I'm not going to let ye hold a general fishing inquiry into my business. There are two kinds of foolish folk in this world. Those who babble of their affairs to their womenfolk, and those who babble of them to strangers. I have no womenfolk, thank God. So I cannot talk to the futile creatures. Then I shall not ask you to break the other half of your maxim on my account, said Colwyn, rising with a smile. It would be no good if ye did, responded Mr. Wendover, with a reciprocatory grin which displayed two yellow fangs like the teeth of a walrus. My business conscience is already pricking me for having said so much. He that holds his own counsel gives away nothing, except that he holds his counsel. Ye might do worse than lay that to your heart, Mr. Colwyn, in your walk through life. There's 50 years' experience behind it. Goodbye to ye, Mr. Colwyn, and ye, young man. I wish ye both luck in your search, but my advice is, try the pawn shops. At the pressure of his thumb on the table the young Jew appeared from the next room, as if summoned by a magic wand, to let the visitors out. That's a queer old bird, said Caldew, as they walked away. Do you think he has told us the truth? Colwyn did not reply. He was thinking rapidly, and wondering whether by any possibility he had made a mistake. But once more there flashed into his mind, like an image projected on a screen, the little scene which he alone had witnessed at the flat on the previous evening. The fluttering cards, the quick, unconscious gesture of concealment, and the startled glance which so plainly reflected the dread of discovery. No, there was no mistake there, but the explanation lay deeper. They had reached the angle of the narrow passage which led to the front outlet of the offices. A small window was fixed at the dark turn of the long dark corridor to admit light. Colwyn chanced to glance through this window as he reached it, and his quick eye took in the figure of a man standing motionless in a narrow alley of the side street below. He was almost concealed behind an archway, but it was apparent to the detective that he was watching the corner building. As Colin looked at him he slightly changed his position and his face came into view. With a quick imperative gesture to his companion, Colwyn ran swiftly along the remainder of the corridor and down the flight of stairs into Hatton Garden. Caldew followed more slowly, puzzled by the other's strange action. When he reached the doorway Colwyn was nowhere to be seen, so he waited in the entrance. After the lapse of a few minutes he saw Colwyn returning from the direction of Clerkenwell. He has got away, he said, as he reached Caldew. His voice was a little breathless, as though with running. Who? Colwyn drew him into the empty entrance hall before he answered. Nepcote. He was watching outside. I saw him through the upstairs window. He either followed us here or has been waiting to see if we came. I should have foreseen this. A flicker of unusual agitation on Colwyn's calm face increased Caldew's mental confusion. I don't understand, he stammered. Nepcote, why should he be watching us? Because he penetrated the truth last night. He knew he was in danger. But why should he follow us here? He accidentally dropped some cards from his pocketbook when giving Merrington an address at his flat last night, and one of them was Wendover's business card. Merrington did not see it. It would have conveyed nothing to him if he had, but I did. Nepcote knew that I saw it, and must have realized that I suspected him. He has been watching my rooms and followed us here, or he has been hanging around this place to see if I called on Wendover. Even now I do not see the connection. If Wendover told us the truth, Nepcote has not been to him with the necklace. Then what did it matter to Nepcote whether you came here or not? Nepcote may have been the man who offered the diamond to Wendover. That is impossible. Wendover says that man called some days before the murder. Still, it may have been Nepcote. That goes beyond me, said Caldew, with a puzzled look. What are you implying? Nothing at present. Every step in this case convinces me that we are faced with a very deep mystery. It isn't worthwhile to hazard a guess, because guessing is always unsatisfactory. Perhaps we had better try and get a little more out of Wendover, said Caldew. That would be merely waste of time. He has not got the necklace, and he is unable to describe the man who offered him the diamond. I believe now that it was Nepcote, but that doesn't matter, one way or another. It is far more important to know that he came here today to watch for us. That implies that he had reason to fear investigations about the necklace. The inference to be drawn is that Nepcote is responsible for the disappearance of the necklace, and is, therefore, deeply implicated in the murder. Perhaps it was not Nepcote that you saw, suggested Caldew. He felt that the remark was a feeble one, but he was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and in a frame of mind which clutches at straws. Put that doubt out of your mind, said Colwyn. I saw his face distinctly. He had disappeared by the time I got down. The alley where he was standing commanded a view of the entrance of this building. I ascertained that by standing in the same spot. His flight is another proof, though that was not needed, of his guilty knowledge and complicity in this murder. Why should he run away? According to his own story last night he had nothing to fear. But now, by his own actions, he has brought the utmost suspicion on himself. I suppose it is no use searching about here for him, remarked Caldew, glancing gloomily out of the doorway. Not in the least. The neighborhood is a warren of alleys and side streets from here to Gray's Inn Road. Then I shall go up to his flat at once, said Caldew. He has not had time to go back. He will not return to his flat. We have seen the last of him until we catch him. He has had 2 warnings, and he is not likely to be guilty of the folly of waiting to see whether lightning strikes thrice in the same spot. He will get away for good, this time, if he can. Nevertheless, it is worthwhile going to the flat. We may pick up some points there. Colwyn uttered these last words in a lower tone at the sight of 2 office girls descending the staircase with much chatter and laughter. Let us go then. They travelled by bus from Gray's Inn Road as far as Oxford Circus, and walked along a number of quiet secluded streets, the backwaters of the West End, in order to reach Sherryman Street from the lower end, which, with a true sense of the fitness of things, was called Sherryman Street Approach. If the approach had not been within a stone's throw of Sherryman Square it might have been called a slum. It had tenement houses with swarms of squalid children playing in the open doorways, its shops offered East End food, mussels and whelks, 2-eyed steaks, reeking fish and chips, and horsemeat for the cheap foreign element. There were several public houses with groups of women outside drinking and gossiping, all wearing the black shawls which are as emblematic of the lower-class London woman as a chasuble to a priest, or a blue tattooed upper lip to a high-caste Maori beauty. A costermonger hawked frozen rabbits from a donkey cart, with a pallid woman following behind to drive away the mangy cats which quarrelled in the road for the oozing blood which dripped from the cart's tail. An Italian woman, swarthy, squat, and intolerably dirty, ground out the Marseillaise from a barrel organ with a shivering monkey capering atop, waving a small Union Jack, and impatiently rattling a tin can for coppers. To turn from this squalid quarter into Sherryman Street was to pass from the east to the west end of London at a step. It was as though an invisible line of demarcation had been drawn between the lower and upper portion of the street, and held inviolate by the residents of each portion. There were no public houses or fish shops in Sherryman Street, no organ grinders, costermongers, unclean children, or women in black shawls. It had quiet, seclusion, clean pavements, polished doorknockers, and white curtains at the windows of its well-kept houses, which grew in dignity to the semblance of town mansions at the square end. Number 10 showed a blank closed stone exterior to the passerby, like an old grey secretive face. As they approached it, Colwyn, with a slight movement of his head, drew his companion's attention to the upper windows which belonged to Nepcote's flat. The blinds were down. "It looks as if Nepcote left last night," he said. The sight of the drawn blinds, like yellow eyelids in the grey face, awakened some secret irritation in Caldew's breast, and with it the realization of his powers as an officer of Scotland Yard. "I shall force a way in and see," he angrily declared. "Better get a key from the housekeeper," suggested Colwyn. "The women who look after these bachelor flats always have duplicate keys. But the front door is ajar. Let us go upstairs first." They ascended the stairs to the flat, and the first thing they noticed was a Yale key in the keyhole of the door. "A sign of mental upset," commented Colwyn. "At such moments people forget the little things." They opened the door and entered. The front room was much as Colwyn had seen it the previous night. The flowers drooped in their bowl, the chorus girls smirked in their silver settings, the framed racehorses and their stolid trainers looked woodenly down from the pink walls. "Nepcote does not seem to have taken anything away with him," remarked Caldew, looking into the bedroom. "The wardrobe is full of his uniforms, but the bed has not been occupied." "Here is the proof that he has fled," said Colwyn, flinging back the lid of a desk which stood in the sitting room. It was filled to the brim with a mass of torn papers. "Anything compromising?" asked Caldew, eagerly approaching to look at the litter. "No, only bills and invitations. Any dangerous letters have been burnt there." He pointed to the grate, which was heaped with blackened fragments. "He's made a good job of it too," he added, as he went to the fireplace and bent over it. "There's not the slightest chance of deciphering a line. But it would be as well to search his clothes. He may have forgotten some letters in the pockets." Caldew took the hint, and disappeared into the inner room, leaving Colwyn examining the contents of the grate. He returned in a few minutes to say that he had found nothing in the clothes except a few treasury notes and some loose silver in a trousers pocket. "That looks as if he had bolted in such a hurry that he forgot to take his change with him," said Colwyn. "It is another interesting revelation of his state of mind, because there is very little doubt that he returned to the flat this morning after leaving it last night." "How do you arrive at that conclusion?" "By the burnt letters in the grate. They are still warm. He was in such a state of fear that he dared not sleep in the flat last night, but he returned this morning to burn his letters and change into civilian clothes. Then he rushed away again in such a hurry that he forgot his money. There is nothing more to be seen here. We had better make a few inquiries of the housekeeper as we go downstairs." They walked out, and Caldew locked the door behind him and placed the key in his pocket. When they reached the entrance hall, Colwyn paused outside the door of the recess where the housekeeper lurked, like an octopus in a pool. At Colwyn's knock a white face, topped by a white cap, came into view through the narrow slit in the curtained glass half of the door, and swam towards them in the interior gloom after the manner of the head of a materialized ghost in a spirit medium's parlor. The door opened, and the apparition appeared in the flesh, looking at them with stony eyes. Caldew undertook the conversation. "Did Captain Nepcote sleep here last night?" he curtly asked. "I don't know." "Well, has he been here this morning?" "I don't know." The tone of the second reply was even more expressionless than the first, if that were possible. "It's your business to know," said Caldew angrily. "It is not my business to discuss Captain Nepcote's private affairs with strangers." The woman turned back into her room without another word, closing the door behind her. "D.N. her," muttered Caldew, in intense exasperation. "These ancient females learn the wisdom of controlling their natural garrulity when placed in charge of bachelors' flats," said Colwyn with a laugh. "We will get nothing out of her if we stay here all day, so we had better go." "I am going straight back to Scotland Yard," Caldew announced with sudden decision when they reached the pavement. "I must tell Merrington all about this morning's work, and the sooner the better. We must have the flat watched. Perhaps Nepcote may return." "He will not return," said Colwyn. "He knows that we are after him, and that the flat will be watched. But it is a good idea not to let him have too long a start. Come, let us see if we can find a taxi, and I will drop you at Scotland Yard." They walked along to Sherryman Square, and esteemed themselves fortunate in picking up a cruising taxi-cab with a driver sufficiently complaisant to drive them in the direction they wished to go. Chapter 22. It was to Merrington's credit as an official that he suppressed his feelings as a man on hearing Coldue's story, and did everything possible to retrieve the situation once he was convinced that Nepcote had fled. Any lingering doubts he may have had were scattered on learning, after confidential inquiry at Whitehall, that Captain Nepcote had not put in an appearance at the War Office that day, and had neither requested nor been granted leave of absence from his duties. On receipt of this information, Merrington turned to his office telephone, and, receiver in hand, bellowed forth peremptory instructions which set in motion the far-reaching organization of Scotland Yard for the capture of a fugitive from justice. Nepcote's description was circulated to police stations, detectives were told off to keep an eye on outgoing trains and the docks, and the entrances to the tubes and underground railways were watched. After enclosing London, Merrington made a wider cast, and long before nightfall he had flung around England a net of fine meshes through which no man could wriggle. But it is difficult even for Scotland Yard to lay quick hands on a fugitive in the vast city of London, as Merrington well knew. While waiting for the net to close over his destined captive, he decided in the new strange turn of the case to investigate the whole of the circumstances afresh. Inquiries set afoot in London, with the object of discovering all that could be learnt of Nepcote's career and Violet Heredith's single life, occupied an important share in Scotland Yard's renewed investigations into the Heredith murder. Caldue was sent to Heredith to look for new facts. He returned after a day's absence with information which might have been obtained before if chance had not directed suspicion to Hazel Rath, with a story of an unknown young man who had left the London train to Heredith at Wading Junction on the night of the murder. The story, as extracted from an unintelligent ticket collector, threw no light on the identity of the stranger beyond a statement that he had worn a long light trench coat, beneath which the collector had caught a glimpse of khaki uniform as the gentleman felt for his ticket at the barrier. On that slight information Caldue had pursued inquiries across a long 2 miles of country between Wading and the Moat House, and had deemed himself fortunate in finding a farm labourer who, on his homeward walk that night, had been passed by a young man in a long coat making rapidly across the fields in the direction of Heredith. The labourer had stared after the retreating figure until it disappeared in the darkness, and had then gone home without thinking any more of the incident. Caldue was so impressed by the significance of the second appearance of the man in the trench coat that he had timed himself in a fast walk over the same ground from Wading to the Moat House, and was able to cover the distance in half an hour. On the basis of these facts, he pointed out to Merrington that, if Nepcote was the man who left the train at Wading at 7 o'clock, he had time to walk across the fields and reach the Moat House by 7:30, which was 10 minutes before the murder was committed. Merrington admitted the possibility, but refused to accept the inference. He was forced by recent events to accept the theory of Nepcote's implication in the mystery, but he was not prepared to believe without much more definite proof that he was the murderer. He was still strong in his belief that Hazel Rath was the person who had killed Mrs. Heredith, whatever the young man's share in the crime might be. The discovery about the man in the trench coat was all very well as far as it went, and perhaps formed another clue in the puzzling set of circumstances of the case, but it did not carry them very far, and certainly did nothing to lessen the weight of evidence against the girl who was charged with the murder. Merrington was forced back on the conclusion that the most important step towards the solution of the mystery was to lay hold of Nepcote, and to that end he directed his own efforts and that of the service of the great organization at his command. As the days went on, he supplemented his original arrangements for Nepcote's arrest with guileful traps. The female dragon who guarded masculine reputations at 10, Sherryman Street, was badgered into cold anger by pretty girls, who sought with tips and blandishments to glean scraps of information about the missing tenant. Scented letters in female handwriting, marked "Important," appeared in the letter racks of Nepcote's West End clubs. Merrington even inserted an advertisement in the "Personal" column of the Times, setting forth a touching female appeal to Nepcote for a meeting in a sequestered spot. At the end of 3 days, with no sign of Nepcote in that period, Merrington was compelled to make application to the Sussex magistrates for another adjournment of the police court proceedings, on the ground that fresh information needed investigation before Scotland Yard could proceed with the charge against Hazel Rath. An additional week was granted with reluctance by the chairman of the bench, a nonconformist draper with political ambitions, who seized the opportunity to impress the electors of a constituency he was nursing for the next general election by making some spirited remarks on the sanctity of British liberty, which he coupled with a scathing reference to the dilatory methods of Scotland Yard. He let it be understood that the police must be prepared at the next hearing to go on with the charge against the prisoner or withdraw it altogether. In the face of these awkward alternatives, Merrington pursued the quest for Nepcote with vigor. The men working immediately under his instructions were spurred into an excess of energy which brought about the detention of several young men who could not adequately explain themselves or their right to liberty in the great city of London. But none of these captures turned out to be Nepcote. Merrington believed he was hiding in London, but at the end of 5 days he still remained mysteriously at liberty in spite of the constant search for him. He seemed to have disappeared as completely as though he had passed out of the world and merged his identity into a chiseled name and a banal aspiration on a tombstone. In the angry consciousness of failure, Merrington was not blind to the fact that he had only his own impetuosity to blame for allowing Nepcote to slip through his fingers. His mistake was due to his dislike of private detectives and his unbelief in modern deductive methods of crime solution. His own system, which is the system of Scotland Yard, was based on motive and knowledge. If he found a strong motive for a crime, he searched for the person to whom it pointed. If there was no apparent motive, he fell back on his great knowledge of the underworld and its denizens to fit a criminal to the crime. The system has its measure of success, as the records of Scotland Yard attest. Merrington had brought both methods to bear in his handling of the Heredith case. When his original investigations failed to reveal a motive for the murder, he determined to return to London to ascertain what dangerous criminals were at liberty who might have committed the murder. His own view then was that the murder was the work of an old hand who had entered the moat house to commit burglary, and had murdered Mrs. Heredith to escape identification. The isolation of the moat house, the presence of guests with valuable jewels, the time chosen for the crime, and the scream of the victim, tended to confirm him in this belief. Coldu's chance discovery about Hazel Rath, and the subsequent events which arrayed such strong circumstantial evidence against her, brought the other side of the system uppermost and set Merrington seeking for a motive which would accord with the presumption of the girl's guilt. Having found that motive, he was satisfied that he had done his duty, and he thought very little more about the case. It was his tenacious adhesion to conservative methods which caused him to blunder in his treatment of Colwyn's information about the missing necklace. He rarely acted on impulse. His habitual distrust of humanity was deep, and to it was wedded a wariness which was the heritage of long experience. But his obstinate conviction of Hazel Rath's guilt led him to make a false move in his effort to square the loss of the necklace with the evidence against the girl. His own poor opinion of human nature hindered him from seeing, as Colwyn had seen, any inconsequence between such widely different motives as maddened love and theft. That was one of those subtle differentiations of human psychology in which his coarse-grained temperament was at fault. It is probable that Merrington's dislike of private detectives contributed to obscure his judgment at a critical moment. He was unable to see that Colwyn, by reason of his intellect and practical capacity, stood in a class apart and alone. In his contemplation of the case, Merrington's thoughts turned to Colwyn, and he wondered in what direction the private detective's investigations into the case had progressed, if they had progressed at all, since he had seen him last. In a chastened mood, he reflected that Colwyn had not only given him a warning which was annoyingly different from other advice in being well worth following, but had acted generously in informing him of the missing necklace when he might have kept the discovery to himself, in order to score a point over Scotland Yard and place one of the Yard's most distinguished officials in an awkward position. With a belated but unconscious recognition of an intelligence which far surpassed his own, Merrington felt that it would be worthwhile to have another talk with Colwyn, in the hope of finding some way out of the perplexities in which he had plunged himself by permitting Nepcote to escape. The next interview, which was of his seeking, took place at Colwyn's rooms in the evening, after Merrington had previously arranged for it by telephone. The face of the private detective revealed neither surprise nor resentment at the sight of Merrington. He invited his guest to sit down, and then seated himself a little distance from the table, on which whiskey and cigars were set out. "Well, Mr. Colwyn, you were right and I was wrong about that fellow Nepcote," Merrington commenced, realizing that it was best to come to the point at once. "I wish now that I had followed your advice. If you hadn't gone to see him perhaps you wouldn't know as much as you know now," said Colwyn dryly. "That's one way of looking at it," responded Merrington with his great laugh. "Unfortunately, that interview caused Nepcote to bolt, and so far he has shown us a clean pair of heels." "You've had no news of him?" "Only a lot of false reports. I am convinced that he is still hiding in London, but the trouble is to get hold of him. These infernal darkened streets make it more difficult. A wanted man can walk along them at night right under the nose of the police without fear of being seen." "Have you made any fresh discoveries about the case?" "We have ascertained that a man who may have been Nepcote was seen near the moat house on the night of the murder." Colwyn nodded indifferently. The tracing of Nepcote's movements on the night of the murder was to him one of the minor points of the problem, like the first pawn move in chess, essential, but without real significance, in view of the inevitable inference of the flight. "I have been working on the case from this end," he said. "In what direction?" "Trying to arrive at the beginning of the mystery. I have been endeavoring to find out something about Mrs. Heredith's earlier life. It struck me that it might throw some light on the subsequent events. I have been investigating along similar lines. Shall we compare notes?" "With pleasure, but I should think that you have been able to find out more than I have been able to discover single-handed. For one thing, I have seen Lady Vaughan, the wife of Sir William Vaughan, of the War Office. She is a kind and gracious woman, taking a great interest in the hundreds of girl clerks employed at her husband's department in Whitehall. Last winter she gave a series of dances at her house in Knightsbridge, and the girls were invited in turns. Mr. Heredith was present at one of these functions." "So much I know," said Merrington. "Then you are probably aware that Captain Nepcote was also present that evening, and brought several other young officers with him. It was he who introduced Philip Heredith to the girl whom he afterwards married." "I knew Nepcote was a guest at one of the dances, but it is news to me that he introduced the girl to young Heredith." "Lady Vaughan did not tell us this." "Lady Vaughan did not know. I ascertained the fact later from one of the guests who witnessed the introduction. I attach some importance to the point. Last winter Philip Heredith and Nepcote were on fairly intimate terms, working together in the same room at the War Office, and sometimes going together to the houses of mutual friends. It was evidently a case of the attraction of opposites." "It must have been," replied Merrington emphatically. "I have had inquiries made about Nepcote, and I should not have thought he would have appealed to Mr. Heredith. There is nothing actually wrong so far as we can learn, but he had the reputation, before the war, of a fast and idle young man about town, with a weakness for women and gambling. He came into a few thousands some years ago, but soon spent it. I imagine that he has subsisted principally on credit and gambling since he squandered his money, for he is certainly not the type of man to live on his pay as an officer. As a matter of fact, he was in serious trouble with the army authorities recently for not paying his mess bills in France. He was not brought up to the army, and he has seen very little active service. He got his captain's commission about 12 months after the war commenced, when the War Office was handing out commissions like boxes of matches, but he managed to keep under the Whitehall umbrella until quite recently. He seems to have a bit of a pull somewhere, though I cannot find out where. Perhaps it is his charm of manner. Everybody who knows him says he has a charming manner, though it wasn't apparent to me that night I interviewed him at his flat." "Perhaps he was too afraid to exercise it on that occasion," suggested Colwyn, with a smile. "He must have thought that it was all up with him." "Have you discovered anything about Mrs. Heredith's antecedents?" asked Merrington with an abruptness which suggested that he had little relish for the last remark. "Very little, apart from the fact that she lived in rooms, and had no real girl friends, so far as I can ascertain. Apparently she was a girl who played a lone hand, as they say in America. The type is not uncommon in large cities. My information, such as it is not of the least importance one way or the other. I have learnt very little more than you, except that she changed her rooms pretty frequently, but always kept within an easy radius of the West End, living in dull but respectable neighbourhoods like Russell Square and Woburn Place. It was precious little time she spent there, though. The people of these places know nothing about her except that she used to go out in the morning and did not return till late at night, generally in a taxi, and alone, so far as is known. She was, apparently, one of those bachelor girls who have sprung into existence in thousands during the war, one of that distinct species who trade on their good looks and are out for a good time, but keep sufficiently on the safe side of the fence to be careful of their reputations. It's part of their stock in trade. Such girls contrive to go everywhere and see everything at the expense of young men with more money than brains, who have been caught by their looks. It's the Savoy for lunch, a West End restaurant for dinner, review, late supper, and home in a taxi, with perhaps a kiss for the lot by way of payment. The War Office was a godsend to this type of girl. It gives them jobs with nothing to do, with a kind of official standing thrown in, and the chance of meeting plenty of young officers over on leave from the front, with money to burn and hungry for pretty English faces. It is difficult to find out anything about these bachelor girls. They have no homes, only a place to sleep in, they confide in nobody, and their men friends will never give them away. Almost any woman will give away a man, but I have never yet known a man give away a woman. If Mrs. Heredith was that type of girl, it is possible that some early episode or forgotten flirtation in her past life is mixed up with the mystery of her death. You think that, do you? Asked Merrington, regarding his companion attentively. How else can we explain Nepcote's appearance in the mystery, except on the ground that he may have murdered her for the necklace? It is important to bear in mind that Nepcote knew her in her single days. If she had a secret, she has taken it to the grave with her. There remains Nepcote, who is deeply implicated in the case in some way. You may learn something from him if you can catch him and induce him to speak, though I must confess I find it difficult to reconcile the supposition that he committed the murder with the known circumstances of the case. There I agree with you, exclaimed Merrington. What is Hazel Rath's position if we admit any such supposition? Nothing has yet come to light to shake the evidence which points to her as the person who murdered Mrs. Heredith. Does she still refuse to speak? Yes, she is as obstinate as a mule and as mute as a fish. I sent a very clever woman detective down to the jail at Lewes to try and coax her to say something, but she could get nothing out of her. She said she had no statement to make, and nothing whatever to say. She refused to go beyond that. She may have some strong reason for keeping silence, remarked Colwyn thoughtfully. Arrested persons sometimes remain silent under a grave charge because they are anxious to keep certain knowledge in their possession from the police. Nepcote's implication in the case lends color to the theory that Hazel Rath may be keeping silent for some such purpose. In order to shield Nepcote. It is possible, though I do not think we are in a position to infer that much without further knowledge. But now that we know that Nepcote is connected with the case, I certainly think that a strong effort should be made to induce Hazel Rath to speak. It is not to be done, replied Merrington, with an emphatic shake of the head. The girl is not to be drawn. Have you told her about the recent developments of the case? About Nepcote, do you mean? Yes. Certainly not, replied Merrington, in a tone of outraged officialism. To give the girl that piece of information before I know what it means would place such a powerful weapon in the hands of the lawyer for the defense that I should have to withdraw the charge against Hazel Rath at the next police court proceedings if I did not arrest Nepcote in the meantime. I do not want any dramatic developments, as the idiotic newspapers call it, in my cases. There is a certain amount of public sympathy with this girl already. I think you stand to gain more than you lose by telling her that Nepcote is suspected. I prefer to arrest Nepcote first. We may get him at any moment, and then, I hope, we shall find out where we stand in this case. But what do you mean by saying that I have more to gain than lose by telling the girl about him? If she is keeping silent to shield Nepcote, she is likely to reveal the truth when she knows that there is nothing more to be gained by silence. She will then begin to think of herself. In my opinion, you have now an excellent weapon in your hand to force her to speak. Can we go so far as to assume that she is keeping silence to shield him? Let us assume that they went to Mrs. Heredith's room together for the purpose of murder and robbery. The girl, we will suppose, fired the shot and Nepcote escaped from the window with the necklace. Is Hazel Rath likely to reveal such a story when she knows it will not save herself? Your assumptions carry you too far, returned Colwyn. Our presumptive knowledge does not take us that distance. Till Nepcote's share in the case is explained, it is useless indulging in speculations outside our premises. Let us defer inferences until we have marshaled more facts. We do not know whether more than one pair of eyes witnessed the murder of Mrs. Heredith. The theory that Hazel Rath fired the shot is merely a presumption of fact, and not an actual certainty. Much is still hidden in this case, and the question is, can Hazel Rath enlighten us? As she and Nepcote are now both implicated, it seems to me that the best inducement to get her to speak is by letting her know that you have arrested Nepcote. In my opinion, the experiment is well worth trying. Merrington rose to his feet and paced across the room, pondering over the proposal. I am inclined to believe you are right, he said. At any rate, I shall go down to Lewes tomorrow and put it to the test. I would ask you to accompany me, but it would be a little irregular. I shall be content to learn the result, Colwyn answered. Chapter 23. There are moments when the human brain refuses to receive communication from its peripheries, and the rapidity of thought becomes so slow that it can be measured by minutes. The stage of consciousness on which life's drama is solitarily played for every human being is too circumscribed to expand all at once for the reception of a strange and unexpected image. Such moments follow in the wake of a great shock, like a black curtain descending on a lighted scene. When the curtain begins to rise again, it is on a darkened stage, on which the objects are seen dimly at first, then clearer as returning intelligence, working slowly for the accommodation of the new setting, places the fresh impression in order with the throng of previously existing ideas. Such a moment seemed to have come to Hazel Rath as she stood looking at Merrington, who sat in an easy chair on the other side of the table confronting her with the tangible perception of his massive presence, reinforced by the weight of an authority which, if not so perceptible, was sufficiently apparent in the stolid blue back of a policeman on duty outside the glass door, and in the barred windows of the little room to which she had been brought to receive the news which had just been conveyed to her. But she gave no sign of having heard, or, at least, understood the import of Merrington's relation. Her dark eyes wandered around the little office, and slowly returned to the face of the big man who was watching her so closely. Her look, which at first had been one of utter bewilderment, now revealed a trace of incredulity which suggested a returning power for the assimilation of ideas. But she did not speak. "Have you nothing to say?" Merrington demanded. He had been a silent listener to many criminal confessions in his time, but in the unusual reversion of roles he was becoming unreasonably angry with the girl for not repaying his confidence with her own story. His loud hectoring voice startled her, and seemed to accelerate the mechanism of her mind into the association of her surroundings with her position. "Why did you bring me here to torture me?" she cried, with a sudden rush of shrill utterance which was, in its way, almost as pitiful and surprising as her previous silence. "Oh, why cannot you leave me alone?" She threw her arms out wildly, then, as if realizing the futility of gesture, dropped them helplessly to her sides. There was something in the action which suggested a bird trying to stretch its wings in a cramped cage. Her quivering lips, tense facial muscles, and strained yet restless bearing plainly revealed an unbalanced temperament, bending beneath the weight of a burden too heavy and sustained. As an experienced police official, Merrington was well versed in the little signs which indicate the breaking point of imprisonment in those unused to it. He saw that Hazel Rath had reached a state in which kindness and consideration, but no other means, might induce her to tell all she knew. "Come now, my good girl," he said in a gentle pleasant voice which would have astonished Koldewey beyond measure if he had heard it. "Nobody wants to torture you. On the contrary, I have come down from London purposely to help you." He paused for a moment in order to allow this remark to sink into her mind and then went on. "I do not think that you quite understood what I have been trying to tell you. I will tell you again, and I wish you to listen to me for your own sake." He glanced at her again, and satisfied that he had now gained her attention, repeated the news he had endeavored to tell her previously. The story, which he embellished with additional details as he went on, was a practical demonstration of the trick of conveying a false impression without telling an actual untruth. Merrington's sole aim was to convince Hazel that further silence on her part was useless, so, to that end, he used the incident of his visit to Nepcote's flat in a way to suggest that Nepcote's admission of the ownership of the revolver amounted to an admission of his own complicity in the murder. It was an adroit narration. Merrington conceded that much to himself, not without some pride in his own creation, but he was not prepared for its immediate and overmastering effect on the girl. She listened to him with an intensity of interest which was in the strangest contrast with her former inattention and indifference. When Merrington reached the point of his revelations by telling her about the missing necklace in order to assure her that the police were aware that Nepcote had gained more from the commission of the crime than she had, she surprised him by springing to her feet, her eyes blazing with excitement. "I knew it would be proved that I am innocent," she exclaimed. "Now I can tell you all I know." "It is the very best course you can pursue," responded Merrington with emphasis. "I know it, I see it now. Oh, I have been very foolish. But a burst of hysterical tears choked further utterance. Merrington waited patiently until she recovered herself. He was troubled by no qualms of gentlemanly etiquette at watching the distress of the distraught girl sobbing wildly at the little table between them. There is a wide difference between pampered beauty in distress and a female prisoner in self-abasement. So he waited composedly enough until she lifted her head and regarded him with dark wistful eyes through a glitter of tears. "You had better tell me all," he said. "Yes, I will tell you everything now," she quickly replied. "Before you do so, it is my duty to warn you that any statement you make may be used in evidence against you at your trial," Merrington said, with a swift resumption of his official manner. "At the same time, I think you will be acting in your own interest by keeping nothing back." "I quite understand. But it is such a strange story that I hardly know how to begin." "Tell me everything from the first. That will be the best way." "That night I went up to Mrs. Heredith's room just to see her," she commenced, almost in a whisper. "My mother had told me earlier in the evening that she was alone in her room suffering from a headache. I thought I would take the opportunity while the others were at dinner to go up to her room and ask her if she wanted anything. So I left my mother's room and walked quietly down the hall to the left wing. There was nobody about. All the guests were at dinner, and the servants were busy in the kitchen and the dining room. When I got upstairs I noticed that Mrs. Heredith's door was open a little, and I saw that there was no light in the room. I thought that strange until I remembered she had been suffering from a bad headache, and probably had turned off the light to rest her head. I did not knock because I thought she might be asleep. I was just going to turn away when I heard a sound like a sob within the room. I listened, and heard it again. I hardly knew what to do at first, but the thought came to me that perhaps Mrs. Heredith was worse, and needed someone. So I pushed open the door and went in. I know the moat house well, so I was aware that the switch of the electric light was by the side of the fireplace, near the head of the bed, and not close to the door, as in the other rooms. To turn on the light I had to walk across the room. It was very dark, and I walked cautiously for fear of stumbling and alarming Mrs. Heredith. Twice I stopped to listen, and once I heard a sound like somebody whispering. I was dreadfully nervous because I didn't know whether I was doing right or wrong by going into Mrs. Heredith's room like that, but something seemed to urge me on. I must have mistaken my direction in the dark, for I couldn't find the electric switch. I kept running my hand along the wall in search of it, and while I was doing this, somebody caught me suddenly by the throat. All the blood in my veins seemed to turn to ice, and I screamed loudly. Immediately I screamed the hand let go, but I was too frightened to move. It was so silent in the room then, that I could hear my own heart beating, but as I stood there by the wall not daring to move I thought I heard a rustling sound by the window. My hands kept wandering over the wall behind me, trying to find the switch of the light. Then, suddenly, there was a dreadful sound, the report of a gun. It seemed to fill the room with echoes, which rolled to the window and back again. As the sound of the report died away, my fingers touched the switch and I turned on the light. I was standing close to the head of the bed, and the first thing I noticed was something glittering on the carpet at my feet. I stooped and picked it up. It was a revolver. Then my eyes turned to the bed, and I saw poor Mrs. Heredith. She was lying quite still with blood on her mouth. I could see that she was still alive, because her eyes looked at me. At that terrible sight I forgot everything except that she was in agony. I was bending over her wiping her mouth when I caught the sound of footsteps running up the stairs. It flashed across my mind that I must not be found there, in a room where I had no right to be, holding in my hand a revolver which had just been discharged. I switched off the light and ran out of the room. The light from the landing outside guided me to the door. I had just time to get outside and slip behind the velvet curtains when some of the gentlemen appeared on the landing. I stayed there hidden for some time, too frightened to move, and expecting every moment to be discovered. I could hear them moving about searching, and I thought that somebody would draw aside the curtains and see me hiding underneath. But nobody came near me. I heard them go into Mrs. Heredith's room, and Mr. Musard started talking. The corridor was silent, and it seemed to me that I had a chance of escaping downstairs if the staircase was clear. I crept across to the balusters, still keeping under the cover of the curtains, and looked over. I could see nobody in the hall downstairs. I slipped the revolver into my dress and ran downstairs as quickly as I could. I got to the hall without meeting anyone, and then I knew that I was safe. But just as I turned into the passage leading to my mother's rooms I heard the dining room door open. I looked back and saw Tufnell come out and go upstairs, but he did not see me. Then I reached my mother's rooms. She was silent so long that Merrington thought she had finished her story. "And what about your brooch, the brooch which you dropped in the room? When did you get that again?" "I did not miss it until some time after I had returned downstairs. I wondered at first where I had dropped it. I then remembered the hand on my throat, which must have unloosened the brooch and caused it to fall. I knew it was necessary for me to recover it so it would not be known that I had been in the room. The house was very quiet then, and the hall was empty, though I could hear the murmur of voices in the library, so I walked along the hall and ran upstairs. The door of the bedroom was partly open, and by the light within I could see that the room was empty, except for her. I went into the room. The first thing I saw was my little brooch shining on the carpet, close by the bedside, near where I had been standing when the hand clutched at my throat. I picked it up and ran downstairs. "Is that the whole of your story?" She considered for a moment. "Yes, I think that I have told you everything. What took you to Mrs. Heredith's room in the first place?" I wanted to see her." "For what purpose? If you want me to help you, you had better be frank." I wished to see the girl whom Mr. Phil had married. She brought out the answer hesitatingly, but the color which flooded her thin white cheeks showed that she was aware of the implication of the admission. But Merrington was impervious to the finer feelings of the heart. He disbelieved her story from beginning to end, and was of the opinion that she was trying to hoax him with a concoction as crude as the vain imaginings of melodrama or the cinema. It was more with the intention of trapping her into a contradiction than of eliciting anything of importance that he continued his questions. You say that you heard a noise at the window after the shot was fired. What did you imagine it to be? I was too nervous at the time to think anything about it, but since I have thought that it must have been someone getting out of the window. Did you hear the window being opened? No, I heard nothing but the rustle, as I told you. But it may have been the wind, or my fear. Did you catch a glimpse of the person in the room, whoever it was, when you were caught by the throat? No, I only felt the hand. It was quite dark, and I could see nothing. You are quite sure this happened to you? You are sure it is not imagination? Oh, no, it was too terribly real. Did you observe anything about the revolver when you picked it up? Said Merrington after a pause. No, except that it was bright and shining. Nor when you placed it in your dress to carry it downstairs. I do not know anything about firearms. When I got downstairs I locked it away as quickly as I could. So you picked up a revolver which had just been fired, without noticing whether the barrel was hot or cold. Is that what you wish me to believe? I picked it up by the handle. I seem to remember now that it was warm, but I cannot be sure. I hardly knew what I was doing at the time. Her confusion was so evident that Merrington did not think it worthwhile to pursue the point. If your story is true, why have you not told it before? He said. If you are merely the unfortunate victim of circumstances that you claim to be, why did you not announce your innocence when I was questioning you at the moat house on the day after the murder? The girl hesitated perceptibly before answering the question. Perhaps I might have done so but for your recognition of my mother, she said at length, in a low tone. I fail to see how that affected your own position. It seemed to me then that it did, she responded in a firmer tone. I knew that my story sounded improbable, but after learning what you knew about my mother it seemed to me that you would be even less likely to believe me, so I thought the best thing I could do was to keep silence, and trust to the truth coming to light in some other way. The recollection of the incidents of his visit to the moat house came thronging into Merrington's mind at this reply. Did you see your mother when you got downstairs on the night of the murder? He asked. Not at first. She came in afterwards. How long afterwards? The girl, struck by a new note in his voice, looked at him with horror in her widened eyes. I understand what you mean, she replied, but you are wrong, quite wrong. My mother knows nothing whatever about it. She did not even know that I had been upstairs. She is as innocent as I am. That does not carry us very far, said Merrington coldly, rising to his feet and touching a bell in front of him. I do not believe you have told all. Chapter 24. Strong in his conviction that the story of Hazel Rath was largely the product of an hysterical imagination, Merrington dismissed it from his mind and devoted all his energies to the search for Nebcote. The task looked a difficult one, but Merrington did not despair of accomplishing it before the day came round for the adjourned hearing of the charge against the girl. He knew that it was a difficult matter for a wanted man to remain uncaptured in a civilized community for any length of time if the pursuit was determined enough, and in this instance the military police were assisting the criminal authorities. Merrington's own plans for Nebcote's capture were based on the belief that he had not the means to get away from London unless the Heredith necklace was still in his possession. As that seemed likely enough, Nebcote's description was circulated among the pawnbrokers and jewelers, with a request that anyone offering the necklace should be detained until a policeman could be called in. He also had Nebcote's former haunts watched in case the young man endeavored to approach any of his friends or acquaintances for a loan. Having taken these steps in the hope of starving Nebcote into surrender if he was not caught in the meantime, Merrington next directed the resources at his command to putting London through a fine-tooth comb, as he expressed it, in the effort to get hold of his man. But it was to chance that he owed his first indication of Nebcote's movements since his disappearance. He was dictating official correspondence in his private room at Scotland Yard 3 days after his visit to Lewes, when a subordinate officer entered to say that a man had called who wished to see somebody in authority. It was Merrington's custom to interview callers who visited Scotland Yard on mysterious errands which they refused to disclose in the outer office. The information he received from such sources more than compensated for the occasional intrusion of criminals with grudges or bores with public grievances. The man who followed the janitor into the room was neither the one nor the other, but a weazened white-faced Londoner, with a shrewd eye and the false, cringing smile of a small shopkeeper. He explained in the strident vernacular of the Cockney that his name was Henry Hobbs. Henry Hobbs was his own version of it, and he kept a pawnbroker's shop in the Caledonian Road. It was his intention to have called at Scotland Yard earlier, he explained, but his arrangements had been upset by a domestic event in his own household. They've kept me runnin' about ever since it happened, he added, bestowing a wink of subtle meaning upon the pretty typist who had been taking Merrington's correspondence. The ladies, bless their hearts, always make a fuss over a little one. When it is legitimate, Merrington gruffly corrected. Miss Benson, he said, turning to the typist, who sat in a state of suspended animation over the typewriter at the word where he had left off dictating, you can leave me for a little while and come back later. Now my man, he went on, as the door closed behind her, I've no time to waste discussing babies. Tell me the object of your visit. The little man stood his ground with the imperturbable assurance of the Cockney. We thought of calling it Victory Egg. Victory, because our London lads seem likely to finish off the war in double quick time, and Egg after our commander, good old Dougie Egg, whose name is every bit good enough for my baby. What do you think? Don't get your air off, Governor, Mr. Hobbs hastily protested, in some alarm at the expression of Merrington's face. I'm coming to it fast enough, but my head is so full of this here kitty that I hardly know whether I'm standing on my head or my heels. It's like this air. A few days ago there was a young man come into my shop to pawn his waistcoat. I lent him £half-a-crown on it and he goes away. But, yesterday afternoon he comes back to pawn, a little pencil case, on which I lends him £1. Now, I shouldn't be surprised if this young man wasn't the young man we was warned to look out for as likely to offer a pearl necklace. What makes you think so? By the description. I didn't notice him much at first, but I did the second time, perhaps because I'd just been reading over the handbill before he come in. He looks a bit the worse for wear since it was drawn up, hadn't been shaved and seemed down on his luck, but I should say it was the same man, even to the bits of grey on the temples. Been a bit of a dandy and a gentleman before he run to seed, I should say. What makes you think that? Asked Merrington, who had scant belief in the theory that gentility has a hallmark of its own. Not his white hands, they're nothing to go by. It was his clothes. I was a tailor in Windmill Street before I went in for pawnbroking, and I know. This chap's suit hadn't been acked out in the city or in one of those places in Cheapside where they put notices in the window to say that the foreman cutter is the only man in the street who gets 12 quid a week. They hadn't come from Crouch End, neither. They was first-class West End garments. It's the same with clothes as it is with thoroughbred hosses and women, you can always tell them, no matter how they've come down in the world. And it's like that with boots too. This chap's boots hadn't been cleaned for days, but they were boots, and not holes to put your feet into, like most people wear. You made no effort to detain him. How could I? He didn't offer the necklace, or say anything about jewels, so I had no reason for stopping him. I could see he was as nervous as a lady the whole time he was in the shop, so before I gave him £1 for his pencil I marked it with a cross as something to help the police get on his tracks in case he is the man you're after. When he left I went to my door to see if there was a policeman in sight, but of course there wasn't. I doubt if he'd have got him, though. He was off like a shot as soon as he got the £1, down a side street and then up another, going towards King's Cross. Here's the pencil case he pawned. I didn't bring the waistcoat, but you can avenue it if it's any good to you. Merrington glanced carelessly at the little silver pencil case, and after asking the pawnbroker a few questions he permitted him to depart. Then he touched his bell and sent for Detective Caldew. Half an hour later Caldew emerged from his chief's room in possession of the pawnbroker's story, with the addition of as much authoritative counsel as the mind of Merrington could suggest for its investigation. Caldew did not relish the task of following up the slender clue. He had not been impressed by the relation of Mr. Hobbs' supposed recognition of Nepcote, although as a detective he was aware that unlikely statements were sometimes followed by important results. But the element of luck entered largely into the elucidation of chance testimony. There were some men in Scotland Yard who could turn a seeming fairy tale into a startling fact, but there were others who failed when the probabilities were stronger. Caldew accounted himself one of these unlucky ones. But luck was with him that day. At least, it seemed so to him that evening, as he returned to Holborn after a long and trying afternoon spent in the squalid streets and slums of St Pancras and Islington. The goddess of chance, bestowing her favors with true feminine caprice, had taken it into her wanton head, at the last moment, to accomplish for him the seemingly impossible feat of tracing the pawnbroker's marked shilling, through various dirty hands, to the pocket of the man who had pawned the pencil case. Whether she would grant him the last favor of all, by enabling him to prove whether this man and Nepcote were identical, was a point Koldewey intended to put to the proof that night. Koldewey was in high good humor with himself at such a successful day's work, and he alighted from the tram with the intention of passing a couple of hours pleasantly by treating himself to a little dinner in town before returning to Islington to complete his investigations. He wandered along from New Oxford Street to Charing Cross by way of Soho, scanning the restaurant menus as he passed with the indecisive air of a poor man unused to the privilege of paying high rates for bad food in strange surroundings. The foreign smells and greasy messes of Old Compton Street repelled his English appetite, and he did not care to mingle with the herds of suburban dwellers who were celebrating the fact that they were alive by making uncouth merriment over 3 and 6-penny tablespots and crude Burgundy and Chianti in the cheap glitter of Wardour Street. As a disciplined husband and father, Koldewey's purse did not permit of his going further west for his refection, so when he reached Charing Cross he turned his face in the direction of Fleet Street. He had almost made up his mind in favor of a small English eating house halfway down the Strand, when he encountered Colwyn. The private detective was wearing a worn tweed suit and soft hat, which had the effect of making a considerable alteration in his appearance. He was about to enter the eating house, but stopped at the sight of Koldewey looking in the window, and advanced to shake hands with him. "Thinking of dining here, Koldewey?" he asked. "Yes," replied Koldewey. "It seems a quiet place." "It certainly has that merit," responded Colwyn, glancing into the empty interior of the little restaurant. "You had better dine with me if you have nothing better to do. I should like to have a talk with you." Koldewey expressed a pleased acquiescence. He had not seen the private detective since he had taken him a copy of Merrington's notes of his interview with Hazel Rath, and he wished to know whether Colwyn had made any fresh discoveries in the Heredith case. At their entrance, a waiter reclining against the cash desk sprang into supple life, and with a smile of prospective gratitude sped ahead up the staircase, casting backward glances of invitation like a gustatory siren enticing them to a place of bliss. He led them into a room overlooking the Thames embankment, hung up their hats, took the wine card from the frame of the mirror over the mantelpiece, wrote down the order for the dinner, and disappeared downstairs to get the dishes. "It seems to me that you've been here before," said Koldewey. "I always come here when I have an expedition in hand," was the response. Koldewey wondered whether his companion's expedition was connected with the Heredith mystery, but before he could frame the question the waiter returned with a bottle of wine, and shortly afterwards the dinner appeared. It was not until the meal was concluded that Colwyn broached the subject which was uppermost in his guest's thoughts by asking him if he had met with any success in his search for Nepcote. "We are still looking for him," was Koldewey's guarded reply, as he accepted a cigar from his companion's case. "In Islington, for instance." The light Colwyn held to his own cigar revealed the smile on his lips. Koldewey was so surprised at this shrewd guess that his match slipped from his fingers. "What makes you think we are looking for Nepcote in Islington?" he demanded. "I am not unacquainted with the ingenious methods of Scotland Yard," was the reply. "I can see Merrington working it out with a scale map of London to help him. He is convinced that Nepcote is still in London without a penny in his pockets. Merrington asks himself what Nepcote is likely to do in such circumstances. Borrow from his friends or attempt to cash a check. We will guard against that by watching his clubs and his bank. Raise funds on the necklace, if he has it. Merrington knows how to stop that by warning the pawnbrokers and jewelers. When he has done so he has the satisfaction of feeling that his man is cut off from supplies, wandering penniless in stony-hearted London, as helpless as a babe in the wood. Where will he hide? He is a West End man, knowing little of London outside of Piccadilly, so the chances are that he will not get very far, and that his wanderings will end in surrender or starvation. But Scotland Yard cannot wait for him to surrender, and Merrington, with an imagination stimulated by the necessity of finding him, decides in favour of Islington, the so-called Merry Islington of obsequious London chroniclers, though, so far as my personal observation goes, its inhabitants are merry only when in liquor. Islington is congested, Islington contains criminals, and Islington is an ideal hiding place. Therefore, says Merrington, let us seek our man there. Oh, come, Mr. Colwyn, you don't put me off like that. Somebody must have told you that I was out there today. I saw you myself. As a matter of fact, I have been looking for Nepcote in that part of London, in an area between Farringdon Street and Euston. Why there in particular? London is a wide field. I have endeavored to narrow it by considering the possibilities. The suburbs are unsafe, and so is the West End. The city affords no shelter for a fugitive. There remain the poorer congested areas, the docks, and the East End. But that does not help us very much, because there is still a vast field left. What narrowed it considerably for me is my strong belief, taking all the circumstances into consideration, that Nepcote has not got very far from where we last saw him. What finally determined me to select Islington as a starting point for my search was that strange law of human gravitation which impels a fugitive to seek a criminal quarter for shelter. A hunted man seems to develop a keen scent for those who, like himself, are outside the law. Islington, as you are aware, has a large percentage of criminals in its population. At any rate, I am looking for Nepcote in Islington. Although I could pick flaws in your theory, I am bound to say that you are right, said Caldew. Nepcote is hiding in Islington. At least, we think so, he cautiously added. Good. How did you find out? Caldew gave his companion particulars of the pawnbroker's visit to Scotland Yard that morning. I have been looking for Mr. Hobbs' marked shilling in the small shops between King's Cross and Upper Street all the afternoon, he said. I traced it quite by accident after I had decided to give up the attempt. One of the uniformed men at the Angel happened to tell me, as a joke, about a coffee stall keeper who had gone to him in a fury that morning about a chance customer, who, in his own words, had diddled him for a bob overnight. He showed the policeman a shilling he had taken from the man, and was under the impression that it was a bad one because it was marked with a cross. The policeman put the coin in his pocket and gave the man another one to get rid of him. I obtained the shilling from him, and went to see the coffee stall keeper. His description of the man who passed it resembled Nepcote, and he added the information that the customer, after changing the shilling for a cup of coffee, had asked him where he could get a bed. The coffee stall keeper directed him to a cheap lodging house near the Angel. I went to his lodging house, and ascertained that a man answering to the description had slept there last night, and on leaving this morning said that he would return there for a bed tonight. I have a policeman watching the place, and I am going out there shortly to see this chap, if he comes back. Do you care to go with me? I'll go with pleasure, said Colwyn, who had listened to this story with close attention. Then we'd better be getting along. But, I say, don't mention this to Merrington if anything goes wrong and I don't pull it off. The old man has his knife into me over this case, and my life wouldn't be worth living if Nepcote slipped through our fingers again. I want to try and surprise him, and let him see that there are other men at Scotland Yard besides himself. I don't think you have much to fear from Merrington, said Colwyn, laughing outright. He is in a chastened mood at present. But you can rely on my discretion, and I hope you will get your man. I believe I shall, returned Caldew in a confident tone. Shall we make a start? Colwyn paid the bill, and they set out through the darkened streets, upon which a light autumn fog was descending. The Kingsway Underground tramway carried them to the Angel, where they got off. Caldew threaded his way through the unwashed population of that centre, and turned into a side street where a swarm of draggle-tailed women were chaffering for decaying greens heaped on costers' stalls in the middle of the road. He turned again into a narrower street running off this street market, and stopped when he got to the end of it. He nudged his companion, and pointed to a sign of "Good Beds," visible beneath a flare in a doorway opposite. That's the place, he said. A policeman came up to them, looming out of the fog as suddenly as a spectre, and nodded to Caldew. Nothing doing, he briefly announced. I've watched the place ever since, but he hasn't been in. All right, said Caldew. You can leave it to me now. I shan't need you any longer. Good night. Good night, and good night to you, Mr. Colwyn, the policeman responded, turning with a smile to the private detective. I didn't recognize you at first because of the fog. I didn't know you were in this job. And I hope that you won't mention it, now that you do know, interposed Caldew hastily. Not me. I'm not one of the talking sort. The policeman nodded again in a friendly fashion, and disappeared down the side street. The two detectives stood there, watching, screened from passing observation in the deep doorway of an empty shop. The flare which swung in the doorway opposite permitted them to take stock of everybody who entered the lodging house in quest of a bed. By its light they could even decipher beneath the large sign of "Good Beds," 8d., a smaller sign which added, "or 2 persons," a shilling, which, by its careful wording, seemed to hint that those entranced in love's young dream might seek the seclusion of the bowers within unhindered by awkward questions of conventional morality, and, by its triumphant vindication of the time-worn sentiment that love conquers all, tended to reassure democracy that the difference between West End hotels and Islington lodging houses was one of price only. But the visitors to the lodging house that night suggested thraldom to less romantic tyrants than Cupid. Drink, disease and want were the masters of the ill-favored men who shambled within at intervals, thrusting the price of a bed through a pigeon-hole at the entrance, receiving a dirty ticket in exchange. These transactions, and the faces of the frowsy lodgers were clearly visible to the watchers across the road, but none of the men resembled Nepcote. Shortly after 10 o'clock raindrops began to fall sluggishly through the fog, and, as if that were the signal for closing, the figure of a man appeared in the lodging-house doorway and proceeded to extinguish the flare. "We had better go over," Caldue said. They walked across the oozing road, and he accosted the man in the doorway. "You're closing early tonight," he observed. The man desisted from his occupation to stare at them. He was an ill-favored specimen of an immortal soul, with a bloated face, a pendulous stomach, and a week's growth of beard on his dirty chin. A short black pipe was thrust upside down in his mouth, and his attire consisted of a shirt open at the neck, a pair of trousers upheld by no visible support, and a pair of old slippers. Apparently satisfied from his prolonged inspection of the two visitors that they were not in search of lodgings, he replied in a surly tone. "What the hell's that to do with you? If you let us know when you're coming we'll keep open all night, I don't think." Caldue pushed past him without deigning to parley, and opened a door adjoining the entrance pigeon-hole. A man was seated at the table within, reckoning the night's takings by the light of a candle. It was strange to see one so near the grave counting coppers with such avid greed. His withered old face was long and yellow, and the prominent cheekbones and fallen cheeks gave it a coffin-like shape. His sunken little eyes were almost lost to view beneath bushy overhanging eyebrows, and from his shrunken mouth a single black tusk protruded upward, as though bent on reaching the tip of a long sharp nose. He started up from his accounts in fright as the door was flung open, and thrust a hand in a drawer near him, perhaps in quest of a weapon. Then he recognized Caldue, and smiled the propitiatory smile of one who had reason to fear the forces of authority. "That chap you're after didn't turn up tonight," he mumbled. "You're closing very early. He may come yet. 'Tain't no use if he do. 'E won't get in. All my reglars is in, and I ain't going to waste light waiting for a chance eightpence. Perhaps you'd like to see the room where he slept last night." Caldue nodded, and the lodging housekeeper, calling in the man they had seen closing the door, directed him to show the gentleman the single room. The man lit a candle, and took the detectives upstairs to the top of the house. He opened the door of a very small and filthy room, with sloping ceiling and a broken window. A piece of dirty rag which had been hung across the window flapped noisily as the rain beat through the hole. The man held up the candle to enable the visitors to see the apartment to the greatest advantage. "We charged tuppence more for this bedroom because it's a single doss," he said, not without a touch of pride in his tone. "And well worth the money," remarked Caldue. "Look here, Mr. Funnysides, I didn't bring you up here to listen to no sarcastical remarks," retorted the man, with the sudden fury of a heavy drinker. "If you've seen enough, you'd better clear out. I want to get to bed." "You had better behave yourself if you don't want to get into trouble," counseled Caldue. "So you're a rozzer, are you? D if I didn't think so soon as I clapped eyes on you. But you've got nothing against me, so I don't care a snap of my fingers for you. You'd better hurry up." Caldue took no further notice of him, but joined Colwyn in examining the room. They found nothing giving any indication of its last tenant. The only articles in the room were a bed, a broken chair, and a beam of wood shoved diagonally against one of the walls, which threatened to fall in on the first windy night and bury the wretched bed and its occupant. After a brief search they turned away and went downstairs. The door was immediately slammed behind them, and the turning of the lock and the rattling of a chain told them that the place was closed for the night. Pulling up his coat collar in an effort to shield himself from the persistence of the rain, Caldue expressed his disappointment at the failure of the night's expedition in a bitter jibe at his bad luck. At first he thought he would wait a little longer on the watch, then he changed his mind as he glanced at the unpromising night, and decided that it wasn't worthwhile. He lived in Edgware Road, so he shook hands with Colwyn and set out for the Underground at King's Cross. Colwyn returned to the Angel to look for a taxi-cab. The fog was lifting, and crowds were emerging from the cinemas and a music hall with the fatigued look of people who have paid in vain to be entertained. Outside the music hall some taxicabs were waiting for the more opulent patrons of refined vaudeville who had been drawn within by the rare promise of an intellectual baboon, reputed to have the brains of a statesman, which shared the honors of the top of the bill with two charming sisters from a West End show. The drivers of the taxicabs said they were engaged, and uncivilly refused to drive the detective to Ludgate Circus. A Bermondsey omnibus came plunging through the fog, scattering the filth of the road on the hurrying pleasure-goers, and stopped at the corner to add to its grievous load of damp humanity. Those already in the darkened interior sat stiffly motionless, like corpses in a mortuary wagon, as the newcomers scrambled in, scattering mud and water over them, feeling for the overhead straps. Colwyn did not attempt to enter. Even a Smithfield tram car would be better than the interior of a bus on a wet night. An ancient four-wheeler went past, crawling dejectedly homeward. The driver checked his gaunt horse at the sight of Colwyn standing on the curbstone, and raised an interrogative whip. He added a vocal appeal for hire based on the incredible assumption that a man must live, which he proclaimed with a whip elevated to the sodden heavens, calling on a God, invisible in the fog, to bear witness that he hadn't turned a wheel that night. The phrasing of the appeal helped Colwyn to recall that it was the same cabman who had accosted Philip Heredith and himself on the night they had motored to the moat house. He engaged the cab and entered the dark interior. The whip, which had been uplifted in pious aspiration, fell in benedictory thanks on the bare ribs of the horse. The equipage jolted over the Angel crossing into the squalid precincts of St. John's Street. In a short time the overpowering smell of slaughtered beasts announced the proximity of Smithfield. The cab turned down Charterhouse Street towards Farringdon Market, and a little later pulled up under the archway at Ludgate Circus. "I leaves it to you, sir," said the cabman, in a husky whisper. His expectant palm closed rigidly on the silver coins, and his whip fell on the lean sides of his horse with a crack like a pistol shot as he wheeled round, leaving the detective standing in the road. The fog had almost cleared away, but the unlighted streets were plunged in deep gloom, through which groups of late wayfarers passed dimly and melted vaguely, like ghosts in the darkness of eternity. As Colwyn was about to enter the corridor leading to his chambers, a man brushed past him in the doorway. There was something about the figure which struck the detective as familiar, and he walked quickly after him. By the light of the departing cab he saw his face. It was Nepcote. Chapter 25. In that swift unexpected recognition Colwyn observed that the man for whom they had been searching looked pale and worn. He stood quite still in the doorway, his breath coming and going in quick gasps. "We have been looking for you, Captain Nepcote," Colwyn said. "I am aware of that. I have been waiting to see you, but I could get nobody to answer my ring. My man is out. You had better come upstairs to my rooms." He led the way to the lift at the end of the corridor. When they reached the rooms Colwyn switched on the electric light. Nepcote dropped wearily into a chair, and for the first time Colwyn was able to see his face clearly. He looked very ill, there could be no doubt of that. His face was haggard and unshaven, his clothing was soiled, his attitude one of utter dejection. He crouched in the chair breathing hurriedly, with one hand pressed to his right side, as though in pain. Occasionally he coughed, a short, high-pitched cough, which made him wince. "You had better drink this before you talk," Colwyn said. He handed him a glass of brandy and water. Nepcote seized it eagerly and gulped it down. "I've caught a bad chill," he said in a hoarse unnatural voice. "I couldn't carry on any longer. That's why I came to see you tonight. But I'd given up hopes. I was ringing for some time. You came to surrender yourself." "Yes, I am fed up, absolutely. I was a fool to bolt. I've had a horrible time, sleeping out of doors and in verminous lodging houses, with the police after me at every turn. I stuck it as long as I could, but today I was ill, and when I saw a policeman watching the lodging house where I meant to sleep tonight I felt that I had to give in. Why have you come to me instead of going to the police? I thought I would get more consideration from you. I know you are searching for Mrs. Heredith's necklace. Here it is." He drew from his pocket a small parcel wrapped in dirty tissue paper, and put it on the table. The untidy folds fell apart, exposing the missing necklace, but the diamond was missing from the antique clasp. "The diamond is in that," he said, placing a small cardboard box beside the pearls. "I wish I had never seen the cursed thing. How do you come to have Mrs. Heredith's necklace?" Nepcote hesitated before replying. "I was terribly upset by Mrs. Heredith's death," he said at length. "I knew her before she married Phil Heredith. We were old friends." The inconsequence of this statement convinced Colwyn that he was seeking time to frame an evasive answer. "If that is all you have to say it is useless to prolong this interview," he coldly remarked. I am going to tell you where I got the necklace," Nepcote said, with downcast eyes. Mrs. Heredith gave it to me. Why did Mrs. Heredith give you her necklace? She asked me to raise some money on it for her. For what purpose? I cannot say. Pretty women always need money. It may have been for dress, or bridge, or old debts. She brought me the necklace one day, and asked me to get some money on it. I suggested that she should apply to her husband, but she said she needed some extra money, and she did not wish him to know. And you complied with her request? I did, after she had pressed me several times. I am always a fool where women are concerned. I promised to raise money on the necklace in London for her. That was the beginning of my troubles. But who could have foreseen? How was I to know what was going to happen? He sat brooding for a space with gloomy eyes, like a man repelled by the menace of events, then burst out wildly, I'm in a horrible position. Who will believe me? My God, what a fool I've been. You are doing yourself no good by going on like this, Colwyn said. You are keeping something back. My advice to you is to be quite frank with me and tell me everything. You must give me a few minutes first to think it over, responded Nepcote. He cast a doubtful glance at the detective, and relapsed into another brooding silence. Before you say anything more, it is my duty to inform you of my own connection with the case, said Colwyn. There has been an arrest for the murder, as no doubt you are aware, but the family are not satisfied that the right person has been arrested. You are suspected. Do they think that I murdered Violet? Oh, I never dreamt of this, he added, as Colwyn remained silent. I thought that you and the police were searching for me because of the necklace. It is even worse than I thought. I will now tell you all. Perhaps you will then help me, for I am innocent. Until that moment he had flung out his protestations with an excited impetuosity which told of a mind suffering under a grievous burden, though it was impossible to determine whether that state of feeling arose from anxiety or conscious guilt. His quietness now was in the oddest contrast. It was as though he had been sobered by his realization of the difficulty of convincing an outsider of his innocence of a foul crime in which he was deeply entangled by an appalling web of circumstance. He began by explaining, vaguely enough, his past friendship with the murdered girl. He had first met her in London 2 years before. Their relations, as he depicted them, conveyed a common story of a casual acquaintance developed in the familiar atmosphere of secluded restaurants, with dances and theaters later on. His story of this phase had all the familiar elements which make up the setting of a modern sophisticated love episode, into which a man and a girl enter with their eyes open. In the masculine way, Nepcote refrained from saying anything which could hurt the dead girl's reputation, but it was his reticence and reservations which completed the story for his listener. He said that their flirtation ceased when Violet became engaged to Philip Heredith. On his own showing he then acted sensibly enough in a delicate situation, and was afterwards reluctant to accept the invitation to the Moat House. With one of his reticent evasions he slurred over his reason for changing his mind, but Colwyn guessed that it was due to the feminine disinclination to bury an old romance. Violet had probably written and asked him to come. He conveyed to Colwyn a picture of the state of things existing at the Moat House when he arrived. It was an unconscious revelation on his part of a giddy shallow girl hastily marrying a wealthy young man for his money, quickly bored by the dull decorum of English country life, sighing for her former existence, for the gay distractions of her irresponsible London days. It seemed that in this frame of mind she welcomed Nepcote as a dear link with the past, and sought his society with a frequency which had its embarrassments. Of course there was nothing in it, Nepcote was fiercely insistent on that. She was bored, poor girl, and liked to talk about old times with her old friend, but it was awkward, devilish awkward, in a country house full of idle people and curious servants with nothing to do but use their eyes. She had taken him aside to tell him of her little troubles. Miss Heredith did not think her good enough for Phil, she was sure she thought that. They had the vicar and old frumps in to tea, and she had to listen to their piffle. They all went to bed soon after 10, just when people were beginning to wake up in London and go out for the night. And she had to go to church on Sunday because it was expected of her. Did he ever hear of such rot, and so on. It seemed that everything in her life bored her. Of course Phil worshipped her, but that didn't help her much. How could it, Nepcote asked, fixing his burning glance on his listener, when she had only married him for his coin? It appeared he had given her such counsel as his worldly experience suggested. He told her to get Phil to take her up to London now and again for a change. He advised her to stand no nonsense from anybody, pointing out to her that she was the future Lady Heredith, and, within limits, could do practically what she liked. These intimate details of the confidences between them brought Nepcote to the vital point of his possession of the necklace. He now admitted that his former story was untrue. The actual truth was that he had needed some money badly for his gambling debts. He told Violet of his position, and asked her had she any money to lend him. She had not, and rather than ask Phil, she had, for old friendship's sake, offered him her necklace to raise money on, or to sell outright the diamond in the clasp. He accepted her offer, and went up to London on the following day to try and sell the diamond. Wendover's card had been given to him by a brother officer in France as that of a man who gave a good price for jewels without asking too many questions. But the diamond merchant had not lived up to his reputation. He had refused to look at the diamond. He had been horribly rude, treating him as though he was a pickpocket, and had practically ordered him out of his office. In fact, his whole attitude was so suspicious that Nepcote decided it would be better to leave his gambling debts owing than run the risk of trying to raise money on a married woman's jewels. He returned to the moat house, leaving the necklace locked in his desk at his flat. At this point Nepcote ceased speaking again, interrupted by a paroxysm of coughing, and when it passed his eyes turned towards the window, as though he were listening to the gentle patter of rain on the panes. For a space the two men sat with no sound in the room except Nepcote's labored breathing. When he did resume he spoke with a quickened emphasis, like a man aware that he was entering upon the part of his narrative most incredible of belief. "It happened 3 nights later," he said. "I was in my room writing some letters before retiring, when I heard a light and hurried tap at my door. When I opened it, Violet was standing there. She stepped quickly inside. Before I could express my opinion of her reckless foolishness, she burst into passionate sobs and reproaches. It was all my fault," that was the burden of her reproach between her sobs. "It was some time before I could get out of her what was wrong. Then she told me that Sir Philip had asked her to wear the necklace at some dance we were to attend on the next night. It was then that I learned that the necklace had been given to Violet by Sir Philip as a wedding present. Violet attached such little value to the gift that she had given the necklace to me, thinking it would not be missed, but she had found out her mistake that night. It was in the presence of Phil and Miss Heredith that Sir Philip had asked her to wear it. Violet tried to get out of it by saying that the pearls were dull and the necklace wanted resetting. On hearing this, Miss Heredith had gone out of the room and returned with Mr. Musard, an old family friend who had arrived that day on a short visit. He is a connoisseur in jewels, and Miss Heredith asked his advice about the necklace. Musard told her that the pearls had long needed some treatment technically known as skinning, and he offered to take the necklace to London 2 days later and get it done by an expert. Violet accepted the offer, and then promised Sir Philip that she would wear the necklace at the party. She slipped upstairs to see me as soon as she dared. She was greatly relieved when she learned that I had not parted with the necklace, and she wanted me to go up to London and bring it back so that she could wear it to the party. I was willing to do so, but I doubted whether I would be able to get back in time. The local train service had been restricted on account of the war, and the only train I could catch back did not reach Heredith until 7:30. It was Violet who hit on the plan. The big thing, the vital thing for her, she pointed out, was to have the necklace in time to give to Musard before he went to London. She said she could easily get out of going to the dance by pretending to have one of her bad headaches, and she did not wish to meet Mrs. Wayne again. Her idea was that I should pretend I had been recalled to France, delay my departure until the afternoon train to prevent suspicion, and return secretly with the necklace. She said that the afternoon train reached London at 5:25, which would give me 35 minutes to take a taxi to my flat, get the necklace, and catch the return express at 6 o'clock. I was to leave the train at Wading Junction, where nobody was likely to recognize me, and walk across country to the moat house. She expected that by the time I reached the house the others would have left for the Waynes, so the coast would be clear. I was to enter the house by a little unused door at the back of the left wing which she would leave unlocked for me, and wait at the foot of the staircase until she came down. I did not like this plan because of the risk, but Violet grew almost hysterical when I objected to it. She said there was no danger, and it was her only chance of safety. She believed that Phil suspected something, because he had looked at her strangely when they were talking about the necklace downstairs. I put that down to nervousness on her part, but I realized she must have the necklace, so I gave in, and said I would do as she wished. I have since bitterly regretted that I did not go openly to London and back, even at the risk of a little idle curiosity. I announced my recall and departure next morning at the breakfast table, and returned to London by the afternoon train. I drove to Sherryman Street, got the necklace, and returned to Victoria just in time to catch the 6 o'clock express. I left the train at Wading, and walked across the fields to the moat house. It was quite dark when I reached there. I crossed the back bridge over the moat and went to the door in the left wing, as we had arranged. To my surprise, it was locked. I waited outside the door expecting Violet to come down. Everything was silent, so I thought the others must have started for the dance. But the time went on, and nobody came. Then I decided to creep round the side of the wing and see if there was a light in Violet's bedroom. At that moment I heard a loud scream from somewhere upstairs, followed by a deafening report. I had no idea what had happened, but I knew that I must not be found there, so I slipped back the way I had come. I ran along the outside of the moat wall, making for the wood in front of the house. As I passed Violet's window I looked up, and it was in darkness. I suppose that was why I did not connect the shot or the scream with her. I plunged through the woods till I came to the carriage drive. From there the front of the moat house was visible to me. I could see lights flashing, and people moving hurriedly about. After I had stood there for some time I saw a man hurrying across the moat house bridge in my direction, so I went back into the wood and hid behind a tree. The man stopped as he walked along the carriage drive, and looked towards the tree where I was crouching. He called out, "Who is there?" I recognized his voice. It was Tufnell, the butler. I thought I was discovered, and crept into some undergrowth, but in a moment he walked on. I remained hidden in the undergrowth for some time, an hour or more. Once I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path, then all was silent again. After waiting for some time longer I decided to walk back to Wading and return to London. But I made such a wide detour for fear of being seen that I lost my way, and it was nearly midnight when I found myself at Rainchester, on the main line, just in time to catch the last train to London. It was a terrible shock to me when I opened my paper the next morning and read about poor Violet's murder. I had never thought of anything like that. At first I could think of nothing but her terrible end, but then it occurred to me that my own position would be awkward if the loss of the necklace was discovered. As the papers said nothing about the necklace I concluded that it had not been missed. But I knew the police would be searching for clues, and might discover the loss at any moment. I knew it was dangerous for me to keep it in my possession, so I decided to get rid of it without delay. I thought at first of returning it anonymously, but I immediately abandoned that idea as too dangerous. Then I thought of dropping it into the river. It occurred to me, however, that if by any chance the police discovered that the necklace had been given to me, and I couldn't produce it if I were questioned, I should be in a worse fix still. So I tried to think of a safe hiding place where I could lay my hands on it in case of necessity. I could think of none. Time went on, and before I had decided what to do with the thing my man came along and said it was time to catch the boat train. So in the end I put the necklace into my pocket and took it to France with me. It seemed as safe there as anywhere else for the time being. I was only going to the base, so I saw the London papers every day. I was very relieved when I read of the arrest of Hazel Rath for the murder. I returned to London feeling reasonably safe, though it seemed strange to me that the loss of the necklace had not been discovered. I thought everything was found out when you and that Scotland Yard detective visited my flat. But Merrington seemed to have no suspicions of me, and I was just beginning to think I was finally safe when he remarked that the police knew of the missing necklace. I started, and that gave me away to you, at all events. I saw you glance at Wendover's card as it fell on the table, and I knew that you suspected me. After you had both left I had a bad half hour. I could see I was in a dangerous fix. You were aware of the address of the diamond merchant to whom I had gone, and who, no doubt, would be able to identify me. I had made my own position worse by lying about the War Office telegram, as could easily be proved. There was also the possibility that the police might find out about my return to Heredith on the night of the murder. I did not then see what all these facts portended for me, though I do now. But I feared arrest for the theft of the necklace, with the alternatives of imprisonment if I kept silent, or facing a horrible scandal if I told the truth. I was not prepared for either. I slept at an hotel that night because I feared arrest, but next morning, early, I returned to the flat to exchange my khaki for a civilian suit. After thinking over things during the night I had come to the conclusion that I had most to fear from you, and I decided to watch you. If you did not visit Wendover's place during the day it seemed to me that I might be alarming myself needlessly. You know what happened. I bolted when I saw you emerge from the buildings, and wandered about for hours, not knowing what was best to do. When I discovered that I had no money, nothing in my pockets except that cursed necklace, which I had taken with me because I knew the flat would be searched, I decided to return to the flat for the money I had left behind in my other clothes. I was too late. When I reached Sherryman Street I saw two men watching the flat from the garden of the square opposite, and I knew I would be arrested if I went inside. What's the use of talking about what followed? I hadn't the ghost of a show from the start. Do you think you know anything about London? Believe me, you don't until you have been cast adrift in it with empty pockets. It's a city of vampires and stony hearts, a seething inhuman hell where you can wander till you drop and die without anyone giving a pitying glance, much less a helping hand. Even a man's guardian angel deserts him. It doesn't take a man very long to get to the gutter, to fall lower and lower until there's nothing but the Thames embankment or the mortuary in front of him. I've had my eyes opened, I've talked to some of these poor devils in this Christian city. But what's the good of telling you this? I've been down to the gutter myself the last few days, falling each day to lower depths, tramping hungry and footsore in the midst of herds of respectable human brutes, slinking away from the eye of every policeman, pawning clothes for the price of a verminous bed, to lie awake all night knowing that I would be murdered by the vulture-faced degenerates sleeping in the same hovel, if they had caught a glimpse of the necklace. How many wild schemes have I planned in the night for raising money on the necklace in the morning? Once I went into a pawn shop, but the pawnbroker's eyes glittered when I spoke of pearls, and I got away as quickly as I could. I suppose there was a reward, and he was on the lookout for me. One way and another I have been through hell. I feel like a man in a fever. I was drenched through yesterday, and I've had no food for 24 hours. He ceased, and sat staring into vacancy as though he were again passing through the horror of his wanderings. Then another fit of coughing seized him, prolonged and violent. When it had subsided he looked at Colwyn with bloodshot eyes. "I feel pretty bad," he said weakly. That fact had been apparent to the detective for some time past. Nepcote's frequent fits of coughing and a peculiar nasal intensity of utterance suggested symptoms of pneumonia. As Colwyn lifted the telephone receiver to summon a doctor, the thought occurred to him that, if the immediate problem of the disposal of Nepcote had been settled by his illness, his inability to answer questions necessitated his own return to the moat house without delay. In any case, that course was inevitable after what he had just heard. It was only at the place where the murder had been committed that he could hope to judge between the probabilities of Nepcote's strange story and Hazel Rath's confession. It was there, unless he was very much mistaken, that the final solution of the Heredith mystery must be sought. Chapter 26. It was late afternoon when Colwyn reached Heredith the following day. The brief English summer, dying under the intolerable doom of evanescence for all things beautiful, presented the spectacle of creeping decay in a hectic flare of russet and crimson, like a withered woman striving to stave off the inevitable with pitiful dyes and rouge. In this scene the moat house was in perfect harmony, attuned by its own decrepitude to the general dissolution of its surroundings. Its aspect was a shuttered front of sightlessness, a brick and stone blindness to the changes of the seasons and the futility of existence. The terraced gardens had put on the death tints of autumn, but the house showed an aged indifference to the tricks of enslaved nature at the bidding of creation. Colwyn's ring at the door was answered by Milly Saker, whose rustic stare at the sight of him was followed by an equally broad grin of recognition. She ushered him into the hall, and went in search of Miss Heredith. In a moment or two Miss Heredith appeared. She looked worn and ill, but she greeted Colwyn with a gracious smile and a firm handshake, and took him to the library. Refreshments were brought in, and while Colwyn sipped a glass of wine his hostess uttered the opening conversational commonplaces of an English lady. Had he a pleasant journey down? The roads were very good for motoring at that time of year, and the country was looking beautiful. Many people thought it was the best time for seeing the country. It was a fine autumn, but the local farmers thought the signs pointed to a hard winter. Thus she chatted, until the glass of sherry was finished. Then she lapsed into silence, with a certain expectancy in her mild glance, as though waiting for Colwyn to announce the object of his visit. "I presume you have come down to see Phil," she said, as Colwyn did not speak. "Unfortunately he is not at home," she went on, answering her own question in the feminine manner. "He has gone to Devon with Mr. Musard for a few days. It was my idea. I wanted him taken out of himself. He is moping terribly, and of course that is bad for him. I hope to persuade him to go with Vincent for a complete change when this terrible business is finished." Again her eye sought his. "When do you expect him to return?" "Tomorrow night. Phil would not stay away longer. He has been expecting to hear from you. Can you stay till then?" "Quite easily. In fact, I came down prepared to stop for a day or so. I have some further inquiries to make which will occupy me during that time." "Then of course you will stay with us, Mr. Colwyn." You are very kind, but I do not wish to trouble you. I have engaged a room at the inn. It is no trouble. I will send down a man for your things. Phil would not like you to stay at the inn, neither should I. Miss Heredith rose as she spoke. Please do whatever you wish, Mr. Colwyn. I quite understand that you have work to do, and wish to be alone. Thank you. Then I shall stay. Colwyn sat for a while after she had left him, forming his plans. He was grateful to her for a tact which had not transgressed beyond the limits of unspoken thought during their brief interview, but he was more pleased with the fortuitous absence of Phil and Musard at that period of his investigations. He welcomed the opportunity of working unquestioned, because he was not prepared to disclose the statements of Nepcote and Hazel Rath to any of the inmates of the moat house until he had tested the feasibility of both stories in the setting of the crime. It has all turned out very fortunately, so far, was the thought which arose in his mind. And now, to work. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 4 o'clock. His immediate plans were a walk to Weydene, and another observation of the bedroom which Mrs. Heredith had occupied in the left wing. He decided to leave his investigation of the room until later so as to have the advantage of the waning daylight in his walk across the fields. When he returned to the moat house it was dark, and on the stroke of the dinner hour. That meal he took with Sir Philip and Miss Heredith in the faded state of the big dining room, 3 decorous figures at a brightly lit oasis of snowy linen and silver, with the sober black of Tufnell in the background. Sir Philip greeted Colwyn with his tired smile of welcome. He seemed somewhat frailer, but quite animated as he pressed a special claret on his guest and told him, like a child telling of a promised treat, that he was dining out the following night. He insisted on giving the wonderful news in detail. He had yielded to the solicitations of an old friend, Lord Granger, the ambassador, who had just returned to Granger Park after 5 years' absence from England, and would take no denial. But it was Alethea's doing, she had arranged it all. I'm going to put back the clock of time, he said, with a feeble chuckle. Put the hands right back. I think it will do him good, don't you, Mr. Colwyn? Said Miss Heredith with a wistful smile. I have no doubt of it, said Colwyn with an answering smile. A meeting with an old friend is always a good thing. Are you going with Sir Philip? Oh, yes. I wouldn't go without her, said the baronet, with the helpless look of senility. You're going, aren't you, Alethea? Of course, Philip, was the gentle response. This conversation, slight and desultory as it was, gave sufficient indication to the detective of the heavy burden Miss Heredith was bearing. The baronet could talk of nothing else during the remainder of the dinner, and when the meal was finished he begged his guest to excuse him as he wished to obtain a good night's rest to fortify him against the excitement of the coming outing. With an apologetic smile at Colwyn his sister followed him from the room. The old butler busied himself at the sideboard as Colwyn remained seated at the table sipping his wine. His movements were so deliberate as to convey a suspicion that he was in no hurry to leave the room, and the glances he shot at Colwyn whenever he moved out of the range of his vision carried with them the additional suggestion that the detective was the unconscious cause of his slowness. More than once, after these backward glances, he opened his lips as though to speak, but did not do so. It was Colwyn who broke the silence. Tufnell, he said. Yes, sir. The butler deposited a dish on the sideboard and stepped quickly to the detective's chair. I want to ask you a question or two. It was you who found the back door of the left wing unlocked on the night of the murder, was it not? The butler gravely bowed, but did not speak. What made you try the door? Did you suspect that it was unlocked? No, it was just chance that caused me to turn the handle. I'm so used to locking up the house at nights that I did it without thinking. I certainly never expected to find it unlocked, and the key in the inside of the door. That was quite a surprise to me. I have often wondered since who could have unlocked it and left the key in the door. You told me last time I was here that this door is usually locked and the key kept in the housekeeper's apartments. I suppose there is no doubt about that. Not the least, sir. The key is hanging there now with a lot of others. Nobody ever thinks of using the door. That is why I was so astonished to find it open that night. If the key was hanging with a number of others it might have been taken some time before and not be missed. That's just it, sir. It might not have been missed by now if I had not discovered it that night. What time was it when you found it? Shortly before 6 o'clock, getting dusk, but not dark. You were quite sure you locked the door after finding it open? There can be no doubt of that, sir. The lock was stiff to turn, and I tried the handle of the door to make sure that I had locked it properly. Did you return the key to the housekeeper's apartments immediately? I intended to return it after dinner, but I forgot all about it in the excitement and confusion. It was still in my pocket when I informed Mr. Musard about it. Here is another question, Tufnell, and I want you to think well before answering it. Do you think it would have been possible for anybody to enter the house and gain the left wing unobserved while the household was at dinner that night? I have asked myself that question several times since, sir, feeling a certain amount of responsibility. It would have been difficult, because the windows of the downstairs bedrooms of the left wing were all locked. There was always the chance of some of the servants seeing anybody crossing the hall on the way to the staircase, unless the person watched and waited for an opportunity. Colwyn nodded as though dismissing the subject, but the butler lingered. Perhaps it was his realization of the implication of his last words which gave him the courage to broach the matter which had been occupying his mind. "Might I ask you a question, sir?" he hesitatingly commenced. "What is it?" "It's about the young woman who has been arrested, sir. Is there any likelihood that she will be proved innocent? You must have some particular reason for asking me that question, Tufnell." "Well, sir, I am aware that Mr. Philip thinks her innocent." "So you told me when I was down here before, but that is not the reason for your question. You had better be frank." "I wish to be frank, sir, but I am in a difficulty. I have learnt something which seems to have a bearing on this young woman's position, which I think you ought to know, but I have to consider my duty to the family. It was something I overheard. If it throws the slightest light on this crime, it is your duty to reveal it," the detective responded gravely. "You are aware that I have been called into the case by Mr. Heredith because he is not convinced of Hazel Rath's guilt." "Quite so, sir. For that reason I have been trying to make up my mind to confide in you. When you have heard what I have to say you will understand how hard it is. It relates to Mr. Philip, sir. Since his illness I have been worried about his health, because he is so changed that I feared he might go mad with grief. He hardly speaks a word to anybody, but sometimes I have seen him muttering to himself. The night before he went away with Mr. Musard he did not come down to dinner. Miss Heredith was going to send a servant to his room in case he had not heard the gong, but I offered to go myself. When I reached his bedroom, I heard the most awful sobbing possible to imagine. Then, through the partly open door, I heard Mr. Philip call on God Almighty to make somebody suffer as he had suffered. He mentioned a name." "Whose name?" The butler looked fearfully towards the closed door, as though he suspected eavesdroppers, and then brought it out with an effort. "Captain Nepcote, sir." Colwyn had expected that name. Nepcote's statement on the previous night had led him to believe that Philip Heredith had suspected Nepcote's relations with his wife, but could not bring himself to disclose that when he sought assistance. It was Colwyn's experience that nothing was so rare as complete frankness from people who came to him for help. It was part of the ingrained reserve of the English mind, the sensitive dread of gossip or scandal, to keep something back at such moments. The average person was so swaddled by limitations of intelligence as to be incapable of understanding that suppressed facts were bound to come to light sooner or later if they affected the matter of the partial confidence. Of course, there was sometimes the alternative of a reticence which was intended to mislead. If that entered into the present case it was an additional complication. "What interpretation did you place on these overheard words?" he asked the butler. "Did you suppose that they referred to the murder?" "Well, sir," the butler hesitated, as if at a loss to express himself. "It was not for me to draw conclusions, sir, but I could not help thinking over what I had heard. I know Mr. Philip believed the young woman to be innocent, and Mrs. Heredith was shot with Captain Nepcote's revolver." "I see. You had no other thought in your mind?" "No, sir. What else could I think?" The butler's meek tones conveyed such an inflection of surprise that Colwyn was convinced that he, at all events, had no suspicion of the secret between Mrs. Heredith and Nepcote. "Your confidence is quite safe with me, Tufnell," the detective added after a pause. "But I cannot answer your question at present." "Very well, sir." The butler turned to the sideboard again without further remark, and left the dining room a few minutes later. Colwyn went to his room shortly afterwards, and occupied himself for a couple of hours in going through his notes of the case. It was his intention to defer his visit to the bedroom in the left wing until the household had retired, so as to be free from the curious speculations and tittle-tattle of the servants. The moat house kept country hours, and when he had finished his writing and descended from his room he found the ground floor in darkness. A clock somewhere in the stillness chimed solemnly as he walked swiftly across the hall. Its strokes finished proclaiming the hour of 11 as he mounted the staircase of the left wing. The loneliness of the deserted wing was like a moving, shuddering thing in the desolation of the silence and the darkness. It was as though the echoing corridor and the empty rooms were whispering, with the appeal of the forgotten, for friendly human companionship and light to disperse the horror of sinister shapes and brooding shadows which lurked in the abode of murder. Colwyn entered the bedroom where Mrs. Heredith had been murdered, and by the ray of his electric torch crossed to the bedside and switched on the light. He stood there motionless for a while, trying to picture the manner and the method of the murder. If Hazel Rath had spoken the truth, the murderer had stood where he was now standing when the girl entered the room in the darkness. Had the light from the corridor, streaming through the open door, revealed her approaching figure to him? How long had he been there in the darkness, waiting for the moment to kill the woman on the bed? If Nepcote was the murderer, he must have entered almost immediately before, because he could not have reached the moat house until nearly 7:30, and the shot was fired at 20 minutes to 8. How had he known that Mrs. Heredith was there alone, in the darkness? A secret assignation might have been the explanation if the time had been after, instead of before the household's departure for the evening. But even the most wanton pair of lovers would hesitate to indulge their passion while the risk of chance discovery and exposure was so great. As he pondered over the two stories, Colwyn did not attempt to shut his eyes to the fact that Hazel, on her own showing, fitted into the crime more completely than Nepcote. She had ample opportunities to slip into the room and murder the woman who had supplanted her. She had really strengthened the case against herself by the damaging admission that she had sought Mrs. Heredith's room in secret just before the crime was committed. Her explanation of the scream and the shot was so improbable as to sound incredible. It was not to be wondered that Scotland Yard preferred to believe that it was the apparition of the frantic girl, revolver in hand, which had caused her affrighted victim to utter one wild scream before the shot was fired which ended her life. But Colwyn had never allowed himself to be swayed too much by circumstance. Appearances were not always a safe guide in the complicated tangle of human affairs. Things were forever happening which left experience wide-eyed with astonishment. The contradictions of human nature persisted in all human acts. In this moat house mystery, the grimmest paradox of his brilliant career, Colwyn was determined not to accept the presumption of the facts until he had satisfied himself that no other interpretation was possible. His subtle mind had been challenged by a finger-post of doubt in the written evidence, a finger-post so faint as to be passed unnoticed by other eyes, but sufficiently warning to his clearer vision to cause him to pause midway in the broad track of circumstantial evidence and look around him for a concealed path. It was the point he had mentioned to Caldew at his chambers after reading the copy of the coroner's depositions which Merrington had lent him. While perusing them he had been struck by a curious fact. The medical evidence stated that the cause of death was a small punctured wound not larger than a threepenny piece, but added the information that the hole in the gown of the dead woman was much larger, about the diameter of a half-crown. The government pathologist had formed the opinion that the revolver must have been held very close to the body to account for the larger scorched hole. That inference was obvious, but Colwyn saw more in the two holes than that. It seemed to him that the live ring of flame caused by the close-range shot must have been extinguished by the murderer, or it would have continued to smolder and expand in an ever-widening circle. And that thought led to another of much greater significance. The shot had been fired at close range to ensure accuracy of aim or deaden the sound of the report. But, whichever the murderer's intention, the second purpose had been achieved, intentionally or unintentionally. How had it happened, then, that the sound of the report had penetrated so loudly downstairs? As Colwyn moved about the room, examining everything with his quick appraising eye, he noticed that the position of the bed had been changed since he last saw it. The head was a trifle askew, and nearer to the side of the wall than the foot. The difference was slight, but Colwyn could see a portion of the fireplace which had not been visible before. The bed stood almost in the center of the room, the foot in line with the door, and the head about 3 or 4 feet from the chimney-piece. In noting this rather unusual position during his last visit, Colwyn had formed the conclusion that it had been chosen for the benefit of fresh air and light during the summer months, as the window, which looked over the terraced gardens, was nearer that end of the room. Colwyn approached the head of the bed and bent down to examine the bedposts. A slight groove in the deep pile carpet showed clearly enough that the bed had been pushed back a few inches. The change in position was so trifling that it might have been attributed to the act of a servant in sweeping the room if a closer examination had not revealed the continuance of the groove under the bed. The inference was unmistakable. The bed, in the first instance, had been pushed much farther back on its casters, and then almost, but not quite, restored to its original position. Had the bed been moved to gain access to the fireplace? He could see no reason for such a proceeding. It was too early in the autumn to need fires, and the room had not been occupied since the murder. In any case, the appearance of the grate showed that no fire had been lit. There was ample space to pass between the head of the bed and the fireplace, though perhaps not much room for movement. On his last visit Colwyn had looked into this space to test its possibilities of concealment. In the quickened interest of his new discovery he pushed the bed out of the way and examined it again. The first thing that caught his eye was a scratch on the polished surface of the register grate. It looked to be of recent origin, and for that reason suggested to Colwyn's mind that the bed had been moved by somebody who wanted more room in front of the grate. For what purpose? He turned his attention to the grate itself in the hope of obtaining an answer to that question. The grate was empty, and in the housewifely way a sheet of white paper had been laid on the bottom bars to catch occasional flakes of soot from the chimney. But there were no burnt papers or charred fragments to suggest that the grate had recently been used. Dissatisfied and perplexed, Colwyn was about to rise to his feet when it chanced that his eyes, glancing into a corner, lighted on something tiny and metallic in the crevice between the white paper and the side bars of the grate. Wondering what it was, he succeeded in getting it out with his finger and thumb. It was a percussion cap. This discovery, strange as it was, seemed at first sight far enough removed from the circumstances of the murder, except so far as it brought the thought of lethal weapons to the imagination. But a weapon which required a percussion cap for its discharge had nothing to do with Violet Heredith's death. She had been killed by a bullet which fitted Nepcote's revolver, which was a pinfire weapon. The medical evidence had established that fact beyond the shadow of a doubt. Moreover, the percussion cap was unexploded, which seemed to make its presence in the grate even more difficult of explanation. It looked as though it had been dropped accidentally, but how came it to be there at all? The strangeness of the discovery was intensified by the knowledge that percussion caps and muzzle-loading weapons had become antiquated with the advent of the breechloader. Who used such things nowadays? By the prompting of that mysterious association of ideas which is called memory, Colwyn was reminded of his earlier visit to the gun room downstairs, and Musard's statement about the famous pair of pistols in the brass-bound mahogany box, which carried as true as a rifle up to 50 yards, but had a heavy recoil. They belonged to the period between breech-loaders and the ancient flintlocks, and were probably muzzleloaders. With that sudden recollection, Colwyn also recalled that Musard had been unable to show him the pistols because the key of the case had been mislaid or lost. This incident, insignificant as it had appeared at the time, seemed hardly to gain in importance when considered in conjunction with the discovery of the cap in the grate. Apart from the stimulus to memory the percussion cap had produced, there was no visible coordination between the two facts, because it was, apparently, quite certain that Mrs. Heredith had been shot by Nepcote's revolver, and by no other weapon. But the balance of probabilities in crime is sometimes turned by apparently irrelevant trifles which assume importance on investigation. Was it possible that the key of the pistol case had been deliberately concealed because the box had something to hide which formed a connection between the pistols and the presence of the cap in the grate? That inference could only be tested by an examination of the case of pistols. The experiment was undoubtedly worth trying. Colwyn left the room and descended the stairs. Chapter 27. The gun room was dark and silent as a vault. In the deep recesses the armored phantoms of dead and gone Herediths seemed to be watching the intruder with hidden eyes behind the bars of their tilting helmets and vissored salades. The light of Colwyn's electric torch fell on the shell of a mighty warrior who stood with one steel gauntlet raised as though in readiness to defend the honor of his house. His initials, P.H., were engraved on his giant steel breast, and his steel heels flourished a pair of fearful spurs, with rowels like daggers. Standing by this giant was a tiny suit of armor, not more than 3 feet in height, which might have been worn by a child. "A strange pair," murmured Colwyn, pausing a moment to glance at them. As he turned his light in their direction his eye was caught by an inscription cut in the stone above their heads, and he drew nearer and read that the large suit had been worn by the former Philip Heredith, a true knight of God. The smaller suit had been made for a dwarf attached to his house, who had followed his master through the Crusades, and fought gallantly by his side. Colwyn turned away and flashed his light along the walls in search of the case of pistols. His torch glanced over the numerous trophies adorning the walls: lances, swords, daggers, steel headpieces, bascinets, peaked morions, relics of a departed age of chivalry, when knights quarreled prettily for ladies, and fighting was fair and open, before civilization had enriched warfare with the Christian attributes of gas hells, liquid fire, and high explosives. Then the light fell on that which he was seeking, a dark oblong box, with brass corners and a brass handle closing into the lid. Colwyn lifted the case down from the embrasure in which it was placed, and carried it to the bagatelle table. A brief examination of the lock satisfied him that it was too complicated and strong to be picked or broken. It was curiously wrought in brass, of an intricate antique pattern which would have puzzled a modern locksmith. He turned the case over, and saw that the bottom had been mortised and screwed. The screws had been deeply countersunk, and were embedded in rust, but a few were loose with age. Colwyn unscrewed these loose ones with his pocket knife, and then set about unloosening the others. It was a tedious task, but Colwyn lightened it with the aid of a bottle of gun oil which he found in one of the presses. Some of the screws yielded immediately to that bland influence, and came out easily. Others remained fast in the intractable way of rusty screws, but Colwyn persevered, and by dint of oiling, coaxing, and unscrewing, finally had the satisfaction of seeing all the screws lying in a little greasy brown heap on the faded green cloth of the bagatelle table. The next thing was to lever off the bottom of the lid. That was not difficult, because the glue in the mortises had long since perished. Soon the bottom was lying on the table beside the screws, and the interior of the case revealed. The pair of weapons which Colwyn lifted from the case were horse pistols of a period when countryfolk feared to ride abroad without some such protection against highwaymen. They were superior specimens of their type. They were beautifully made, rich in design and solid in form, with ebony stocks and chased silver mountings. The long barrels were damascened, and the carved handles terminated in flat steel butts which would have cracked the pate of any highwayman if the shot missed fire. As Colwyn anticipated, the pistols were muzzle loaders. The cock, which laid over considerably, was in the curious form of a twisted snake. When the trigger was pulled, the head of the snake fell on the nipple. Colwyn examined them carefully. He first ascertained that they were unloaded by probing them with the ramrod which was attached to each by a steel hinge. Then he ran his finger round the inside of the muzzles to ascertain whether either pistol had been recently fired. One was clean, but from the muzzle of the other he withdrew a finger grimed with gunpowder. While he was doing this, his other hand came in contact with something slightly uneven in the smooth metal surface of the butt. He turned the pistol over, and noticed a small inner circle in the flat steel. It was a small hinged lid, which hid a pocket in the handle. He raised the little lid with his fingernail, and a shower of percussion caps fell on the bagatelle table. This contrivance for holding caps was not new to Colwyn. He had seen it in other old-fashioned muzzle loaders. Colwyn compared the caps which had dropped on the table with the one he had found upstairs. They were the same size. He tried the solitary cap on the nipple, and found that it fitted perfectly. As he did so, he saw something resembling a thread of yellow wool caught in the twisted steel of the hammer. It was a minute fragment, so small as to be hardly noticeable. Colwyn was quite unable to determine what it was, but its presence there puzzled him considerably, and he was at a loss to understand how it had got caught in the hammer of the pistol. It struck him that the thread might be khaki, and his mind reverted to his earlier discovery of the patch of khaki in the wood outside the moat house. It was with the hope of finding out whether this pistol had been lately used that Colwyn turned his attention to the velvet-lined interior of the case. The inside was divided into a large compartment for the pistols and several small lidded spaces. In one of these he found some shot, a box of percussion caps, and a powder flask half full of common gunpowder. Another space contained implements for cleaning the pistols. The contents of the next compartment puzzled him. There were some odd lengths of knotted string, and a coil of yellow tubular fabric, about the thickness of his little finger, some inches in length. Colwyn recognized it at once. It was the wick of a tinder lighter, then being sold by thousands by English tobacconists to replace a wartime scarcity of matches, and greatly used by cigarette smokers. The mystery of the presence of the wick in the pistol case was not lessened because it enabled Colwyn to identify the tiny yellow fragment adhering to the cock of the pistol. He picked up the wick and observed that one end was cut clean, but the other end was blackened and burnt. At that discovery there entered his mind the first prescient warning of the possibility of some deep plan in which the pistol and the wick played important parts. With his brain seeking for a solution of that possibility, he proceeded to examine the pieces of string. They were odd lengths of ordinary thick twine, but they all seemed to consist of loose ends which had been knotted together. It was not until Colwyn took them out of the compartment that he noticed an amazing peculiarity about them. Each piece of knotted string was burnt at both ends. There are some discoveries which spring into the mind with shattering swiftness. This was one of them. A revelation seemed to come to Colwyn as light from the sky at midnight, which lays everything bare in one frightful flash. Is it possible? He felt as though these words rushed from him like a thunder roll reverberating through the empty space around him. But his set lips had not uttered a single sound. With tingling nerves he proceeded to carry out an experiment. He first laid the wick of the tinderlighter along the stock of the pistol, just behind the hammer. He next took up one of the lengths of string, and pulling back the hammer and the trigger of the pistol, proceeded to bind them both firmly back with the string, which he passed twice round the wick. When he had tied the string tight, he lit a match and applied it to the end of the wick which was farthest from the string. His idea was to see whether this extemporized fuse would creep along the stock of the pistol, burn the string, and release the bound cock and trigger. The wick smoldered and glowed, and began to creep towards the string, which crossed the stock of the pistol about 3 inches from the burning end. Colwyn took out his watch and timed its progress. In 4 minutes the first inch of the wick was consumed, and the spark at the end continued to creep sullenly forward in a dull red glow. In another 8 minutes it reached the string, and Colwyn eagerly watched the process of the burning of the binding. The string singed, smoldered, and when nearly severed, sprang apart under the pressure of the hammer and trigger it had been holding back. The released hammer fell with full force on the cap on the nipple, and exploded it. There, then, seemed the explanation. Mrs. Heredith had been shot with Nepcote's revolver, but it was not the deliberately deadened sound of that slight weapon which had startled the guests in the dining room on the night of the murder. The report they had heard was made by the heavier pistol in front of him. It was a ruse of terrifying simplicity but diabolical ingenuity. The wick of the tinder lighter was an admirable slow match, obtainable in any tobacconist's shop for a few pence, which, by means of this trick, had established a false alibi for the actual murderer by causing the report which had reached the dining room, and sent the inmates hastening upstairs to ascertain the cause. The shot which had mortally wounded Mrs. Heredith must have been fired before. How long before? Obviously not very long. That would have been dangerous to the murderer's plans. He had to consider 2 things. There was the chance of somebody entering the room before the false charge exploded, and the possibility that the coldness of the body of his victim might arouse medical suspicions. Colwyn did not think that the criminal had avoided killing Mrs. Heredith so as to ensure against that risk of discovery. The infliction of a mortal wound which failed to cause immediate death not only required a high degree of anatomical knowledge, but left the door open to a dying confession which might have upset the whole plan. Fate had helped the murderer to that extent. But the murderer owed more than that to fate. It was to that grim goddess he was indebted for the last wonderful touch of actuality which lifted the whole contrivance so superbly above the realm of artifice. Suspicion was in the last degree unlikely in any case, but Hazel Rath's entry and loud scream, just before the moment fixed for the explosion, ensured complete success by adding a natural verisimilitude which might have deceived the very spirit of truth. Colwyn esteemed himself fortunate indeed in lighting on what he believed to be the facts. Who could have imagined a situation in which whimsical destiny had ironically stooped down from her high place to dabble ignobly in a murderer's ghastly plot? The one point which perplexed Colwyn was the successful concealment of the pistol on the night of the murder. That part of the plan was as essential to the murderer as the false report, but it seemed strange that the pistol had not been discovered when the room was searched. An examination of the grate upstairs might reveal the reason. Before leaving the gun room, Colwyn replaced one of the pistols and restored the case as he had found it to its original position. He carried away with him the pistol which had been used. When he reached the upstairs bedroom, he locked the door before proceeding to examine the fireplace. It was immediately apparent to him that the pistol had not been placed in the grate or beneath it. Either place would have meant discovery when the room was searched. It was a careful examination of the upper portion of the grate which suggested the hiding place. The weapon could have been safely hidden within the broad iron flange running round the open damper of the grate. The complete revelation of this portion of the murderer's design came to Colwyn as he was passing his hand over the inner surface of this ledge. It was a register grate, and the space at the back had not been filled in. The murderer, when concealing the pistol at the top of the grate, had only to balance it carefully on the flange, with the muzzle pointing into the room, to ensure that the recoil from the report would cause the weapon to fall into the deep hole between the back of the grate and the chimney. This additional proof of the murderer's perverted intelligence impressed Colwyn as much as the mechanism for the false report. The pistol, blindly recoiling and jumping behind the grate after the explosion of the blank charge, was almost as effectually concealed as at the bottom of the sea, and might have remained there for years without discovery. Colwyn plunged his arm into the hole, but could not reach the bottom. But the murderer had more in his mind than the effectual concealment of the pistol, important though that was to him. The grate was an excellent choice for 2 other reasons. It carried the slight vapor from the tinder wick up the chimney, and the convex iron interior formed an excellent sounding board which would enhance the sound of the report. Truly the dark being who had planned it all had left nothing to chance. He had foreseen everything. His handiwork bore the stamp of unholy genius. Who had done this thing? Who had sought, with such patient cunning, to upset those evidential principles by which blind justice gropes her hesitating way to truth? In concocting his masterpiece of malignant ingenuity, the murderer had worked alone. His only accomplice, apart from the after hand of fate, was a piece of automatic mechanism which had done his bidding secretly, and would never have betrayed him. It was this ability to work alone, scheming and brooding in solitary concentration until the whole of the horrible conception had been perfected in every degree, which stamped the designer as a ferocious criminal of unusual mold, remorseless as a tiger, with a neurasthenic mind swayed by the unbridled savagery of natural impulse. As Colwyn meditated over the murder, his original impression of the guests assembled in the dining room downstairs in a premeditated scene set for its production came back to him with renewed force. The murderer had taken his part in that scene as one of the unconscious audience, dining and taking his share in the conversation, while his secret consciousness was strained to an intense anticipation of the false signal from his mechanical accomplice upstairs. Colwyn could picture him joining in the mockery of meaningless phrases with dry lips, his ears listening for every sound, his eyes covertly watching the crawling hands of the clock. Then, when the crack had peeled forth, he had been able to exchange suspense for action, and rush upstairs with the others, confident in the feeling that, let suspicion point where it would, it could not fall on him. But the murderer had not foreseen the scream which preceded the shot. How had he comported himself under the shock of that cry, which was outside the region of his calculations? He had not time to reflect upon its origin, to investigate its source. He had to steel his nerves to face it because he dared not do otherwise. But its sudden effect on the nerve centers of his brain, previously strained almost to the breaking point, must have brought him to the verge of a subsequent collapse. Colwyn believed he saw the end in sight. The presumptions, the facts, and the motive all pointed to one figure as the murderer of Violet Heredith. She had been killed from the dual motive of punishment in her own case and vengeance on a greater offender than herself. The alibi had been devised to ensure a tremendous revenge on the man by bringing him to the gallows as her supposed murderer. That part of the plan had gone astray, so the murderer, in the fanatical resolve of his latent fixed idea, had recourse to a further expedient as daring and original as the scheme which failed. The second instrument had been the means of his own undoing. But as he reached this final stage of his reasoning, Colwyn stopped short in something like dismay. He had left a point of vital importance out of his calculations. If the murderer was the man he thought, he was downstairs in the dining room at the time the false shot was fired. Then whose hand had clutched Hazel Rath's throat in the murdered woman's bedroom upstairs, just before the shot was fired? Colwyn slowly paced up and down the room in the midnight silence, conning all the facts over again in the light of this overlooked incident. Chapter 28. The three dined together in the big dining room almost in silence. Musard and Philip Heredith had not returned until after 6, and their first knowledge of Colwyn's presence was by some oversight deferred until they met at the dinner table. In the awkwardness of that surprise they sat down to dine, and Musard's half-hearted efforts to start a conversation met with little response from his companions. Colwyn was preoccupied with his own thoughts, which apparently affected his appetite, for he sent away dish after dish untouched. Phil hastened the service of the meal considerably, as though he were anxious to get it over as speedily as possible in order to hear what the detective had to say. As soon as the dessert was on the table he turned to Colwyn eagerly and asked him if he had any news. "I have many things to say," was the response. "In that case, shall we take our coffee into the smoking room?" suggested Musard with a slight glance at the hovering figure of the butler. "I prefer to remain here, if you do not mind," said Colwyn. Musard shot a puzzled look at him, which the detective met with a clear cold gaze which revealed nothing. There was another silent pause while they waited for the butler to leave the room. But Tufnell was pouring out coffee and handing cigars with the slow deliberation of a man sufficiently old to have outlived any illusions about the value of time. Philip Heredith lit a cigarette. Musard waved away the cigar box and produced a strong black cheroot from the crocodile skin case. Colwyn declined a cigar, and his coffee remained untasted in front of him. "You can leave the room now, Tufnell," said Phil impatiently. "Do not return until I ring. We do not wish to be disturbed." Tufnell bowed and left the room. As he did so Colwyn pushed back his chair and walked across to the window, where he stood for a few moments looking out. A wan young moon gleamed through the black tapestry of the avenue of trees, pointing white fingers at the house and plunging the old garden into deep pools of shadow. The trees huddled in their rows, whispering menacingly, and stretching half-stripped branches to the silent sky. Colwyn returned to the table and confronted the two men who were awaiting him. He glanced from one to the other of their attentive faces, and said abruptly, "Hazel Rath is innocent." "I was certain of it." Philip Heredith's hand came down emphatically on the table in front of him as he made this declaration. "I knew it all along," he added in additional emphasis. "This is an amazing piece of news, Mr. Colwyn," said Musard, turning earnestly to the detective. "Who, then?" Colwyn made a detaining gesture. "Wait," he said. "I cannot tell you that just yet." He turned to Phil, whose dark eyes were fixed on his face. "It was you who asked me to try and solve the mystery of your wife's death. It is to you that my explanation is due. Shall I speak freely in Mr. Musard's presence, or would you rather hear me alone?" "I can go to the smoking room," said Musard, rising as he spoke. But Phil waved him to his seat again. "No, no, Musard, stay where you are. There is no reason why you should not hear what Mr. Colwyn has to say. Your advice may be needed," he added as an afterthought. "So be it," said Colwyn. "Then I had better commence by informing you that Hazel Rath has broken her silence. She has made a statement to the police, which, whilst affirming her innocence, does very little to clear up the murder. Her story, briefly, is that she went up to the left wing about 7:30, noticed that Mrs. Heredith's room was in darkness, and went in under the impression that she might be ill and in need of assistance. She groped her way across the room to turn on the light, and she had reached the head of the bed and was feeling for the switch when a hand clutched her throat. She screamed wildly, and the hand fell away. A moment afterwards the report of a shot filled the room. She found the electric switch, and turned on the light. The first thing she saw was a revolver, Nepcote's revolver, lying at her feet near the head of the bed. Then her eyes turned to the bed, and she saw Mrs. Heredith, bleeding from the mouth and nose. While she was attempting to render her some assistance she heard footsteps on the stairs, and thought of her own safety. She switched off the light and ran out, carrying the revolver and the handkerchief with which she had been wiping the blood from the dying woman's lips. She was just in time to conceal herself behind the curtains in the corridor and escape the observation of those who were rushing upstairs. There she stayed while the rooms were searched, and was afterwards able to steal downstairs unobserved and gain the safety of her mother's apartments, where the revolver and the handkerchief were subsequently found. "This is a remarkable story," said Musard slowly. "Do the police believe it?" "They do not, but I have my reasons for thinking it true," responded Colwyn. "The next step in the story of how this unhappy girl became the victim of an apparently irrebuttable set of circumstances through her own silence, has to do with another person's secret visit to the moat house on the night of the murder. That person was a man, who came to return to Mrs. Heredith the necklace which we subsequently discovered to be missing from her locked jewel case. It is not necessary to relate how the necklace came to be in his hands. He had undertaken to return the necklace from London to enable Mrs. Heredith to produce it on the following day, and it was arranged between them that when he reached the moat house that night he was to enter the unused door in the left wing, which was to be previously unlocked for him, and was to wait on the staircase until Mrs. Heredith was able to steal down to him and obtain the jewels. That plan was upset by Tufnell finding the door unlocked, and locking it again before his arrival. When he did arrive he found himself unable to get in. "Stop a moment," exclaimed Musard hoarsely. "This story goes too deep for me. Who is this man? Do you know him? Has he anything to do with the murder?" "Yes, I know him, and he has much to do with the murder," said the detective. "Shall I mention his name, Mr. Heredith?" Phil nodded, as though he were unable to speak. "The man is Captain Nepcote." "Nepcote." A swift flash of wrath came into Musard's heavy dark eyes as he uttered the name. Then, in a wider understanding of the sordid interpretation of Colwyn's story, he hesitatingly added, "I think I see. It was Nepcote's revolver. Was it he who shot Violet?" Before answering that question it is necessary to give Nepcote's explanation of his actions on that night. His own story is that he did not enter the house. He says that while he was waiting outside he heard a scream followed by a shot, and he then hid in the woods in front of the house until he thought it safe to return to London. He declares he is innocent of the murder. "That is a lie," Phil burst forth. "Who will believe him?" He stopped abruptly, and turned fiercely to Colwyn. "How do you know Nepcote said this?" he demanded. "Because I saw him the night before I left London. He told me everything, and gave me the necklace." "And you let him go again?" Are you mad? Phil was on his feet, shaking with excitement. What makes you think I let him go? Retorted Colwyn coldly. You need not be afraid that your wife's murderer will escape justice. Nepcote is lying ill of pneumonia in a private hospital in London. He can only escape by death. But the manner in which you have received this information suggests to my mind that you have had your own suspicions of Nepcote all along, but have kept them to yourself. I cannot conceive that to be any business of yours, replied the young man, with a touch of hauteur. It seems to me that it is, in the circumstances. You came to me seeking my assistance because you believed in the innocence of Hazel Rath, but, as I am now convinced, you suppressed information which pointed to Captain Nepcote. I told you all that I thought necessary. You told me that your wife had been shot with Nepcote's revolver. Is that what you mean? Yes, that was sufficient to put you on the track without taking you into my confidence about something which affected my honor and the honor of my family. Phil turned very pale as he uttered the last words. Perhaps Phil should have told you, but you must make allow, commenced Musard. But Colwyn silenced him with an imperative glance. At the time you came to see me, you believed that Captain Nepcote had murdered your wife. He said, facing Phil. I did. Do you mind telling me now on what ground you based that belief? I fail to recognize your right to cross-question me, replied the young man haughtily, but I will answer your question. It was for the reason that you have supposed. I suspected his relations with my wife. There was his revolver to prove that he had been in her room. I do not know why Hazel Rath carried it away. Perhaps I could enlighten you on that point. As you knew so much, it is equally certain that you knew about your wife's missing necklace, though you did not tell me of that, either. But I will not go into that now, I wish to hurry on to my conclusion. I have at least done all that you asked me to do, I have proved Hazel Rath's innocence. But I have proved more than that. Captain Nepcote is also innocent. I should like to hear how you arrive at that conclusion. Phil strove to utter the words calmly, but his trembling lips revealed his inward agitation. His story, as told to me, fits in with facts of which he could have had no knowledge. He says he found the door of the left wing locked, and we know it was locked by Tufnell more than an hour before. He states that after the shot he hid in the woods in front of the house. It was there Tufnell thought he saw somebody hiding, it was there I found a scrap of khaki adhering to a bramble at the spot indicated by Nepcote as his hiding place. Tufnell admits that he called out in alarm when his eye fell on the crouching figure. Nepcote says that he saw Tufnell, heard his cry, and plunged deeper into the bushes for safety. Tufnell returned along the carriage drive 20 minutes afterwards with Detective Caldew and Sergeant Lum. Nepcote heard the crunch of their feet on the gravel as they passed. His accuracy in these details, which he could not possibly have known, helped me to the conclusion that the whole of his story was true. He had plenty of time to commit the murder, nevertheless, said Phil. It is useless for you to try and cling to that theory, now. There was something in the tone in which these words were uttered which caused the young man to look swiftly at the detective from beneath furrowed brows. You seem to have constituted yourself the champion of this scoundrel, he said, in a changed harsh voice. Musard glanced from one to the other with troubled eyes. There was a growing hint of menace in their conversation which his mind, deeply agitated by the strange disclosures of the evening, could only fear without fathoming. I do not understand you, he said simply, addressing himself to Colwyn. If this man Nepcote did not commit the murder, who did? Was it not he who was in the bedroom when Hazel Rath went there in the dark? No, said Colwyn, it was not he. Who was the man, then, who clutched Hazel Rath by the throat? Persisted Musard. It was no man, responded Colwyn, in a gloomy voice. That was the point which baffled me for hours when I thought the whole truth was within my grasp. Again and again I sought vainly for the answer, until, in mental weariness and utter despair, I was tempted to believe that the powers of evil had combined to shield the perpetrator of this atrocious murder from justice. Then it came to me, the last horrible revelation in this hellish plot. It was the hand of the dying woman, spasmodically clutching at the empty air in her death agonies, which accidentally came in contact with Hazel Rath's throat and loosened her brooch. Oh, this is too terrible, murmured Musard. His swarthy face showed an ashen tint. What do you mean? What are you keeping back? Where does all this lead to? It leads to the exposure of the trick of a false report by which the murderer sought to procure an alibi and revenge. What do you mean? What have you found out? Cried Phil, leaping to his feet and facing Colwyn. As he uttered the words, a loud shot in the room overhead rang out with startling distinctness. I mean, that, said Colwyn quietly. Even up to the moment of his experiment he was not quite certain. But in the one swift glance they exchanged, everything was revealed to each of them. Before Musard could frame the question which trembled on his amazed lips, Phil spoke. His face was very white, and his dark eyes blazing. Yes, that is it. You have found me out. His voice, deepened to a bitter intensity, had a deliberate intonation which was almost solemn. What did they do to me? Shall I ever forget my feelings when, unobserved by them, I caught them in the house one day, whispering and kissing? I walked straight out into the woods to be alone with my shame. My brain was on fire. When I recalled his lecherous looks and her wanton meaning glances, I was tempted to destroy myself in misery and despair. Human nature, ah, God, what a beastly thing it is. I had trusted them both so utterly, I loved her so deeply. How had they repaid my trust and love? By deceiving me, under my eyes, in my own home, before my marriage was 3 months old. That night I dreamt of obscene things. I awoke with their images hovering by my bedside, looking at me with sneering eyes, mocking me with lewd gestures. Your honor and the honor of the Herediths, where is it? They kept repeating, sold by the wanton you have made your wife. What is honor to the lust of the flesh? There is nothing so strong in the world. But as I watched him the ceiling rolled away, and in the darkness of the sky a stern and implacable face appeared. And it said, there is one thing stronger than honor, stronger even than the lust of the flesh, and that is death. It was the answer to a question I had been asking myself ever since I knew. I got up, and sat by the open window, to plan how I should kill them both. But I wanted the man to feel more than a swift thunderstroke of mortal agony. I wished to make him suffer as I had suffered, but at first I could see no way. Then it came to me in the strangest way, a light, a direction, a guide. I had been smoking as I sat there thinking, smoking cigarettes which I lit with a little automatic lighter I always used. I must have laid it down carelessly, for I was interrupted in my meditations by the sight of a thin trail of vapor ascending from the window ledge. I had failed to put the extinguisher on the lighter, and the wick had gone on burning. As I watched the red spark crawling almost imperceptibly along the yellow wick, there dawned in my mind the first glimmering of the idea of a slow match and a delayed report. Bit by bit it took form, and the means of my revenge was made clear to me. I went back to bed and slept soundly. I was in no hurry to act. There was much to think over, much to do, before the plan was finally perfected. I carried out experiments in the gun room when everybody was in bed, secure in the knowledge that no report, however loud, could penetrate from those thick walls upstairs. While I was making ready I watched them both. Not a furtive glance or caress passed between them which I did not see. The night my aunt asked Violet about the necklace I suspected that it was no longer in her possession. I guessed that by her evasive answers and telltale face. When she left the room and went upstairs I crept after her in the shadows and followed her to the door of Nepcote's room. I listened to their conversation. I heard him promise her to return secretly to the moat house on the following night with the necklace. My heart leapt as I listened. I believed that I had him. I stole away quietly without waiting to learn any more, but I stayed up till far into the night preparing my final plans. My intention was to shoot her just before dinner, and arrange for the false report to explode after he had arrived and hidden himself in the old staircase, waiting for her to go to him. Then, when the report startled everybody in the dining room, I intended to be the first to rush upstairs, and lead the search in the direction of the old staircase. I would have had him by the throat, before he had time to get away. How would he have been able to account for his secret presence in the house when her jewels were in his pocket and her dead body upstairs, close to where he was hiding? I had intended to kill Violet with a small revolver which I had bought in a second-hand place at London last winter, but Nepcote's carelessness in leaving his own revolver in the gun room gave the last finishing touch to my plan. I could scarcely believe my luck when I found it. It seemed as though he himself were playing into my hands. I hid it away, expecting that there would be inquiries, but there were none. He had forgotten all about it. It was strange, too, that Violet herself helped by telling my aunt before dinner on the night of her pretended illness that she did not wish to be disturbed by anybody. That removed a defect in my arrangements which had caused me much anxious thought. I had feared that somebody, probably a servant, might enter the room in the period between the first and second reports. It was a chance I could not afford to overlook, and I could see no way of guarding against it except by locking the door, which I did not want to do. I wanted to leave the door partly open so as to make sure of the second report penetrating to the dining room downstairs. When my aunt gave me Violet's message in the library shortly before dinner, I knew that the moment had arrived. The altered arrangements for an earlier dinner cost me a moment's perplexity, but no more. One cannot hurry one's own guests, and I knew it would be impossible to get dinner over as quickly as my aunt anticipated. If it were ending too quickly for my purpose, it would be an easy matter to introduce a subject which would set somebody talking. That, as you know, is what actually happened. After my aunt left me, I waited until the last possible moment before slipping upstairs. The revolver and the pistol were locked away in my own bedroom in readiness. I got 'em out. The pistol was completely prepared except for the cap. I had bound a 12-inch tinder wick to the stock in order to allow for a delay of nearly 50 minutes between the lighting and the report. I knew that Nepcote expected to arrive at the moat house by 7:30 at the latest, but I gave him a margin of a few minutes for unexpected delays. I put the pistol in my pocket, and wrapping the revolver in a silk muffler to deaden the report, went swiftly to my wife's room. I closed the door behind me as I entered. She was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, and did not hear me approach. That helped me. Can you understand my feelings? I was about to destroy something I loved better than life itself, but it was not she who was lying on the bed. She had died before, died by her own act, leaving behind her another woman whose life was a living lie, who was so corrupt and worthless as to be unfit to live. It was that I was going to destroy. I felt no compunction, no remorse. As I placed the muzzle of the revolver against her breast, she opened her eyes in terror, and saw me. I pulled the trigger quickly. As I did so, I heard the dinner gong sound downstairs. The muffled report made less noise than the clapping of a pair of hands. I knew that faint sound would not be heard downstairs. She never moved, and I thought she was dead. I bent over the fireplace, shook some caps out of the butt of the pistol, and placed one on the nipple. Then I lit a match and started my prepared fuse. It was an easy matter to place the pistol in position at the top of the grate. The difficulty of recovering it subsequently was not made manifest to me until after my illness, although my previous secret examination of the grate had convinced me that the recoil of the explosion would cause the pistol to fall to the bottom of the chimney behind the grate. When I had placed the pistol in position, I turned off the electric light, and opened the window to allow the fumes of the burning wick to escape. Then I hurried downstairs. I was not in the room 3 minutes altogether. I saw nobody on my way down. Nearly everybody had gone into dinner, but I was in time to sit down with the others. I felt quite cold and collected as I sat at the dinner table waiting for the moment of my vengeance. I felt as though I was under the control of some force immensely stronger than myself, which held me firm with giant hands while the minutes slowly ebbed away. I am sure there was nothing unusual in my behavior. I pretended to eat, and joined in the conversation around me. The report did not come at the moment I anticipated, but I was not perturbed at the delay. My experiments had taught me the difficulty of fixing an explosion for an exact period. The time was in general approximately the same, but there were reasons which caused a slight difference. The wick always burnt at a uniform rate. The trouble was with the string. Sometimes it was slow in catching. Sometimes the pressure of the string partly extinguished the wick and made combustion slower as it neared the point of contact. Once I tied the string so tight that the wick went out altogether just before reaching the string. But I had taken measures to overcome these little irregularities, and to make sure of the string catching readily I had rubbed a little petrol on it where it crossed the wick. But it was the scream before the report which upset my calculations and almost caused me to collapse. When the terrible cry rang out, my false strength fled from me, leaving me weak and trembling. I think I should have betrayed myself if the report had not followed so quickly, throwing everybody into the same state of confusion as myself. I do not know how I managed to make my limbs carry me upstairs with the others. I did not know what had happened. My brain refused to act. I was conscious of nothing except that a great wheel seemed turning inside my head, tightening all my nerves to such taut agony that I could hardly refrain from crying aloud. What I said or did when I found myself in the bedroom I do not know. When I saw that everything was as I had arranged, my mind began swinging like a pendulum towards my revenge, and I struggled to lead the search towards the staircase. But I was unable to move. I was like a man in a dream, encompassed by invisible obstacles. Then the wheel in my head suddenly relaxed. I felt the room and its objects slipping from me, and everything went black. You know about my illness. It was not until I was supposed to be recovering that the power of clear thought came back to me. There were days when my brain was numb and powerless, like that of one newly awakened from a terrible nightmare, striving to recall what had happened. Then one day the veil was drawn, and I remembered everything. My aunt was in the room, and I questioned her. She brought Musard to me, and from him I learned the truth. Intuitively I realized what had happened. Hazel Rath had gone to the room for some unknown reason, had seen my wife lying there, and screamed. Then, hardly conscious of what she was doing, she picked up the revolver I had left lying by the bedside, and ran out of the room in fright. I was even able to divine a reason for her silence under the accusation of murder. She felt that nobody would believe her story, especially after the history of her mother's past was brought to light. As I turned over what they had told me and realized that my own secret was safe, I thought I saw the way to accomplish my revenge and save Hazel Rath. Up till then the revolver had not been identified as Nepcote's. It seemed to me that the mere disclosure of that fact was sufficient to direct attention to Nepcote and bring to light his movements on that night. But the detective who came to see me about the revolver was too foolish and obstinate to grasp the importance of my information. It was then I decided to go to you. It was daring, perhaps, but it seemed safe enough to me. I was determined to entangle Nepcote, and to free Hazel Rath. I told you no more than I had told to the other detective. I had powerful motives for reticence. If I had told you more you would have seen that I had an ulterior reason for directing attention to Nepcote. I had not the least fear that you would discover my secret, but the knowledge, if imparted to you, would have weakened the impression I wanted to convey by suggesting to your mind that I was actuated by hatred of Nepcote. Besides, I did not wish any living being to know of my shame. I believed that I could accomplish my revenge without its ever being known. I thought Nepcote would prefer to perish as the victim of circumstances rather than incur public opprobrium by a defense which he knew would never be believed. The actual facts against him were too strong. He could neither extenuate nor deny them. He could not explain his lying telegrams, his secret return, his presence in the Moat House, his possession of the necklace, the revolver in the bedroom where the body was. Therefore, it was only necessary to give you a starting point, because discovery was inevitable where so much was hidden. I saw to it that the loss of the necklace was discovered after your arrival. That was all you needed to know. I do not know what oversight of mine put you on the track of the truth. There was one, but I do not see how that could have helped you. It was not until the following afternoon in the gun room, when Musard drew your attention to the pistol case, that I remembered that the pistol I had used was still at the back of the fireplace upstairs, where apparently it had lain undiscovered during my illness. I had taken the precaution of concealing the key of the case, but I decided to restore the pistol that night after you left. It was more difficult to recover than I anticipated, owing to the depth of the space behind the grate. I had to push back the bedstead and use the tongs before I could reach it. I believe it would have lain there undiscovered for years. There was nothing else that I can recall, except that when I restored the pistol I saw I had left the end of one of my experimental tinder lighter wicks lying in the case. But I do not wish to know how you found out, now that Nepcote has escaped. I have nothing left to live for. The doctor thinks I am recovering, but I knew that it was only the hope of revenge which kept me going. Now that is gone I have not long to live. I rejoice that it is so. But whatever had happened, I would have saved that poor girl, Hazel Rath. I ask you to believe that. Violet. He ceased, and with a weary gesture, let his head fall on his outstretched arms, as though the strength which bore him up while he told his tale deserted him when he had made manifest the truth. His two listeners sat for some minutes in silence, each engrossed in his own thoughts. Musard stared gloomily at Phil with unseeing eyes. He was as one who had passed through unimagined horrors in a space not to be measured by time, to emerge with a fatigued sense of the black malignity of unknown gods who create the passions of humanity for their own brutal sport. His moving lips betrayed a consciousness loosened from its moorings, tossed in a turbulent sea of disaster. Then they formed the whispered words. The house was founded in horror and it ends in horror. So the old tradition comes true. The next moment he turned his eyes on Colwyn with a look askance, as though he saw in him the instrument of this misery. Why did Hazel Rath keep silence? He asked. Women have made greater sacrifices for love, Colwyn gently replied. Hazel Rath loved him, and kept silence to shield him. She would not have spoken at all if suspicion had not fastened on Nepcote, and even when she did speak she kept something back. We may now learn later what actually passed between Hazel and Mrs. Heredith in the bedroom that night. My own opinion is that, while Hazel was bending over her, the dying woman whispered the name of her murderer. What are you going to do now? Musard abruptly demanded, in sudden change of mood, speaking as though there were nobody present but their two selves. There is only one thing to do. Do you mean to let the world know the truth, to give him up to justice? What other course is there open for me to pursue? Said Colwyn sadly. I cannot see what earthly purpose will be gained by making this horrible story public. Consider, I beg of you, all the circumstances before you inflict this dreadful sorrow and scandal on an honored family. It is because I have to consider all the circumstances that I have no option. Is there no other way? Persisted Musard. He is mad. He must have been possessed. You heard his story. His hallucinations were those of an insane person. He had some justification. He would never have committed this terrible deed of his own free will. Colwyn did not reply. It was useless to point out that there is no such thing as free will in human affairs, and that if Philip Heredith had been impelled to his crime by the evil force of passions which were stronger than the restraining power of human reason, he must pay the full price demanded by humanity for the only safeguard of its supremacy. There was the sound of an opening door and footsteps outside, and a voice called. Phil, Vincent, where are you? They have returned, Musard excitedly exclaimed. What are they to be told? I cannot say, replied Colwyn, casting a sombre glance at Phil's drooping and motionless figure. There was something new in his posture, a stark stillness which arrested his eye. He stepped quickly to his side and bent over him. He is dead, he said. Dead, my God, impossible. It is quite true. It is better so, Vincent. Miss Heredith's voice sounded not far away. She is coming here. Quick, what am I to say to her? I cannot tell you, responded Colwyn, with another glance at the still form. It was he who called me in to solve this mystery, and I have done what he asked. I will leave you to tell her what you will, but I cannot keep silence afterwards where the liberty of innocent people is involved. Justice is as impersonal as truth herself. Vincent, this time the voice sounded just outside the door. I must stop her, she must not come in here, said Musard, starting up. But he was too late. The door opened, and Miss Heredith stood in the doorway. Her startled eyes took in the agitated face of Musard, and then traveled to the drooping attitude of the figure at the table. She went quickly past the two men, and bent over her nephew. As she did so, she sobbed aloud. All the pity and pathos of a woman, all the misery and mystery of a broken heart, welled forth in her faint mournful cry. This will kill her, said Musard savagely. But Colwyn felt that it would not be so. As he turned from the room, leaving the living and the dead together, he knew that when the first bitterness of the shock was over, and she was faced again with the consciousness of duty, she would call on her abiding faith to help her to wear, without flinching, the heavy grey garment of life. The end.